Welcome to Rocky Mount, North Carolina. We're thrilled to be back in the Tar Heel State. Just spoke off camera with Jason Simmons, the North Carolina GOP chair. And we have people here see President Trump. And what's fun is the freedom of speech, that First Amendment. There is, right near the train tracks behind Mr. Director, someone protesting here, making alleged awful claims that I won't necessarily repeat right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Robert McNeely. It's a joy to be with you today as we'll get into some crowd interviews. Real quick, some breaking news. Elise Stefanik has, sadly, suspended her campaign for governor of New York and will not be running for re-election in Congress. To quote, "I have made the decision to suspend my campaign for governor and not seek re-election for Congress. I did not come to this decision lightly for my family. While many of you may know me as a congresswoman, my most important gift is as a mom. I believe that being a parent is life's deepest and greatest gift and the greatest responsibility. I've thought deeply about this, and I know that as a mother, I'll profoundly regret if I don't further focus on my young son's safety, growth, and happiness, particularly at his tender age." So we wish Congresswoman Elise Stefanik well, not running for re-election nor running for governor of New York. Let's talk to some people here in line, ready to see President Trump tonight for a primetime address, just like the other night at the White House, right here at the Rocky Mount Event Center at 7:45. How are you, sir?
Good. How about you?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I like the Lakers jersey. It's fun. It's always good to have sports fans tonight. We have Jake Paul tonight. He's fighting. We have Alabama, Oklahoma. Do you think the ratings are going to come over here during halftime?
I do not. I would like to see that. Yeah, I would like to see that.
It's a little bit nippy out here. Why are you coming out here to see the 45th and 47th president of the United States?
Cause he's doing a pretty good job. I mean, prices was high on the Biden. Biden and Kamala promised to do a lot of things. I didn't see him do a damn thing. I mean, gas was what, $3.99 when Biden was in office the first 24 months.
Right.
And I was like, Kamala, she was gonna follow his same footsteps. So I wanted to change this year.
We see 16 states that have dipped under $2.50. 4 states actually hitting under $2. Colorado's $1.69. President Trump just announcing 2 hours ago a work with a number of different big medical companies, including places like Pfizer to Lilly, Medrick to many different others that are going to bring down the cost of prescription medications. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a good thing because I know a lot of seniors over the last few years have been struggling to pay for their medicine. So that's a good thing to help bring the prices down for them to be able to afford to receive the proper medication they need.
And tomorrow, if I'm looking at my watch correctly, because I have the date on there, yes, tomorrow, 11 months since President Trump has been back in office. What are some of the highlights? What are some of the favorite policies that you have seen from the administration?
Well, I've seen he done a lot of peace agreements. I like that. Our country is respected. I remember, about 2 years ago when you said anything about the United States, people was like, oh, wow, let's go to Russia or somewhere. But we always respect the country again. I'm glad he's back in office. I'm really happy about that.
Are you inspired with tonight, President Trump really getting out here to get people ready for 2026? Tar Heel State's pretty purple right now. How do you intend to make sure it stays red in 2026?
Well, I want to listen to what the president has to say. I want to listen to the other opponents who's running, what they have to say, and that's how we're going to make the right decision to get on the right side.
Well, thank you so much. Merry Christmas. As you see, the crowd here was chanting USA earlier, which is always exciting to hear because there's a protester who all of a sudden is very quiet now that we came on. So thank you, sir, for that. If you like what you see here, the go-to live desk, of course, being your rally network as well as we gear up for the midterms that are happening just after your Christmas and New Year's holiday. Donate to RSBN. You can text RSBN to 801-801. There's also an address, 1550, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, in the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama. That's 36830. Also, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Thank you for considering us during your Christmas giving, because this is the reason for the season to be together, and we appreciate so much of that and the wonderful viewers at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, mypillow.com/RSBN. Mr. Mike Lindell throwing out an 80% off deal for Christmas. So last minute stocking stuffers to the MyPillow 1.0, the MyPillow 2.0, the My Slippers and My Coffee, a free and fair trade option that's really quite delicious, including so many other different items, over 2,000 in fact, from the Mediterranean and even right here at home. But everything is made in the USA in the great state of Minnesota, where Mr. Mike Lindell happens to be a gubernatorial candidate on the Republican side for 2026. We look forward to watching that race and so many others, as it's wonderful to be here in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina. Let's talk to some more folks out here. And these ladies here are ready for... Oh, that sweater's really cool. Can you tell us about it?
Daddy. Oh, I don't
The Mac Daddy. Is there... Oh, really? Okay. There is... Yes, he was the first president, I believe, to have worked at McDonald's, and at least one more day than Kamala Harris from last year on the campaign. We have a situation here of this state that's more purple than perhaps either other states around here. And you do have a Democrat governor elected in the same year. What behooves you to go out in the midterms? Because you're out here in the cold tonight to see President Donald Trump before Christmas, a busy time of year. Are you willing to stand in line this long to vote next year?
Absolutely. Yeah, we need to keep our Senate and House all Republican so we can keep it going.
Do you have a concern if it turns Democrat? What will happen?
Yeah, there's no telling what they'll do. Yeah.
That's a very good point and very true. On this somewhat chilly but fun night, we got the 4 more years, Shannon. I think we could join our friend in here. 4 more years?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know. I think Georgia was a lot more exciting, North Carolina. Do we want 4 more years?
Yes! We want what God gives us, huh?
Amen. I like that.
Are you with the fake media or are you with God, huh?
I think that's one and the same. Fake media. No, we are Right Side Broadcasting. We're very real media.
Hallelujah, glory.
Glory to God.
The demon critics come out here and do what they do, but we forgive them for they know not what they do, because God don't like that. That Hakeem Jeffries and all of that, oh my goodness, they don't even know the Lord. That man right there, he's full of a demon, huh? He don't know the Lord. That's why he's there. He walk in much darkness. We're going to support Trump all the way. Everything biblically that he does, we're going to stand on it. I done read the Bible so many times, I stopped counting. And everything that Trump does biblically, I stand on. Amen. And we're going to support him. And there is no inflation. The devil's children know about inflation. They know about SNAP and all that wicked immigration that come up in here. We don't want that. The Bible said, build a wall around that poop and don't let them come in here and destroy our country. The culture is very different from what God wants here. There's only one king. He is our King of glory. He'll be here soon. He is the King of glory. We're going to stick with Trump. Everyone out here and everybody else. If you support them demon critics, God gonna judge you. Don't judge our Trump, because God will deal with him, because he's gonna deal with every man as his work shall be. Hallelujah. Give God the glory and rebuke that devil in the name of Jesus. We do got a king, and God came upon Saul. And now the Spirit of God is working. God is in control, and every man needs to know that.
Amen. I feel like I'm at church, and I love it. A great reminder as Christmas is approaching. And then how can we get this passion out for 2026? Because President Trump is not on the ballot in 2026, but how can we tell our neighbors and friends to have the passion that you have, ma'am, to help make this country great again under God's leadership?
Well, we're going to stay in our faith and stay committed to God and stay committed to everything that Trump does. And if those demon critics think that they're going to outdo God, huh? Who can stand sinned against the Lord, huh? Hakeem Jeffries, watch your mouth. God is on you. Booker, watch your mouth. And that Sarah McBride, God don't like it. It's only male and female. Amen. Sarah McBride and all of you, Maxine Waters, God coming for you because he told me. Hallelujah. The king will be here. Hallelujah.
Amen. Merry Christmas. Have fun tonight. Stay warm out there. And you see the passion that's out here once again at another Trump rally. And it's not even an election year yet. And I hope we're not. The gentleman has the free speech to do that. But as the gentle lady mentioned, might have an issue or two on the inside of his heart because he's saying some pretty awful things. But that's the commonality of the Trump rallies. We find people who are charitable, sweet, standing here politely and enjoying their evening as the sun sets here in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. How are you, sir? Merry Christmas.
Very well. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I like your glasses.
Well, thank you.
It's getting a little chilly outside. What brought you out tonight on this Friday, December 19th, right before Christmas, to see President Donald Trump?
Pardon, say again?
What brought you out tonight to see President Donald Trump, nearly 11 months in office?
I think he's doing a great job.
What are some of the highlights that you found in this before calendar year, in the first year of his term back in office?
Well, the border, the border, and the gas prices have gone down. I feel a lot safer. The thing that fascinates me about him, that nothing bothers him.
Right.
That there's not many people that can take the pressure that man has gone under and still be smiling. I mean, it's just incredible the stamina he has. And we're the same age, so I know what it's like at the end of a day. And they say that he's only sleeping 4 hours a night. I mean, it's incredible what that man does. And I've just when I was working on the election in one precinct, and to me, just kind of watching what people were doing, I really felt discouraged because I thought this is going to be bad. So I got out of there about midnight and got home just in time for Pennsylvania to go to go red. There is hope.
Oh, there is. It really is. And you brought that hope as North Carolina voters last year. How do you replicate that energy going into next year? And I got to give you a compliment as well, and the whole crowd, because we have someone screaming right now, but the MAGA supporters, calm and collective.
Well, the MAGA supporters tend to be quiet. They're there. It's like Nixon said, the silent majority, and it just, I hope it's going to be a land rush. I think personally, I was a history teacher in high school, and I think that if the Democrats get nailed to the wall, I think that's going to be the end of the party as they see it. I think we're at a real turning point. It's funny, it seems like the last 4 elections have been, this is the most important election, right. And they don't seem to get any easier. They seem to get harder.
Well, especially with a midterm like this, because we had Gavin Newsom on November 5th literally say after those victories in New Jersey, Virginia, New York City, that he wants Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker. They want to impeach Trump. They have shown their true colors, and they want to stop this agenda from moving forward. As a history teacher, do you see any correlation between this president and President Nixon, President Reagan, or even a President Kennedy?
Well, personally, I think he's doing the job like Washington did. I mean, it's just the country. I can't imagine what the country had been like had Harris won. And I thank my lucky stars every day that I wake up with him president. I feel safe, and he's for the people. And the man is incredible because what he supports are what the people want, and the other side supports the complete opposite. I mean, it's just kind of, I just don't understand the mentality of the left. It just drives me absolutely insane. I went to the Citadel, and my wife used to say, "Why are you so conservative?" I said, "Look where I went to school." Right. They used to say the Citadel been around 150 years, and with no, with the same, it's just with a lack of progress, and some things need to stay the same. I just also been a conservative my whole life, and I got to the point where I became an independent, but I'm still a conservative independent Republican.
Well, God bless you, sir. Merry Christmas. Thanks for giving us some thoughts here tonight. Absolutely enjoy your time as we thank Monetary Gold for their great sponsorship here on the right side of history. It's wealth, it's preservation, and security. And right now you can go to RSBNforthegold.com. That is RSBNforthegold.com. And there you can talk to my dear friend Scott Cheney out in Los Angeles, California. His team will come together for you to diversify your income, your savings, your retirement, your pensions, everything that matters so dearly to you in this 2025 in the golden era. An important thing to go and look at as Wall Street veterans are sounding the alarm on this very issue. Many now say gold could climb to 7,000 an ounce. We're seeing that with silver not far behind. And if this is any wild speculation, look at the experience of these portfolio senior managers like a Scott Cheney at Monetary Gold. Investors, economists, portfolio managers tracking indicators with a strong national debt soaring at $38.4 trillion, with the dollar weakening over the last 2 decades. What's even more revealing is the behavior of the central banks. They're trimming their stocks and moving to gold and silver. They know that paper will eventually fail, and throughout history, that has been the case. That's why I rely on Monetary Gold. That's why our team at RSBN does the same. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau for the last 25 years, their specialists bring over a century of experience for you. And we're fortunate enough to partner up with people like Scott out west in Los Angeles. If you're waiting for the right moment, you're looking at it right now. Don't sit on the sidelines as gold and silver continue to skyrocket. 888-617-7994 or visit RSBNforthegold.com. Also, a big thank you to our friends over at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. They have a special tonight, the $1 deal that is happening for ivermectin tablets, 6 milligrams for $1 per capsule just tonight for this special Trump rally right here in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. But the holidays are here, a time to celebrate family, faith, and freedom. And if you excuse me a quick moment, those germs, as I'm coughing right now, are getting around and getting people sick. This is why All Family Pharmacy out there for life-saving medications, over 300 in fact, from ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, N8D+, methylene blue, and much, much, much more. It's simple. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Place your order online. A U.S. doctor, licensed right here, sends that order right to your door. Take care of yourself and your family this holiday season. Again, the very special RSBN 10. It's 10% off your entire order, but tonight only, ivermectin, 6 milligrams, $1 per tablet. Take advantage of that today at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. We're grateful for all our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we're extraordinarily grateful for you, the viewers at home, as we continue down the line talking to our friends here. Gentlemen, how are you tonight? Ready for what's going to be perhaps the last rally before Christmas? He's so excited he's speechless.
I didn't hear. What was your question?
What are you most excited about being here tonight, but also what's the highlight of the last 11 months with Donald Trump back in office?
I'm here to support Donald Trump and the Republican Party and against Roy Cooper. Yep. I'm campaigning against Roy Cooper.
And why the Republicans and not Roy Cooper? Why not the gentleman on the corner who's shouting a lot of terrible, terrible things towards this crowd?
Well, I'm from here, and I don't know anybody here like that. Everybody here agrees with my views, and that's why I'm here to support them.
Fantastic. Stay warm out there. Very Merry Christmas to y'all. Absolutely. How are you, sir?
What's going on, man?
You enjoying some football this season?
Hell yeah, I love football. Go Commanders. Go Commanders.
It's a great tradition, a great team. But there's a bigger team out there. It's the American people.
Oh, yeah.
And the biggest team. And it really is. It's not so much Republican versus Democrat anymore. It's we the people.
Right, that's right.
What would bring you out here? And because you're well dressed for it.
Oh, yeah.
It's nippy outside.
DC.
You're right, DC. Are you in DC?
No, I'm from Delaware originally, but I live right here in North Carolina, Wilson.
And what is something that has been such a difference from President Trump coming back into office versus 4 years of Joe Biden in the Tar Heel state?
I say the biggest thing I noticed is definitely the decrease in the gas price. It has been way more easier to drive around and get gas and all that. Also, the border security has been way better. So that's what I got to say, you know what I mean?
Is that the reason you voted for him, or was there anything else that drew you to the polls? Because he's not on the ballot next year, but he's coming out here to get people to vote for Republicans.
Right, yeah. Now, this was the first time. I'm only 20 years old, so this was the first time I was able to vote. And that was 100% why I voted for Trump. I feel like his future, or his vision, is the best for America out of any of the candidates. And, yeah, I mean, that was the obvious choice for me. It was a no-brainer.
I love it. Well, go Commanders. Merry Christmas. Have a great evening and enjoy the festivities. Absolutely. Sir, you're looking a little bit cold out here.
I've been cold for about
Are you excited about the possibility of releasing any of the UFO files from what our government might know?
Honestly, that sounds like something very interesting.
Yeah.
It sounds very interesting.
Right. We've had some discussion on that in the last few months here. But what would you say is the top issue for not only bringing you out tonight to support President Trump, but what's been the highlight for you 11 months back in office?
Honestly, I don't really follow up on everything as far as like up to date with all the political stuff, but I know to the extent of my knowledge, didn't he make peace with somebody with us that we were at war with? Okay, so I feel like that would be one. And I'm just going to throw this out there. This is my first rally, and the fact that I'm going to see Trump just blows my mind because America isn't a team. We're a family. So,
yeah, amen. Got a first-timer here. I think you're going to have a lot of fun tonight outside the Rocky Mount Event Center. Merry Christmas, gentlemen. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door. Tonight before Christmas by President Trump. Tonight, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern, it will be a primetime speech just like the other night from the White House, a pre-program at 7:45. So stay tuned for that as we talk to some people in the crowd about why they're coming out. Oh my gosh, you might be the youngest Trump supporter here. I like your getup, sir. Where'd you get that Donald Trump duck?
Say right around the corner.
Right around the corner.
Is it like $5, $10? Did inflation affect that duck?
No.
$10.
A good deal.
It's not a bad deal. Where are you planning to place this mantle? Perhaps maybe a gift for Santa Claus. Forget the milk and cookies. What about a Donald Trump duck for Santa?
There you go.
Yeah.
How are you planning to become your next precinct chair in North Carolina to help get the young supporters out there for President Trump and the Republicans in 2026? I think
He's going to think on it. He's going to think on it.
I think so. That's okay. He's just checking it out tonight. Well, have a Merry Christmas. Thank you for being here this evening as we find some more great supporters here of President Donald Trump. Are you staying warm tonight? It's getting a little bit nippy.
Absolutely.
Can't get that cold out here.
You look like you're warm enough.
I'm doing just fine here. I'm from Chicago originally, so
Where is RSBN channel?
we're out of Auburn, Alabama. The loveliest village on the plains, that's what they call it. And it's quite lovely, and it's about 40-plus points Republican in Alabama. Not so much here in North Carolina. How do we intend to switch that, gentlemen, come next year?
Well, I'm hoping we're going to keep the Republicans in office, because if the Democrats get there, we're going to turn into a Muslim country, and, they're going to keep allowing all these knuckleheads to come in and try to change the place that they seem to want to be.
You make a really good point with the issue of Sharia. We saw that through violence. We've seen it through elections.
We're seeing it every day here.
We saw it through the SNAP benefits in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And where's it specifically here in Rocky Mount that could be happening?
That is something I'm not sure of. I don't deal with the government of Rocky Mount. I'm actually from Wake County, and so I don't have those answers. I wish I did. It would be better for somebody to be able to help and get it dealt with. Just hold people accountable for the crap they're doing. I mean,
Sir, you mentioned that there was a specific county that there might be illegal immigration happening.
Oh, it's happening in all the counties. Nash County, Edgecombe County, Wake County, Orange County, all around it, everywhere.
What has been the kind of response with ICE being in and around these different jurisdictions?
I haven't seen any ICE around here. I ain't seen none yet. If they want to come on Sunday to Walmart, you'll find a bunch of illegals.
I'll tell you a true story, man. I used to work at the arena, which is now the Nova Center. I was going to my car after my job, after work one night, and got attacked by 4 Venezuelans, all with their brand new backpacks, their brand new clothes, their brand new shoes, their brand new cell phones. I got attacked just going to my car after work, bro. So I am fully aware of the immigration crisis is happening, and I'm hoping that these guys are going to do something about it.
There's no question about that in the Auto Pen administration, many untimely deaths happen, a lot of danger happened, a lot of violence, and it simply could have been prevented by a closed border.
I agree with that. If Biden hadn't never opened the border up, or Obama, we'd have been a lot better off when they opened those borders up. It was done for. I was working in Wake County in 1985. In 1986, they started letting them in there. They come into construction sites. They started taking over all the jobs. All the regular people were losing their jobs because they work under the table. They work real cheap. I was told they come here and work for 10 years. They can go back home and live like kings. They work hard, but they send all their money, 80% of it, back home every week. And by 10 years, they can go home and retire. So, I mean, it's a shame. We work here all of our life, and I can't survive. I have a struggle every month to make ends meet. And I've been here. I live here. And I see it.
We're actual taxpayers.
And we've seen that with the change in policy, especially with 1.2 million plus of native-born workers, seeing more of those benefits happening in the last 11 months versus the last 4 years of Biden.
Yeah, that's true. Yep, it's true. Because Joe Biden, he wasn't really running the country as far as I'm concerned. Obama was running the country behind the scenes. I don't believe he was running the country. He didn't have enough sense to run the country.
And, sir, to answer your question earlier, Alabama's hanging in there, doing pretty well. But it's 40-plus points Republican.
I got a lot of friends down in Alabama, so I'm just kind of curious, man. Hell yeah.
It is. It's where to be. So
Thank you for talking with us, man.
Absolutely. God bless you. Have a Merry Christmas.
Where can we see this at?
Oh, it's Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Oh, okay.
RSBN. So thank you for joining us and giving us some of your thoughts this evening. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. It was live, so you will be. You're already on. So.
We didn't drop any F-bombs, did he?
Oh no. It's very polite here with the MAGA crowd.
Too many places in public, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good crew. As you have so many nice MAGA supporters, and we've seen this last year, we've seen it now. We're very grateful for our sponsors as well. With Neutronics Labs, what we're seeing right now, not for those gentlemen, but in general for a lot of of men out there. A testosterone crisis, and it's happening earlier than ever before. That's why Neutronics Labs exists to help men fight back. And legendary boxing champion Roy Jones Jr. knows it takes to stay strong, stay sharp, stay dangerous. Our friend Tucker Carlson talks about this on a regular basis, that men should be capable of danger, of course not use that violence unless it's in self-defense. Frank Stallone talking about this as well. He knows it too, that this is important for men to remain men, to be strong, to lead our communities, and to fight back. That's why they stand behind Man's Edge from Neutronics Labs. It's the only testosterone booster on the market that's powered by the world's strongest IGF-1, combined with clinically backed ingredients like fenugreek, shown to naturally increase testosterone levels up to 46% in studies. In this week's delivery, Man's Edge fuses a patented liposome delivery system along with NO2, designed for up to 98% of absorption into the bloodstream. So your body actually leaves what you take. More strength, more drive, more confidence. And this is about making men great again. Gentlemen, let's make men great again in this country. No excuses, no apologies, no backing down. If you're already reclaiming your power, if you're ready to be all you can be, take your edge back, stay strong with Neutronics Labs. You can go to neutronicslabs.com/Rumble. I'll spell that for you. NUTRONICS Labs, LABS.com/Rumble. And you can find all of that there. Thank you for sponsoring us here on the right side of history. We are thrilled to be out here for this wonderful event. As you can see down here, everyone gathering, lining up in the cold weather, getting ready for Christmas, and enjoying what's likely to be the last Trump rally of the year. We'll see who we can talk to here. How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
What is bringing you out here tonight to see the 45th and 47th President of the United States?
Because he's doing a damn good job.
What's been your favorite highlight in 11 months?
11 months. He always shows up. He's a people's president. And all the stuff that he's trying to be pushing through has been tremendous. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, closing up the border, all that stuff. For 12 years, we had just an open country for anybody and everybody that wanted to come in. And now we're feeling the consequences of that. And it might take him longer. Than a year or two to get the economy back on track, but I think he can do it.
And today announcing more plans to potentially go back to the moon, something we haven't done since the Apollo 17 mission. That's the last time we had people on the moon from NASA. What are your thoughts about that?
That's fine. I think it'd be better with Musk's SpaceX, because he's running it a lot more economical. But I think we need to take care of the veterans. I think we need to take care of the homeless first. Get America cleaned up like he did in Washington. He's doing it elsewhere, and get that squared away first. I'm all for spending money, but let's do it in steps.
Well, you're going to have Elon Musk is pledging money to help Republican candidates in 2026. Do you think that can help Edge to keep those majorities in the House and the Senate?
Why not? The Democrats have been doing it for years. So.
And today, President Trump announcing with 14 different businesses when it comes to bringing down health care costs. How will that affect a place like North Carolina?
That I can't tell you. Right now, I have the old Obama thing. That's going to end in, 2 more months? So I'm sure that all the insurance companies are changing. So when that happens, we get that 10,000 mailings, and you just have to pick the best one that suits you.
Right. Well, it's about making America affordable again. Sir, you have a very Merry Christmas.
You too.
Enjoy tonight. Should be fun. Should be warmer inside as well. But it was really a beautiful day here in North Carolina. And we will go to a quick commercial break. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're outside the Rocky Mount Event Center. Looking forward to hearing from President Trump tonight in the prime time in the Tar Heel State. Jason Simmons is here, the Republican chair. We know Michael Whatley also running for the United States Senate here as well, the former co-chair with Lara Trump last year, a campaign that was so great to see. I'm going to interrupt these gentlemen right here. Sir, if I could ask you some questions. We're seeing some interesting comments from people up along the line, making some wild comments about the administration. What brings you here tonight on a cold evening in the Tar Heel State?
My brother, he just wanted to see the president.
Oh, yeah? First timer?
Yeah, for him it is. For me, it's my second.
Yeah. What has been the biggest difference 11 months with President Trump back in office versus what we have with the auto pen just less than a year ago?
To me, I can notice that the gas prices have went down some. I mean, different things. Light bills went down some. I'm hoping that the no tax on overtime comes through as well.
Right.
And that would help me out a lot.
May I ask what you do for work?
I'm a city municipal worker.
So with that, there's a lot of, I'm sure overtime goes into effect with that role.
Yes, sir.
And how would no tax on overtime help your position so they can bring more take-home pay?
Well, as much overtime as I work, it would obviously, and like no tax on it, it would be more money, more take-home money for me, and make the cost of living, a little bit easier on me.
Right.
So.
Well, you have a very Merry Christmas. Can I grab your brother real quick here? I see you have the Michael Whatley U.S. Senate literature on hand there. Your first Trump rally. What are you expecting to hear from the president tonight?
I'm just expecting him to, expecting him for it to be a good rally and him to talk about the stuff that's going to happen from here on out. And I expect the change is going to happen.
Is there a highlight for you with him being back in office?
Yes, the last 4 years we had with him was really good. Groceries come down, taxes went down, and now it's going to happen again.
And you're seeing it right now in the Tar Heel state with the groceries going down and gas going down?
Yeah, gas. I mean, you look at the gas here in North Carolina, then look at the gas in California, you see a huge difference here. You see a very huge difference here.
Well, thank you. Have fun tonight, and I'll let you listen over there because security's giving some instructions as well. We are not mind readers nor miracle workers, so we do listen to our police officers here because we love to back the blue right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we'll be having people move in relatively soon and then bring you on the inside of the Rocky Mount Event Center, right on some train tracks as well. We do have a couple of protesters in the background. There's a sign that says impeach, convict, remove. Hashtag remove the regime. Also, Trump is a Russian asset. It's amazing how some people come to think that way. Perhaps it's because of the fake news. Perhaps it's because of far-left Democrats in Washington, D.C. It's not the voters so much. It's more the people in office. They're focused on splitting apart and separating the country. But right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we're committed to bringing everyone together and asking everyone why they come out to see this. And right now, security is giving them some details on the entire line. If you could pan back, Mr. Director, I just want to give the vantage point of how this line is going right now as people are waiting right now to see President Trump. And in the meantime, speaking a little bit more quietly so everyone can hear security and all the details. This has been one of the more, dare I say, robust, but a lot of security at hand. We were moved around for a multitude of time prior to coming live to you tonight in and around the actual stadium, and that can change a lot with Secret Service, local police as well. And we're very grateful for our sponsors here on the right side of history with Free Trump Book. And we have a lot of interaction between someone who has a megaphone and the MAGA supporters, but we know the MAGA supporters much more generous and, quite frankly, better people. But that's the beauty of the First Amendment here, as we thank the very future of this country. It's the kids. My family members, the youngest ones, have the Free Trump Book, and yours sure too. President Trump said he wants kids to love America. They're the future of this country of ours. And they need to know how incredible President Trump has been from being the 45th president to the 47th president, from booming jobs to stronger borders. His leadership has changed not only America, but the entire world and their future in a very big way. Think about the Trump accounts for these kids being born right now. As 45, President Trump delivered on the promises like tax cuts, a secure border wall, and peace deals like the Abraham Accords. Now as 47, delivering those similar things and bringing down the cost of living, tackling inflation and waste. And this is a golden age he's building for our kids at home right now. Prosperity and freedom from the mess the left and past administrations put in the crosshairs. Now, speaking of which, if your kids want to learn more about the full story, check out the Free Kids Guide to President Trump. It's very massively popular book is packed with the president's first-term wins, second-term progress, and his mission to make America great again while saving us from these past policy disasters, most brought to you by his living predecessors, from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and the Auto Pen. It's fun, truthful, it's a good read for kids, and it's free from the liberal spin they often get in school and online. Grab that free copy today, freetrumpbook.com. Totally free. Get it for the kids and let them see the real Trump legacy shaping their future. We're grateful for free Trump book here at the network as we continue to see some people coming in, some VIPs as well. And we might get a chance to actually speak to the chairman of the Republican Party right here in North Carolina. The cheers that were happening earlier, a train went right by the protester. We were pushed away from that train property, which I believe is DOT. I believe it's a federal jurisdiction, but I guess the protester can go there now. So we'll see as much. Sir, how are you tonight? He's speechless. He's so excited to see President Trump, which we can find many people. Are we a Georgia Bulldogs fan right there? I heard some barking going on. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Are you excited to see President Trump tonight?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's been the biggest success in the course of 11 months?
I would say the biggest success, right, is immigration to start, but then also the attacking the prices and the inflation has been really good. It takes a long time for prices to stabilize. It takes a long time for things to come down. We had multiple years of pretty bad stuff.
Have you seen a lot of that change from 11 months ago right here in North Carolina?
Yeah, I think so. I think as soon as the election happened, there was just a different air. People said, oh, thank goodness some of the bad times are going to be over.
Well, it seemed like that stress was lifted off of shoulders.
Absolutely, yeah. And it happened like the day after the election. People were going, oh, thank goodness we got somebody in there who's a businessman who knows how to run a country.
And this is a two-part question, sir. We have a situation here. There's a gentleman who's protesting. He has a right to do it with his First Amendment. Yeah. But everyone's calm in this line. Everyone's ready to see the President of the United States. There's been a lot of reflection this Christmas season. What can I do better in the next year? As many of us reflect upon. But he's just screaming, cussing, and can't seem to control himself. So there seems to be a difference, first and foremost. And then second, President Trump's not on the ballot next year. How do we inspire people to get out and vote for the House and Senate candidates?
I think it's what he's doing here today. It's talking about what he's been doing, what the plans are, why this is going to be good for people, why this is going to help, why this is going to help the country. It's just a story you have to keep telling, and then people will listen to it.
And, sir, what will you plan for next year to help get Republicans like Michael Whatley elected in North Carolina?
Probably, well, again, donations are one thing to do, but the other is to talk to people and tell them, here's what's going on, and here's the consequences of your vote. And that's really the thing to talk about. You say, what is it you want to have happen? Do you want to have a deadlock, a stalemate going on? Do you want to be able to make some changes? Those are the things to talk to people about.
Well, you have yourself a very Merry Christmas. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
God bless you. Absolutely. Enjoy this wonderful holiday. And this guy, President Trump, working overtime. I think most people are done, but you have things like America Fest happening out west in Phoenix, Arizona, encouraging the Gen Zers and young people to get out there and get involved, just as Charlie Kirk did, as we honor his life and legacy. But the same kind of ilk. It's President Trump coming here tonight to the Tar Heel State to make his case to the American people. Even with a Jake Paul fight happening tonight, even with the first round of the college football playoffs with Alabama and Oklahoma, President Trump still making time to come out here with a busy day announcing the decrease in prices, the quality remaining high, made in the USA with most favored nation status for our pharmaceuticals. It's common sense, right? It's amazing to think that China making our prescriptions and then coming to America. Why would that happen? Well, I can tell you why. People like Bill Clinton and George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and the auto pen, they bankrupt Detroit and they sent it over to Beijing. They bankrolled Beijing, but that changes now under the populist leadership of Donald Trump, who we'll see at 9 o'clock Eastern tonight with a pre-program at 7:45. Hope you stay tuned with us and join us for that moment. Sir, you're a veteran. Thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
What brings you out tonight? It's getting a bit nippy. It was a gorgeous day here, but...
Gonna come see the greatest man that treats our country with respect.
And why do you think that is in the last 11 months? What have been the highlights for you? Because this is what's amazing about America. We have freedom of speech, right? So you have people who are on the far left of history. This group is on the right side of history. What are your thoughts on that?
So the reason I like Trump, he closed the borders for one thing. I'm a veteran, and I can't always go to a veteran hospital. Sometimes I go to the emergency room. You got all these illegals in there. They leave me laying on the stretcher in a hallway for 24 hours. I've got insurance. These illegals don't have insurance. They don't have a right to health care. They shouldn't be here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's no question about that. When we saw in the last 6 months, 0 getaways in the United States as a result of Tom Homan's work on the orders of President Donald Trump himself. And as he said back on March 5th to Congress, we didn't need any more legislation. This is the authority of the office of the President of the United States to shut down the border. Because in that period of time, Joe Biden re-released 687,000 illegal migrants into the United States.
In what, 2 months?
Over the period of an entire calendar year that took place, whereas this president, 0 getaways 6 months into his office.
And that's why I like Trump.
Right. Are there any other issues that you can highlight here in North Carolina that might make a difference for Republicans up and down the ballot? Because there is a reality. Donald Trump brings out people to vote. Sometimes other Republicans don't do it in the same way. So how is that message going to get out there for those in the Tar Heel state so that he doesn't get impeached next year?
I don't know where that impeachment comes from, but give Donald Trump a chance. He's only been there, what, 10 months?
Just about 11.
He can't work miracles.
Right.
But look what he's done. I just paid $2.22 for gas a while ago.
Wow.
Where I'm from, it's $3.79.
Right.
And give him time, and he's going to take care of us. Name me one thing Joe Biden did for our country.
Well, he did a lot of bad for our country.
Name me one good thing.
Right. It's. I'm perplexed to even name one good thing. You know, actually, I could maybe one good thing.
Ask any Democrat.
Right.
Have them name something.
Right. Well, I'm sure they'll throw a bunch of things at the wall for their messaging, but the one strength was Australia, UK, the United States, and the Indo-Pacific. But even President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth made that trilateral deal better for national defense. What service and branch were you in?
I was in the United States Army.
Excellent.
Well, God bless. 15, 17 years, I can't even count. I rejoined 4 times.
Fantastic. We're in debt to you and the people like you who put on that uniform to serve this country and willing to lay down their lives so that we can have a more free society. So we appreciate you and hope you have a Merry Christmas and enjoy tonight.
Thank you, sir. And what is your name?
Robert McNeely with Right Side Broadcasting Network.
With who?
Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Right Side?
Right Side.
Right Side.
Yes, sir.
I hear you.
Pleasure. Absolutely. Merry Christmas.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Like, sir. It's very special to come out here and meet with great American people. And the Kalshi, maybe in a bit, sir, after the, we're live right now, but in a moment I'd be happy to. Kalshi.com/RSBN. It's your go-to for everything betting and trading on the United States of America. So who do you have in the college football playoffs? Because tonight it begins, Alabama and Oklahoma. Will the Georgia Bulldogs bark their way back to that national championship? Will the Cinderella team, the Indiana Hoosiers, make it a national championship, their first Big Ten championship since 1945 outright? That's an amazing statistic. And then the Ohio State Buckeyes, will they reclaim it and perhaps take on Indiana once again in the national championship? What say you about that? How about the Time Person of the Year? It might not be a person, it might be a thing with artificial intelligence. They're asking those questions, including my Chicago Bears are taking on the Green Bay Packers tomorrow night at Soldier Field. Who will be winning that competition tomorrow night? Kalshi.com/RSBN. You can answer and trade on all of those important questions facing the United States of America. And I hope that you're not hearing the profanity coming from these far-left maniacs, but that's the beauty of this country, that First Amendment, that you can come out here and protest the very leader of the country. In other places like China, you're locked up for that. And we think about those people like Jimmy Lai, who's imprisoned in Hong Kong, and countless other freedom fighters who have stood up for centuries, for decades, for generations, in fact, in order to fulfill the rights endowed to us by our Creator and enshrined nearly 250 years ago in this great country of ours because of 56 brave men who signed that Declaration of Independence. Let's reflect upon that this Christmas. Let's reflect upon that as we go into a golden era and a UFC fight right on the White House lawn. I can't wait for that on the 250th birthday of the country. The security's kind of moved people into line right now, so we're going to keep going up and down the line to see who we can maybe talk to today and get their take on what's happening here in North Carolina. And we're not far, Rocky Mount from the Virginia border, roughly an hour to the north of us. We're about 2 hours north of Wilmington, a beautiful area. And then also an hour directly east or so, an hour 10 from Raleigh, Durham, an area that's growing so much, of course, home to UNC Chapel Hill, a very famed school and somewhere where Michael Jordan played his college basketball. But with all of that and this area growing, how is that changing with gas prices, with inflation, to housing prices? That's why we're talking to the great people here. You staying warm out there? Yeah, it's a little bit cold tonight. A beautiful day. So, what's up, guys? How are you? Good. Merry Christmas. Is this your first Trump rally?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, wow. So, what brings you gentlemen out tonight? I mean, it's Friday night. You could be doing anything else but going to a Trump rally.
Right. We're coming here for a wrestling tournament, but we saw that Trump is doing it. So, yeah.
So, who do you wrestle for?
We're wrestling for Dark Horse.
Okay. Is Dark Horse like a travel league, or is it a specific school you're associated with?
Travel. Yeah, it's like travel. It's a club.
So what's your weight class?
I'm wrestling 100.
Okay.
110.
Okay, all right. Now you have a big fight tonight with Jake Paul, and then you have Alabama and Oklahoma. There's so many other things you could be doing, especially young gentlemen like yourselves. Why come out to see President Donald Trump?
Because he's one of the greatest presidents. Yeah.
What's your grade?
My grade?
Yeah, what grade are you in?
I'm in 8th.
8th grade. Okay, so like middle school. What's the non-scientific pulse on middle school right now? We got Trump supporters. We got people supporting the Democrats. Where's everyone at?
Probably Trump.
Okay. Yeah. Is it mostly with the guys or the girls or both?
Guys, I think. Yeah, probably guys.
Yeah. You seem to really inspire young men in the last election. Are you gentlemen, although not voting age yet, ready to get out there in 2026 and support this president and candidates up and down the ballot?
Huh?
Are you ready to make some phone calls, knock some doors for Michael Whatley running for the U.S. Senate?
Yeah.
I like that, because you don't want this president impeached. And I'm assuming, Dad? Yes, Merry Christmas, sir.
Merry Christmas.
It's a family affair tonight. You're traveling for wrestling, and there's a great competition going on with that. Have you been to a Trump rally perhaps last year?
No, not yet. This is our first one. We're just lucky that he's here. You know, we didn't expect that.
Right. Is it what's been the biggest success in the last 11 months, in your opinion?
I think he's done an amazing job. I think he's come in and did what he wants to do. He's getting blocked everywhere he can by the Democrats, but he's persevered. He's a tough man, and I think he's going to accomplish a lot.
Now, as a father of young men, you're raising them. What is your thought about having this man in office versus what the Democrats offer for their future?
Oh, goodness. I think if they got into office, they would have flooded the country with more illegals, and we'd never have another. It'd be a one-party country for the rest of, who knows?
Right.
Yeah.
It really has become a big government socialist movement on their side instead of being a traditional liberal party.
Yeah. I think this was probably the most important election in 100 years.
What do you expect from President Trump to perhaps touch on tonight?
Just love to hear his plans for the next few years. You know, some details on what he's going to do to make America greater. I think he has a lot of great vision. So, excited.
Well, have a wonderful holiday season. Good luck. Is the competition tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Go get them. It's a great sport. Absolutely. God bless y'all. And as we continue to go down the line, always fun to hear from young Trump supporters or have the families out there to talk to. And for this great Tar Heel state, I can't get enough of it. It was my favorite swing state in 2024. And we like to highlight just how good and generous the people are here in North Carolina. As it is, people are getting a little bit little bit cold here, but it's working itself out. When that sun goes down, everything changes. But I'm keeping my Chicago blood reinforced right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Sir, very excited to see you here tonight, to see President Trump. What has been the highlight in the last 11 months of him being back in office?
I think the leadership that he has and military and economy is getting better. I don't care what they say. And I'm a Democrat. So I voted for Donald Trump, and I sure as hell won't vote for Kamala Harris, period.
How do you plan, if you don't mind, will you continue to support people like Michael Whatley running for the U.S. Senate come next year?
Yeah, I've lived in North Carolina, so I'm not going to vote for Roy Cooper. He did a lot of stuff up there, and I don't agree with, and I'm not going to vote for Roy Cooper. So anybody but Roy.
And you're a fireman, or okay? How long have you been doing that?
39 years.
Wow, fantastic. How has Republican leadership perhaps been better for your field of work, or not so much? Is there a take you have on that?
Well, I think recruitment and retention is better, not only for the military, but for fire and EMS. Volunteer fire departments are down. Volunteerism, and most of North Carolina is rural and having a hard time recruiting firefighters. But I have to say, recruitment, I think, is up a little bit. So.
Well, we appreciate your service so much, and we hope you have a very Merry Christmas, and stay warm. I think they're letting people in soon. We'll see what happens here. God bless you. As we are enjoying, how are you? We are enjoying tonight it was roughly 62 degrees today. We had some nice warm temperatures, but then it got a little bit cooler as breaking news earlier, Elise Stefanik is suspending her run for governor of New York. So some big political news, a large Trump ally, and really in a lot of ways a shame why that's happening, citing that it's familial issues, wanting to be there and raise the kids, and we can understand that. So we wish her very well. Also not running for re-election in Congress. So at least for this temporary period of time, Elise Stefanik will serve out that term. As we have seen, the House, a very slim majority, 220 to 213 right now, 2 vacancies. And then we'll have another additional vacancy come the first week of January, and January 5th. Or January 6th for Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Northwest Georgia, the 14th District. State Senator Colton Moore has announced his candidacy for that race as well. But it's these races that are making a massive difference as we continue our way down the line here. And we have more people coming in towards the front of where we were, all the way to the back here, where we have what's really a fireside chat tonight in so many ways. You're really going to like the inside of this newer stadium, this newer event center here in Rocky Mount that plays host to a number of sports and also different conventions right here outside of Raleigh-Durham. I can't believe we have a Vikings fan here. But it's a great coat. I'm sorry. I'm a Bears fan. I'm sorry about your season this year, and I don't mean to gloat.
I know I'm kind of embarrassed to be wearing it.
But we remain loyal. Well, and the NFC North is a great tradition of, even though I have to admit it, I hate those teams that are against my Bears, but I admire the fan bases of all four. And how do we carry that kind of enthusiasm into a 2026 election that we see year after year for college and National Football League action?
Just have to keep praying.
And what has been, ma'am, your most exciting thought on this past 11 months of Donald Trump being back in office? What's been the biggest difference for you?
Put me on the spot there. I like the wall going up, and I like that they're doing something about me paying for everybody else's stuff, my taxes going to everybody else.
Right. I mean, we've really watched that over the course of, when you do the numbers now, from this president to the last president, and even back in the first term, that's been that really crucial question. Are citizens, residents actually benefiting from the social safety nets they're actually putting their money into, or is it illegal aliens?
Right. And I know that a lot of people are against ICE and stuff. Well, let them take their taxes and don't take mine.
Right. Well, and that's a great point. And tonight we see these protests. They're out here. It's their First Amendment. It's their right to protest. I think they're actually on federal property. We weren't allowed to stand there earlier per the police. I'll listen to their requests and commands. But Right, exactly. And they're being protected by these great police officers out here so that they can make their point. Right. And why do you think there is such that divide sometimes? You have these great MAGA people who are calm, cool, and collective like yourself, and then you have these people who are very seemingly upset, and that's their right to be upset, but are they guided by something else that's not necessarily sane nor perhaps anything that's of earthly value?
That's a good question. I just wish we could all get along together.
Right.
I mean, that would be the best.
Well, and that's what we saw in this line.
One day. Maybe one day.
Absolutely. And I see in this line Republicans, Democrats, Independents, all the like who want to support this president. Have you been to rallies before?
No, my first one. Okay. You like my shirt?
Says, I love Trump. He pisses off the people I can't stand. I knew I'd like you. Well, Merry Christmas. And I hope Vikings do a little bit better next year. We're excited about that. So always fun to run into NFC North people. It's a great division. Thank you to mypillow.com/RSBN. We know Mike Lindell, speaking of Minnesota, is running for governor as a Republican. We look forward to that race in 2026. Also, the special mypillow.com/RSBN. 80% off your Christmas gifts, those last-minute stocking stuffers. You have 2,000 different choices at mypillow.com/RSBN. So please feel free to support us at the network and Mike Lindell. He makes everything in America, right up there in Minnesota. As we were just talking to the lovely lady, a Minnesota Vikings fan. Pretty cold this time of year. In addition to that, feel free to donate to us, and we'd be honored to have you supporting us as part of your Christmas giving season. You could do that by texting RSBN to 801-801. Again, RSBN to 801-801, a very easy text prompt to get you to that page. RSBnetwork.com/donate as well. And there is an address right there in the loveliest village on the plains. It's 1550 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. Again, the loveliest village on the plains. And that's Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Thank you for supporting us. We are out here against legacy items at times, and we are pro-America. Not every single network is quite like that, and we're honored to be here after an entire decade of bringing you Trump rallies. We're gearing up for it again in 2026, and also as your go-to live desk now for everything inside and outside of the Beltway. In addition to all that, feedback at rsbn.tv. Feedback at rsbn.tv, right in the good, bad, and the ugly, and talk to us about a whole plethora of different issues that you like to bring to our attention, especially if it's a specific story you'd like us to know or highlight, because we want to take the light and shine it on the darkness. It's the reason for journalism. It's the only profession that's protected and granted by that very First Amendment, a free and fair press. It's crucial as we defend the Bill of Rights. And we have people out there tonight, they're protesting, and God bless them for doing so, because it is all about that First Amendment. But they're saying some rather awful things, where, as you can see, the wonderful people here watching and getting ready for the Trump rally. We have roughly 3 hours until President Trump. He's going to be at 9 o'clock Eastern. We look forward to that speech. At 7:45, it's the pre-program. So we'll have all that there for you as we continue to walk up and down the line, talk to some people. Maybe we can even talk to these vendors here, because you've seen that very common at a Trump rally. Rarely do we not encounter the vendors in and of themselves. So maybe we can get some of the highlights of what's being sold here. So, gentlemen, how are you tonight? Doing well?
I'm good.
Yeah, sorry to surprise you there. It's how long have you been doing this? This will get some good material here.
Oh, this? I've been doing this for years.
Oh, yeah?
Not gonna lie.
So you've been traveling around, or mostly in North Carolina?
It's been kind of slow, but usually we would travel around, we'll follow the rallies.
Right.
And like wherever he would speak, we'll come and sell merch to the people.
Right. What's been the hottest seller tonight?
The hottest seller? Will be the regular MAGA hat, but now, since it's like cold, we added some some fur. And it had like flaps in it.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I have not seen that before.
Yeah, it got like flaps for your ears. and fur inside of it.
Oh, that's fun. I love that. I saw someone with the Donald Trump duck as well.
Oh yeah, we got that. Hey, let me see a duck.
There we are. Yes, sir. that seems to be a bestseller, especially for the kids out there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So where will you travel, other than North Carolina?
The farthest we went was Alaska.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the Alaska rally, believe it or not, actually used to do local news all the way up in Anchorage, Alaska. So
that's where we went.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. Did you enjoy it up there? Because you went during the summertime, right?
You said what?
You went during the summertime, right?
Yeah. But I won't really be doing this because I'll be in the military and everything. So.
Oh, God bless you.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, too? Like, I don't want to put you on the spot with it, but you see a lot of people yelling and screaming like a bunch of lunatics, and then you've given yourself to serve your country. What are your thoughts on the, because you will sign up to defend these people, they have the right to be out here, but they seem so angry and upset about what their perspective is.
I feel everyone they have the right to have their opinion, but like they're kind of aggressive tonight, so like
right.
I don't really know.
I know. Usually we see what's been your experience at a Trump rally, because I've been covering this for a while now. It seems as if people are jovial and having fun.
Not gonna lie, it's been that's kind of nothing. Like
right.
It's been way worse than that, honestly. Like some people, they were kicking down the gates, like the barricades. They were trying to like get physical with people. A lot of people out here were drunk. It was just a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
That's how that was.
Wow. Well, we'll see you on the 2026 campaign trail.
Yep.
Yeah, be safe out there. Merry Christmas.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for your service.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Always fun to see the merch and vendors out here. So you can get all your Trump gear right there. You got the 47 hat as well, and all different colors and the camouflage, which make it a lot of fun. As we go in and around, we got a lot Let's Go Brandon shirt on as well. So I had a fun time when I was back in Atlanta, Georgia. Actually had a liberal neighbor, really enjoyed his company with the friends. He thought my neighbor's Let's Go Brandon shirt actually was a pro-Biden shirt at some point. So that was actually rather entertaining. We got Trump 2028. Are you excited to see the president tonight, ma'am? Yes? Sir, what are you most excited to see about President Trump tonight?
I'm troubled about how cold your cameraman is. That's my coat. He can have it.
Oh, thank you. So you got the Let's Go. I appreciate it. And that's the kindness of people out here in line, willing to give off the shirt.
RSBN.
It's Right Side Broadcasting Network.
I've seen it on YouTube.
Yeah, we're happy to cover all the events. What's been the highlight over the course of the last 11 months for you as a voter?
The thought that things are not getting worse.
Right.
Things are stopping. Maybe they're going to get better.
Are you seeing costs coming down here in North Carolina?
Yeah, everyone that buys eggs knows. Gas.
What would you like President Trump to highlight the most tonight?
I just like the direction he's going, so everything he does, I agree with. So.
Yeah. He's had a lot of common sense, not necessarily Republican or Democrat, but rather for we the people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not party.
Yeah. Well, have fun tonight, sir.
Common sense.
Common sense, absolutely. Well, Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. Yeah, he has like fur on the inside. It's kind of amazing to watch. Mr. Director is very, very tough and strong. Yes, ma'am. Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, we are with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Happy to see all of you. The great MAGA supporters here as we get ready for 2026. We got a couple of young supporters here. I like that hat. We saw that hat earlier. It seems like it's warm.
It is.
Yeah. So what brings out a lovely young lady like yourself to the Trump rally with the family tonight? Speechless because you're about to see President Donald Trump.
I don't know.
So you're excited to see the president?
Yes.
What's been the most exciting thing? Is politics a topic at school, or do you really get into that? Like, are the young people behind President Trump?
Most of them, yeah.
Is it mostly the guys or the gals, or a couple of like a mix of it?
Mix of them.
Yeah, mix of it.
Yeah.
And Dad, do we a U.S. Army veteran or currently serving?
Veteran.
God bless you. Thank you for doing that.
Yes, sir.
It might be a personal question, but we have people exercising their First Amendment rights. I'm going to assume a lot of them did not wear the uniform like you did, but you were willing to lay down your life if asked upon, if called upon, for people of all different beliefs and backgrounds. How do you feel President Trump has been for our veteran community, and what would you like to see improved at the VA, perhaps?
Well, the VA's stepped up its game the past 5 or 6 years. Definitely, services provided to us over the last couple of years has greatly improved. We've been able to go to outpatient centers and stuff like that, and get outside help, that sort of stuff. Things that can be improved is faster service. Sometimes people are waiting for months and months on end to get service-connected, injury-related stuff taken care of. But if things could be improved, faster services instead of waiting.
Right. And we have 14 companies now signing on to bring down drug costs. How would that perhaps help the VA to kind of streamline its services?
Well, for the VA, I'm not so sure that would help us out a whole lot because our drug costs are pretty much taken care of by the VA. But obviously for everyday private citizens, that would help out tremendously.
Right, absolutely. Well, sir, you have a very Merry Christmas. I'll let you enjoy time with the family, get caught up in line,
Thanks, sir.
And enjoy tonight. Merry Christmas. And that's what it's all about here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, talking to the people here in the Tar Heel State. Stick with us. President Trump in about 3 hours. Free program at 7:45. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Stick with us here on the right side of history.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez, looking live at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump will be soon on his way to Rocky Mount, North Carolina, where you just saw RSBN host Robert McNeely live out there speaking with the great Patriots in line. As they head inside the venue, we'll be sticking to the studio coverage for now, and as soon as they are back up and live and ready to go, we'll go right back there to Rocky Mount. Once again, this as President Trump is set to deliver remarks tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time in North Carolina. Of course, that's 6 o'clock out there on the West Coast. And those of you guys watching from coast to coast and the Central Time Zone, Mountain Time Zone, hello to you. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is Friday, December 19th, 6:03 Eastern. We have a live interview coming up in just a minute, but before we get to that, and some of the news that we're tracking here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and in case you missed it, I caught up with the Tina Peters' attorney, Peter Tickton, recently, and I asked him if it would take the U.S. federal marshals to get Tina out of jail now that the president has pardoned her. Take a look.
It could happen, but I think before that would happen, I think that she would probably be declared also a material witness in the investigations that are ongoing. What's of great importance that it needs to get out there, people need to understand that when President Trump says that there's a truckload of evidence that can prove that the machines basically have corrupted the election and the election in 2020 was stolen, it's so important because the election of 2020 wasn't stolen. The nation was stolen. For 4 years, we were under the governance of a government that was put in by foreign actors. In other words, we lost the war without having a shot fired. So, we got our country back. We got our president in place. Now it's time to consolidate that, and there's no way to do that without the world knowing that this is what happened, that we're facing a force of evil that basically took over the United States. We got it back, we're taking it back, but it's not going to stay in our hands unless we have free elections in 2026. And the only way to have free elections in 2026 is that there's going to need to be an order from the president that declares an election emergency. And that's not going to happen unless the people understand that there really is an election emergency. And I have been one of the people involved in looking at the evidence itself. I can tell you there are these computers that cannot be used. It has to be paper ballots. It has to be, and the only reason it has to be is that's the only way that we're going to be able to have a fair election. And then let's just see what happens in terms of the numbers of people in the House of Representatives. Then let's see what happens to the numbers of people in the Senate. And we're going to see that common sense is going to prevail.
And that's the thing. Common sense is what we, the people, are all about out there, right? I mean, that's what this is all about. Common sense and winning and God, family, country, freedom. So we're believing for that to continue to happen, and also, of course, securing our elections. Of course, Tina working hard to show what was going on there in Colorado. And really, at the end of the day, that voter reform, that same-day voting, the paper ballots, the voter ID, and how about proof of citizenship and on. So that's what we want to see as the country moves forward, especially for the midterm election in 2026. Speaking of 2026, of course, the 250th birthday for our United States of America. President Trump speaking about Freedom 250 recently at the White House. There's a lot on tap for 2026. Of course, the midterm's huge. Every day is huge, actually, when it comes to this country. We are always fighting for our freedom in one way or another, whether that's in conservative media, whether that's in praying hard, working hard, getting out the vote, and all of the things, as they say. So, of course, July 4th, 2026, our 250th birthday for this country. As you see there, Freedom 250. Pretty awesome to see that flag there as well. The 13 colonies, the numbers 250 in the middle. And, of course, in 1775, George Washington there crossing the Delaware. So quite a cool graphic. I think I saw that actually on RSBN, our network right here. I saw that graphic, so I thought, why not show it to you guys as well on the channel. But also at the Oval Office, President Trump speaking about that 250th birthday party, but also all the things that will happen in 2026. So let's go to the president from a recording from earlier this week. That's a few minutes long, and then we'll have a live interview coming up. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's go to the White House.
In my campaign for president, I pledged to give America the most spectacular birthday party the world has ever seen for America's 250th anniversary on July 4th next year. Already we've had big celebrations to commemorate the 250th birthdays of the Army, the Navy, and the United States Marines, but there is much, much more to come. We're going to have a good time. As we ring in 2026, Americans across the nation will see the iconic Washington Monument illuminated with festive birthday lights to honor the start of this historic anniversary year. Then from June 25th to July 10th of next year, we will host the Great American State Fair on the National Mall, featuring pavilions from all 50 states, highlighting breathtaking innovations and celebrating America's exceptional history and culture. Frankly, you'll never see anything like it, and you'll never see anything like it again. In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory. But I promise there will be no men playing in women's sports. You're not going to see that. You'll see everything but that. As I first announced in 2020, we will build the National Garden of American Heroes featuring statues of all-time greatest Americans, and we will build a triumphal arc as we celebrate 250 years of American freedom. We are the only major city. We are the only major capital. We are the only major place without a triumphal arch, a beautiful triumphal arch, one like in Paris where they have the a beautiful arch in Paris. They call it the Arc de Triomphe. And we're going to have one in Washington, D.C. very soon. Construction will start in the very near future. And next spring, we will host a major prayer event on the National Mall to rededicate our country as one nation under God. We're not changing that. There are a lot of people who would like to see it. It'll never happen. And on Flag Day, we will have a one-of-a-kind UFC event here at the White House. It'll be the greatest champion fighters in the world, all fighting that same night. The great Dana White is hosting, and it's going to be something special. But all of this is just a beginning. 2026 will be a celebration of America like no other, honoring our nation in all of its glory. To help carry out these exciting plans, we have created a new public-private partnership. It's called Freedom 250. Working with states, companies, and organizations across the country, we will renew the patriotism, pride, and pioneering spirit of America and lay the groundwork for the next 250 years of independence and freedom. This will be a time like you've never had in your lives. America 250. Thank you. I love you all.
So definitely looking forward to 2026, believing for a great win in the midterms. Also, of course, the year that our country will turn 250 years young, of course, July 4th, 2026. In the meantime, this live stream broadcast brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including Neutronics Labs. And what they're seeing right now is a testosterone crisis in men, and it's happening earlier than ever before. That's why Neutronics Labs actually exists, to help men fight back naturally. And legendary boxing champion Roy Jones Jr. knows what it takes to stay strong, stay sharp, and stay dangerous out there. Frank Stallone knows it too. Real men don't fade away, they fight back. So that's why they stand behind Man's Edge. It's from Neutronics Labs. It's the only testosterone booster on the market powered by the world's strongest and purest IGF-1. It's combined with clinically backed ingredients like fenugreek. This is shown to naturally increase testosterone levels up to 46% in studies. And this isn't weak delivery. Man's Edge fuses a patented liposome delivery system along with NO2. It's designed for up to 98% absorption, so your body actually uses what you take. So more strength, more drive, more confidence. This is about making men great again. And no excuses, no apologies, no backing down. So if you're ready to reclaim your power, if you're ready to be all you can be, take back your edge with Man's Edge. Stay strong, stay sharp, stay ready with Man's Edge. And the only natural testosterone booster on the market that works. And you can help reclaim lost vitality at neutroniclabs.com/RSBN. And while you take this booster, why not throw in some Rocky IV soundtrack music in the background while you do a workout there? Great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Same goes for CovePure.com. If you're into tap water, you might not need to listen to this because this is anti-tap water. Who likes to drink tap water? I don't think many do. This is a great machine here, a great filtration system. CovePure.com/RSBN. You can drink pure, live pure, Cove Pure right there. $250 off right now for a limited time for this holiday sale. So great to see that, great product. And as you see there, you can have cold, warm, or hot water as your options as well. So sleek design, great product. Great to get that right now, actually, if you use that QR code. So go to covepure.com/RSBN. All right, it's 6:13 Eastern time. We're going to go back out to Rocky Mount, North Carolina in just a bit as the RSBN crew, led by RSBN host Robert McNeely, heads into that venue. Of course, a little bit of security. You got to go through a lot to get to that media riser there at the venue. But as soon as we see that live picture, we'll take you back there. But in the meantime, let's go now to a Navy Reserve chaplain, Kermit Jones Jr. He will join us live, and he's there with us right now. And sir, thank you again for joining us on Right Side.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me this evening.
Definitely. Can you talk to us about your journey that led you to the military and then as a chaplain in the Navy Reserve? And just for context for people watching, I met the chaplain Kermit Jones Jr. from the Navy Reserves just the other day at the Wreaths Across America event for veterans. So thank you again for joining us. Thank you for your service. But tell us about your journey, how you got to where you are today.
Well, my journey is probably not one that's considered normal. I'm from Virginia originally. I'm actually at my folks' home this evening. That's why the lighting isn't the greatest. I apologize for that. But I grew up in a very small rural area. When I was in Sunday school one Sunday, I told my Sunday school teacher I wanted to be in the Marine Corps. And he said, well, the Naval Academy is the place you need to go. And I said, well, fine, I'll go there. And he said, that's not somewhere you just go to, but as God would have it, I ended up at the Naval Academy, graduated in 1998. I was a surface warfare officer originally, and so I was actually on ships, forward deployed naval forces out of Japan, deployed to the Persian Gulf. And about 3.5 years in, I actually resigned my commission and entered into the chaplain corps as a chaplain candidate. So I actually started over in my officer journey back to '01 as an ensign. Did that for several years while I was at seminary, and then in 2005 came on active duty, and after about 7 years entered the reserves, and I've been riding that wild ride ever since. So I've got a total of about 18 years of active duty time over a 25-year career, and most of that as a chaplain at this point. So it's been crazy. The family's loved it. This is the first time we've lived in any place longer than 3.5 years. I'm currently in Alabama, which is where you and I met, and so was glad to see you guys out there for Wreaths Across America, and grateful for that.
Yeah, definitely. It was great to meet you and your family there. I know your daughter was playing taps there. It was a very somber moment as well. Can you talk to us about Wreaths Across America? Do you have any update on just, I mean, it was more than what? I mean, it was the 50 states participating in this. This is quite the event, sir.
Oh, yeah. There are thousands of cemeteries across America and the world even that are doing Wreaths Across America. It takes place every year, and it's an opportunity. The three core tenets of Wreaths Across America is remember, honor, teach. So remember those that have gone before us, honor their memory by telling stories about them, and then teaching the next generation to not take our freedoms for granted. And so what you witnessed, this was our second year at Auburn University, at Auburn, the town of Auburn, at Town Creek Cemetery. And Damon Wallace, who's the local VFW commander, he's the one that started it last year. He asked me to come in and help, originally with a prayer, but it kind of turned into some ceremonial type stuff as well. And this year we laid wreaths on 4 different cemeteries. And so next year we're planning on probably adding another one. It just depends on how many people donate for the wreaths. And the wreaths, they're about $17, $18 a piece. Part of that is a fundraiser for the VFW for them to support local veterans. But really it's about honoring the people. So at Town Creek Cemetery, where we were at, there's about 85 veterans in that cemetery. We also did one at Farmville Baptist Church Cemetery for 35 wreaths. There's a Baptist Hill Cemetery, which is the oldest African-American cemetery in Auburn, the original actually. And we did about, I think, 37 there. And then there was one other cemetery that we put a few on that we had left over. So next year we'll be expanding to probably 4 cemeteries, maybe 5. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, and so laying that wreath there, and as we showed the people earlier in the week, a video of this is something that, first of all, on my perspective, is not easy to do, to be there at a cemetery. But the point is the fact that it's for our fallen soldiers, our fallen military personnel, and to see the people, the heartfelt love and respect that they paid was quite awesome. And that's something that you see every time that you're at one of these events, don't you?
Yes, sir. We've got some larger areas. Some of the larger cemeteries, they may sing a national anthem, which we're going to do next year. We're going to upgrade our ceremony, but a lot of times it's just about laying the wreath and honoring the memory of the person at the tombstone. What we did was we went one step further. As you saw, each person had a slight piece of paper that had like the location of the grave for them to go to. We tried to make it very personal to make sure that each person was honored in the moment. And so each person had the opportunity to lay at least one wreath and take a moment to thank that service member for their sacrifice. And my philosophy is that if you served one day or one career, the reality is that you raised your right hand and agreed to serve your country, and for that we should be honored. We should be grateful, and we should honor that in what we do. And so, yeah, it's an amazing opportunity, particularly when you see a lot of people come out that have no real connection to the military other than gratitude. And that, to me, is something that really means a lot, because it just shows that there are people who understand freedom is not free. and that we need to not take for granted the freedoms that we have. And so for those, I'm grateful, and for those that serve as well. We had some Vietnam veterans, some World War II veterans that were there, so quite a few that showed up to our ceremony.
And it's quite the grassroots community effort that I saw there in Auburn the other day. And if you're just joining us, this is Navy Reserve Chaplain Kermit Jones Jr. Sir, so tell us, what's the day-to-day for you? I mean, we saw the other day at Dover Air Force Base, the dignified transfer ceremony. It was very tough to do that story as well. I mean, we're here live, but these are people that lost their lives in Syria, you know? So how do you do what you do every day?
That's a great question. A lot of times people will say, thank you for your service. That came up during Veterans Day, the sermon that I gave at a local church. And the reality is that I just tell them it's an honor to serve those who serve. As a chaplain, we really are there to support the people that are in the military. And that's one thing, the role of chaplain is often misunderstood. As a Navy chaplain, we actually serve all the sea services. So I've got Coast Guard uniforms, Navy uniforms, and Marine Corps uniforms, and we serve the Merchant Marine. And so we kind of cover all the sea services in that regard. But the opportunity to sit with people, sometimes in grief, sometimes in joy, to bring a spiritual and religious component to the battlefield. And when people ask, like, how does the chaplain corps exist in the way that it does? And in the Navy, we have four primary tenets that we use. The first one is that I go in a slightly different order than the official language, but we care for all. So it doesn't matter what someone believes, what their religious belief is or non-belief is, I'm going to try and care for them as best I can. We provide for our own, which means that I'm actually endorsed by the North American Mission Board. I'm a Southern Baptist chaplain, so to speak. And so I'm actually there as a missionary to the military for Southern Baptist, to Southern Baptists, to provide services for them. The third thing we do, though, is we facilitate. So if perhaps a Roman Catholic or Jewish or Muslim or whatever the case may be, if they come to me and ask for services, I can't provide those services to them. But what I can do is I can facilitate their faith, and I can go find someone to support them in exercising their own faith. And then the fourth thing that we do, and I think it's actually critical, is advise commanding officers. So our job is to ensure moral accountability throughout the chain of command per the instruction. Doesn't always go across as easy as the instruction says, but the reality is that we're there to be that voice. There's a lot of conversation on battlefield ethics that comes up, and I'll never forget the first time I saw that taking place. And my comment was, it's all lawyers, like we're the chaplains, because there's a difference between legal ethics and moral ethics. And so as a day-to-day chaplain, I have the opportunity to work alongside sailors and soldiers, because I'm in a somewhat joint billet, but I work alongside sailors and commanding officers to provide a presence to them that I think is part of the human component in what they do. And I consider it a great honor to be able to do that. So it's pretty awesome.
Outside of being a member of the military, a Navy Reserve chaplain, and all of the history that you shared with us at the top of the interview, how about you personally as an American citizen in this country? You know, I talk a lot about God, family, country, freedom here, and, that's what we're all about. I mean, we all have our journeys. We all know, though, at the end of the day, we're on the side of we the people. We're on the side of freedom. So is that part of the main mission that you have when you're out there as a Navy chaplain, that, hey, I'm an American citizen, I'm right here with you, I'm doing this for the country and for your family, right?
Exactly. A lot of times when you're on duty, when you're on a ship, you can't go to church whenever you want to. So we kind of have to bring church to the sailor and what they're doing. And a lot of times I find myself sitting with sailors who may be asking the question, like, why are we here? Why are we doing this? And it's an awesome opportunity to remind them of the fact that, you know what, we are I believe that America is amazing, first and foremost. And I do get asked the question sometimes, what gives us the right to be the police of the world, or whatever the case may be? And my response is very simple. We're the first ones to say that all life has value. We don't just fight for Americans. We fight for innocence around the world. We fight against tyranny and justice in the things that we do. And I think that is an awesome reminder that we are trying as best we can to operate in a world and to create a world that is safe for all people who are innocent, not just all Americans, but anywhere that we go, we try and bring the opportunity of liberty and the dual life value in that regard. And so I do find that pretty awesome, and it's great to do it. And as a chaplain, I mean, Yeah, sometimes I'm left speechless with the awesomeness of some of the men and women that I've seen. Some of them 18, 19 years old, and some of them, 40, 50 years old. And the breadth of age and yet the responsibility that they bring to bear in serving their country is pretty phenomenal. And I think that a lot of Americans maybe lose sight of the fact that there are 18-year-olds that are out there that have taken an oath to protect you, and that's pretty awesome.
It is. It is. I was at the Salute to Veterans Bowl in Montgomery, Alabama just the other night, and there was, 40, 50 soldiers standing there saluting while the national anthem's playing. And to your point, they were at that age bracket of 18, 19, 20, and they're doing it for the country. So great to see that. And of course, we love our military here at Right Side and, of course, in conservative media. Navy Reserve Chaplain Kermit Jones Jr., is there anything that you'd like to share as we close this interview?
I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity. And it's good to know that there are people out there reporting on news that matters with regard to what matters. And so I think a lot of times we lose sight of that in the news. And so I'm grateful for what you do and for what Right Side does as well.
Thank you so much. It was great to meet you and your family in Alabama the other day. We'll talk later.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Navy Reserve Chaplain Kermit Jones Jr. literally just met the Navy Reserve Chaplain the other day, again in Alabama at that Wreaths Across America. And I just wanted to have him, be on the show with us and just talk to us about his journey from where he started to where he is now. As we are live at 6:26 Friday, December 19th. Matthew Alvarez, thanks so much for streaming in. As soon as we see a live feed back there in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, we'll go right back there as RSBN host Robert McNeely is going inside the venue, and then he'll take it from there and carry until the president speaks, which is slated for 9 o'clock Eastern. However, the pre-program, as Robert said, starts at 7:45 Eastern. So we're getting closer to that time. And if you're just joining us now, Robert was out there speaking with a number of people outside the venue. Of course, something you always see here at Right Side since day one, 2015. Again, a grassroots organization, a grassroots news network. And pretty cool to see that from the ground up. As you're looking live there inside the venue in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. So as soon as Robert's ready to go, we'll toss it back there. In the meantime, we have a few sponsors to get to. And Director, should we go to our next interview or should we send it out there to North Carolina? All right. So it looks like what we'll do now is we'll go to our all-family pharmacy interview with the great conservative radio host, Lars Larson. So we caught up with him just recently. We're going to go to that. And then as soon as Robert's ready, we're going to go to North Carolina. Again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for streaming in. Let's go to that interview with Lars Larson. And joining us now on Right Side Broadcasting Network is Lars Larson, of course, radio host, and on behalf of All Family Pharmacy. Lars, thanks so much for joining us once again.
Hey, I'm glad to do it. And I always bill myself as right on the left coast because while you're out east, I'm on the left coast with all the crazies and the godless pagans. So Merry Christmas to everybody.
Well, there's a lot. That's a great. You got me on that one because
you can't swing a dead cat. Apologies to PETA without hitting a godless pagan out here in Oregon, Washington, and California.
And it's interesting, the Eastern Oregon and various parts of California, there are people like you, patriots, a part of We the People, but then you're right, a lot of the city is not so hot out there. But
well, I mean, where else in America would you have people in Eastern Oregon? There are about, I think, 14 of the 36 counties that have literally taken the legal steps, and they're on their way. It might actually happen that they would break away from Oregon, mostly from the west side of Oregon, and join Idaho. And they call it the Greater Oregon or Greater Idaho Movement. And do you hear of any other place in the country where part of a state might secede from that state, not from the United States, and join another state because they identify with them better?
Exactly. And you know what? We might see that in various states across the union, depending how the future of the country looks, in 2029 and onward. Let's talk about that quickly before we get into All Family Pharmacy. Obviously, sure. Both of us fans of All Family Pharmacy, but your thoughts about the country right now. What are some of the stories that you've been working on?
Well, obviously, we're talking about what President Trump had to say, and I know he wants to do the sales job. I think Donald Trump is a great salesman, and I've always, I've supported him from the very beginning, from 2015 on, and I think he's done a great job. I think, though, that lately he somehow is slightly missing the mark or doing things without explaining them. Now, ordinarily, you don't complain about Donald Trump explaining things. If anything, he over-explains. If you invite him to speak for half an hour, he'll be up there on stage for 90 minutes. And usually he explains something to the nth degree. I mean, there are a bunch of questions a lot of us have. Why does he seem to be auguring in favor of legalizing pot? I don't like that. Why did he pardon certain people? Why haven't we prosecuted many more of the people in past administrations who really clearly committed crimes, including the news we found out this week that the FBI literally slow walked the investigation of the Clinton Family Foundation, and that they knew that they knew there was good evidence that Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton had committed crimes involving the Clinton Family Foundation, and they just sat on it long enough that the statute of limitations ran out. And why aren't we going after some of these people? But other than that, what did Donald Trump say he would do? He said he'd put America number one, and he has. He's put American interests first, and the rest of the world comes second. And I think that's how every single country's leader should act. That leader should say, I want to do what's best for my country. Donald Trump is doing that. Joe Biden did not. He promised to close down the southern border. Our southern border and our northern border are now tighter than they have been in all of modern history going back to the 1970s. He said he'd go after energy in all forms. Now, the most concrete evidence of that you can see is pull up to any gas station in America. The prices there are now lower than they've been in about 5 years. And in some parts of the country, gas has dropped below $2 a gallon. Grocery prices, yeah, they're still going up, but about 2.5%, 3% per year, not going up 30% like they did during the 4 sad years of President Otto Penn. And so, did he deliver on those things? Yes. Are there things I think he should have done more of? Absolutely. But then he has to sell this to the American public, because God forbid we should see next year's midterm elections hand control back to the Democrats. And I hope people realize the implications of that. If control of Capitol Hill, either one of the two houses, goes to the Democrats instead of a greater majority for Republicans in the House and the Senate, do you know what happens for the 2 years after that? Nothing. Because President Trump will be in favor of these policies, which Americans chose, and the Congress will do something else and block everything he does. I don't think that's what Americans want.
I think you just summed up January 20th to now December 18th, 2025 in 2 minutes. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, literally, because the people and the reason why you have the following you do and the voice you have, and as it grows even more and more and more, it's because you tell it like it is. And that's what, when I just heard that from you, that's what ran through my mind. You just tell it like it is. And that's what the people want to hear from people like yourself, myself, anybody in conservative media out there. So we can go on this conversation for a long time, but of course we know that you're here on behalf of All Family Pharmacy as well. Sure. We know that people, especially this time of year, they're getting sick. It goes with the territory when it comes to the cold weather. So what should families be doing now instead of waiting until the symptoms show up?
Well, I can literally say you should do what I did last night. My wife and I both keep ourselves relatively healthy for my advanced age. But last night I sat down and I thought, I've ordered other things. I need to get some Tamiflu, because literally not too long ago, it's not been more than a year ago, that literally we found ourselves, one of us had the flu, I think it was Tina had the flu, and we said, we know Tamiflu will either head off the flu or it will shorten its duration. And it really does seem to work. Now, maybe not for everybody, but Tamiflu works. That's one of the things All Family provides. Now, do you know what we had to do the last time this happened without All Family Pharmacy? I had to get online, go to an urgent care online and get an appointment, even though, she had the flu. It wasn't urgent like an emergency or emergent. And we had to physically go and see a doctor and have the doctor give, basically sign off on that. With All Family, it was easy. I sat down, it took me less than 3 minutes. I got on the website. I said, I want to get some Tamiflu. You have to fill out some information, say, why are you getting it? I said, for general preparedness. And then a doctor reviews it. He takes a look at how old you are, what your other health conditions are, other medications you're on. And literally within a couple of hours, I got the email that said it's approved. That's all it took. And I think that's the way that many of those medications ought to be. I mean, when I was a kid, I was a swimmer. I was in better shape then, but I was a swimmer in junior high school. I got earaches, ear infections all the time. I mean, you're in other pools with other people a lot, and you're doing it most of the year, and you're cold and wet. And I live in a place that's cold and wet, and I would get ear infections, and they hurt like a son of a gun. What did you have to do then? Basically, either if you could tough it out to the next day, go and see your doctor and do the same kind of thing without any of the modern technology now. And then the doctor would say, oh, you need some tetracycline. And maybe then a couple of days after you got the earache, you'd end up with a prescription and start taking it. With All Family, if it's especially urgent, they'll actually do overnight shipping. Boom, it's at your house. In my case, I'm just doing this so I have it on hand. The Tamiflu, I ordered 3 packets, and I hadn't priced that one before with All Family. 3 packets of 10. 10 is the usual course for taking Tamiflu, $25 a piece. And I thought, well, I just paid for 3 packets to have them on hand in case anybody in the family ends up getting the flu or, thinks they may have the flu coming on. I paid less than I probably would have paid for the gasoline, the time, and the copay to go and physically see a doctor. And it was so much easier. And I know that everybody watching has had that experience of thinking, I had to go through all this rigmarole, make an appointment, go physically see a doctor, have the doctor look at you and do all this stuff, and then give you what you knew you needed already, except it cost you more money, took you more time, and was delayed. And when you're hurting, you don't want that kind of delay. All Family Pharmacy helps you work around that. And I've had people say, well, do you get that without a prescription? I said, no, that's not how they do business. They've got licensed doctors in every state, 50 if you're an American, 58 if you're an Obama fan. You remember he said we had 58 states. And so you can get a real doctor to look at it, but you don't have to go through all the razzmatazz. And can you imagine how foolish doctors must feel to sit there and say, I had to break away 15, 20 minutes to talk to this patient to give them what I knew I was going to give them going in the door, because you saw what the complaint was. Patient has the flu. Okay, they need Tamiflu. Patient has an earache. They may need an antibiotic. The doctor knows that, and they know that we have a deliberately complicated, expensive system. And as far as I'm concerned, All Family Pharmacy saves me money, saves me time, and saves me all the razzmatazz of jumping through 10 hoops to get to something I already knew I needed.
It sounds like work smarter, not harder, right? And also you're alleviating all this extra stress and, to your point, time and all the other things. It's a streamlined process there, it seems like. So the question is, why is medical freedom and the right to try safe and legal medications become such a big issue for Americans across the country?
Money. Really, it almost all comes down to money. There are people within the system who make money by having a long, complicated system. And if you uncomplicate it, all of a sudden you realize you don't need all of that stuff. In fact, half the stuff that people take today that they can get over the counter used to be prescription only. And I think that's crazy. So you've both got people trying to work the system by saying, keep this a prescription so that it becomes complicated and expensive to get. And to some extent, from the patient side of it, I'm not wearing one right now, but I usually wear a little blood sugar monitor that, it sticks into your arm. I'm a type 2 diabetic. And I said, why are these things prescription? I said, it's a measuring device. I don't have to have a prescription to get a thermometer. I don't have to have a prescription to get a blood oxygen monitor. Those things are cheap and they're pretty good these days. And I think the reason they're prescription is the patients say, I want this, but I want somebody else to pay for it. If we could get away from all of that, and along with the medical community and the insurance companies saying, we got to strip out our piece of this before you get treatment. Americans need to say, that's not the way the system needs to work.
Exactly. And then, people that are watching this program, the majority of them are all about the MAHA movement. It's about personal responsibility for health. So how does All Family Pharmacy support people who want to take control of their own health care in that framework as well? You touched on it a bit there, but MAHA is a huge thing that's out there.
Yeah, and keeping yourself healthy. What I want us to get back to ultimately is fee for service. You want to see the doctor? Pay for it if it's routine. If it's catastrophic, there should be catastrophic policies in place. That's how most of us insure our homes, our cars, and almost everything else we do. If we did that with healthcare, I think my company probably pays about $25,000 a year to cover my wife and I for health insurance. And we don't go to the doctor much at all because we keep ourselves healthy. Shouldn't we be able to say, we want to take that money and take the first 1,000 or so and buy a catastrophic policy in case you either literally or metaphorically get hit by a truck, cancer, heart disease, things like that, and take the other 24,000 and slam it into an account. And then when you want to go see the doctor, you might actually be encouraged to shop around and say, well, this doctor wants $300 for an office visit. I don't think I should pay that much. You find a better doctor who only charge you $150, and you say, and then when it comes to pharmaceuticals, imagine the choices Americans might make if they said, yeah, the doctor says I need this stuff. And, for the most part, I don't care if it's generic or the name brand stuff. And if the pharmacist says you can buy the name brand stuff for a third of that cost, if I'm spending my own money, I care about it. If I'm spending the insurance company's money, which is still my own money, but it's now in the hands of the insurance company, I say, I don't care what it costs. Somebody else is paying the bill. Everybody, if you and I went out for an adult beverage, which I do very rarely, and we were doing it on my wallet, it's Pabst Blue Ribbon. If we're on your wallet, I'm going to be ordering Johnny Walker Blue. How's that for a punchy metaphor?
That's a punchy metaphor. It's not a true statement. We'd have to go with something. No, I'm just kidding. I hear you on that. Loud and clear, though. That's exactly right. And it makes so much sense. I really, really like the point that you made earlier. The lack of stress that you have to go through and all the time and all the things and the doctor appointments. All you have to do is go to allfamilypharmacy.com. You said you got 3 packs of Tamiflu. You got them for what? 30? You said $30?
No, $25 a packet, so 75 for 3. I figured, these days, I don't know about you, but when I go to the store, if I go to the hardware store and I need one of something, I usually buy 3. Unless it's terribly expensive. If I need a few screws for a project, I buy a box of screws because I know I'm going to need them at some point down the line, and I'll think, gosh, the last time I was at the store, I bought just what I needed, and now I need more. So in this case, I said, I'll buy 3. And then if I go through 1 or 2 of those packets, I'm going to be immediately going back to allfamilypharmacy.com/Lars, and I'm going to order some more so it can be delivered. So if I get in a couple of days, I've got it in plenty of time.
Exactly. And then on top of that, they have supplements, the vitamins, they have emergency kits, antivirals, antibiotics, all the things, hydroxychloroquine. It's kind of like a smorgasbord in a way, a buffet of, hey, some doctors won't even give the green light for ivermectin, right?
Nope. And by the way, I heard a horror story from one of my listeners earlier this week. He called in and he said, you're not going to believe what happened. He said, I'm real healthy. I don't go to the doctor much at all. I went in for my annual physical because it's included in my insurance plan. It's supposed to be cost-free. So he went into the doctor and he got his physical. And then the doctor apparently said, anything else troubling you? And I don't know what he complained about, but he said, this elbow or my knee or whatever. Do you know what they did? The system charged him a copay because they consider that a second visit. If you came in for A and you even ask about B or C or D, they charge you for a second visit and a second copay. The system, unfortunately, is set up to just fleece you every chance they get. So there's 2 lessons in that. One, if you have your annual physical, don't ask about anything else. And second, imagine a system that acts that way. If you, anytime I take my car into the shop, I'll say, this is the thing that needs to be fixed, and let me know if there are other things you notice that should be addressed right now. Do you think the shop says, well, we're going to charge you twice because you came in to get this fixed, but you also asked about something else? When the medical system starts doing that, it's getting too greedy.
Exactly. And then all you have to do is go to allfamilypharmacy.com. It's much easier that way, it seems, especially with all of the stress relief that you can get through it by not wasting all the time out there in the world. You just go online and take care of it. Lars, I know that you've been a conservative radio host for some time. You have a lot of media experience. The people that are watching right now that maybe are in college or maybe in mainstream media that are maybe in some of the smaller markets out there, and they need some encouragement to step out and be bold and maybe try and work in conservative media like you do, like I do, what would you say to them, and why do you do what you do?
I love the business. I've loved radio since I got into it 50 years ago this year. And radio has changed considerably. And in fact, I think that it's going to be at some point supplanted by other media. To some extent, it already is. But these days, when I was a kid and I was 16 and I got my first job in radio, you had to have to go on the radio. You had to have about $1 million transmitter. You had to have another couple of $100,000 worth of other equipment that you had to have. You had to do all that. Do you know what you need now? You need a cell phone, a smartphone. You can literally do a podcast from a smartphone. Now, can you add some other bells and whistles to that equipment? Of course you can. I have a studio that I built myself that costs some money. I mean, not a tremendous amount of money, but I would encourage people because it's easy to do. And like almost anything else in life, the more you do it, the better you will get at it. And so if you go out and you say, I aspire to do a podcast, or I aspire to do a radio show sometime, the best way to practice is do a lot of it. And that applies to writing, it applies to radio, it applies to all those things. So I'd encourage you to do it. The society has always needed people who would tell them different points of view. Now, does that mean your point of view is right or wrong? Opinions are opinions. Everybody has at least one or two of them. Maybe not Joe Biden, but everybody else has an opinion. He doesn't have a brain left to form an opinion. But everybody else has opinions. And if your opinions are found compelling by a potential audience, then you could end up being the next success story on podcasts or radio.
Exactly. Where can people follow you, Lars?
They can follow me. I bought my domain name 1,000,000 years ago, LarsLarson.com. That's LarsLarson, the way God intended.com. And you can find me there. And you can also find me on Instagram, where they tell me I have a face for radio. Our Instagram feed is kind of fun because I get a chance. I just sound off in some ways the same way I do on the air, but I'll give, there was one that bugged me today. There's this guy named Mike Quigley. He's a member of Congress that nobody's ever heard of. He wasn't even in the news. I don't think he's been in the news in 4 or 5 months, but he's in Chicago, Illinois, and he aspires to run for mayor of that city. He came out, and this is one of the most familiar and yet not often debunked false pieces of news out there. He said, do you know that immigrants are more law-abiding than American citizens? Now, many people hear that and they say, wow, that's incredible. Do you know how he does that? Speaking that we're talking about all-family pharmacy. If I told you drug dealers are some of the most law-abiding people in America, what would you tell me?
I would say, well, already you're doing something that's illegal, the illegal substances.
Oh, I said drug dealers. What if I define drug dealers as both the crack cocaine salesman on the corner and the guy or gal down at Walgreens or CVS? And I mix the two of them together because generically they are both drug dealers. This is what Democrats like this joker Mike Quigley have done. They want to mix green card holders who've come into America legally with illegal aliens who've come in illegally. When they mix the statistics together and call them both immigrants, they're not. If you come here illegally, you are not an immigrant. But if you come here and you have a green card, do you know what happens to your green card if you commit a crime in America? You lose your green card and you get the boot. They throw you out. And so green card holders know that. So statistically, green card holders are more law-abiding than American citizens. Because if an American citizen commits a crime, shame on him. But if an American citizen commits a crime, he does not get kicked out of the country. Green card holders do. And the green card holders know that, so they tend to be more law-abiding than American citizens. But then is it legitimate for Democrats like Mike Quigley of Illinois to mix illegal aliens in with green card holders? That, again, is like me saying the guy selling crack on the corner is the same as the man or woman selling pharmaceuticals at CVS.
It's such a good point. And it's almost inside baseball when it comes to mainstream media, the false narrative, how they lie, how they twist things. But we know, sir, that it's good versus evil. And you're coming from, obviously, the right side of history, the good spot, the common sense, God, family, country side, versus these other people out there that are on the left wing, right? The politicians and the media that are coming from the evil side. So, but these are the kind of things, though, these tricks that you just unveiled right here on the network that people have to understand. You taught me something.
Well, if you think about the reporters, though, who should say to that member of Congress, because he did it, he made the comment, I retweeted, it was on X, I still call it Twitter, but he was on X saying this stuff. And people put that up there, and I put the comment up there. This is a guy who's mixing illegals and legals and calling them the same thing. And I said that is equivalent to calling pharmacists and crack salespeople the same thing. But that kind of deception, we get it from the left. And when we get it from the right, we should call it out there as well. I don't like it if the right does it either. But that's one of the things, the powerful things that the new media are doing that the old media didn't. I mean, I started in the business when there were basically 5 big major newspapers in America. There were 4 or 5 big networks. CNN didn't exist. None of that other stuff existed. And once a story got picked up by the Washington Post, the New York Times, maybe the Wall Street Journal, LA Times, and then the wire services picked it up and sent it to every TV and radio station in America at the same time, you could literally say, I wonder why it is that when I read a story in the newspaper and then watch the TV that night and listen to the radio later, that they're all telling exactly the same story. That's why. That is no longer true today, because you can be the New York Times, but you don't necessarily set the agenda. Because the minute you say something like, say, Quigley said, that citizens like me are free to call you out and say, you're doing something deceptive with those numbers. And you shouldn't do that, because you're fooling people, because then they go tell their friends, yeah, I heard the other day that illegal aliens are more law-abiding than Americans. All they know is that bumper sticker. There should be reporters challenging people like Congressman Quigley and saying to him, hold on, you're mixing together both green card holders and illegal aliens and calling them the same thing. If he got called out, he might just knock it off.
That's a great point, Lars. That is a great point. And it's journalists like you and many across the country that, we need that education. Oh, in the sense of, there's the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. We know that Walter Cronkite, one of the epic, legendary broadcasters, but maybe we need to have a school of journalism that is on the conservative new media side. Maybe it's an idea, just,
It's not a bad idea. I call myself an opinion journalist. And people say, you're not a journalist, you give your opinion. I said, do you realize that for centuries in human existence, journalists were opinion setters? People who said, this is my opinion. In fact, our country, do you know who our country is named for? Amerigo Vespucci. And he was a guy who would travel to foreign lands and then write up his experiences and come back and tell people about his experiences, and sometimes have those stories that he wrote publicized. Do you suppose old Vespucci ever put his opinions in when he met some strange folks in a strange land and then wrote about his experiences? Do you suppose he did just straight ahead, nuts and bolts, meat and potatoes reporting, or do you think he threw his opinions in as well?
Exactly. He definitely threw some opinions in there. But also, when you're on the right side of history and you're looking at it from the lens of God, family, country, truth, justice, the American way, right? Common sense America, things like law and order, they're good things to have. A border, good thing to have, right? All the things. But if you're commenting on that true fact and you're agreeing with it, so it's my opinion that I say law and order is good. That's the side that a lot of people are wanting to be on these days. A lot of people say, well, no, just report the facts and let people decide. It's interesting because, again, you have the facts, but then you have, and I think that, and Lars, I'm glad we're talking about this. I was actually talking to my wife about this exact subject yesterday, because a lot of times in the media they say, yeah, just tell the facts and you shouldn't have opinion. I think that's the left's way of saying, we know we're going to mess with the narrative. We know we're going to lie. So just tell the facts, and because they don't want to hear truth. They don't want to hear facts. They don't want to hear truth and commentary that reflects that truth, Lars.
No, and think about this. I'll give you a piece of context, because oftentimes if somebody will say, I got taken out of context, it's a phony baloney excuse. But there are times where context is important. So we've been blowing up boats loaded up with drugs and drug transporters who are in those boats, and they blow them out of the water. And the Democrats are going crazy. Do you know there was a law passed in the mid-1980s that made it legal for us to take that action? And do you know the name of the young congressman at the time who introduced that law? Name was Charles Schumer. And he lived in New York at the time, still lives in New York, except now he's moved over to the Senate. He wrote the law in the 1980s that legalized going out and taking that kind of action against drug dealers. And yet he's the leader of a party today that is just screaming and yelling. They've chosen as their heroes people like George Floyd or Kilmar Abrego Garcia or drug dealers in big, fast, powerful boats trying to convince Americans, well, they're just fishermen, and not explaining. I mean, the other context you need in that is, how many fishermen do you know from Venezuela who have $300,000 worth of outboard engines on the back end of their boat? I don't know that any do. In fact, I don't know very many Americans who have $300,000 worth of outboard engines, but all you have to do is count them and you'll see what's going on. But I'm glad to see people going to all family pharmacy. I just want to tell you, it's a very easy process. They make it easy even for an old dim guy like me.
yeah, real dim there, Lars. Conservative radio host Lars Larson joining us once again here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's allfamilypharmacy.com/Lars or allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side.
Always a pleasure. Merry Christmas and God bless.
Amen. You too, sir.
Take care.
Welcome back to the Rocky Mount Event Center, this time inside as we await President Donald Trump, roughly at 9 o'clock, scheduled for a primetime speech on this Friday, December 19th. We're actually welcomed by a very special guest and friend of the network. It's Chairman of the North Carolina Republican Party, Jason Simmons. So good to see you, sir. Merry Christmas.
Welcome back to North Carolina.
Always, this is my favorite swing state. I tell the viewers, even though from Georgia, I do love the Tar Heel state. Tell us how you're anticipating victory next year with Donald Trump not at the top of the ballot.
Well, what you're seeing is President Trump is delivering on those campaign promises from last year, where he's bringing down the cost of goods and services. You're seeing gas prices drop. You're seeing mortgage rates drop. You're also continuing to see real wages go up. So as the economy continues to improve, especially after the disaster of Joe Biden and those 4 years of just devastating inflation, President Trump and Republicans, especially with the working family tax cut, is going to have real results and deliver on those promises on the campaign trail, which will lead us to electoral success next year.
We even ran to Democrats outside who said we're voting this way because those prices are going down right here in North Carolina. Tell us about the announcement today. 14 of these major companies really working with President Trump and the administration to bring down the cost of drugs and pharmaceuticals to make sure they're made here in America, but also keeping that high quality standard. What are some of your thoughts about that perhaps being adopted by the Republican Party platform?
Well, what you're seeing is President Trump is once again delivering. This is a president who once again shows it's important that you have a real leadership and a businessman who's able to bring all of these various groups together and put aside their own self-interest to be able to deliver for the American people, and especially for those who need those drugs to be able to survive with whatever their treatments are needing. And again, credit to President Trump and his leadership.
Can you give us an outline of what former Chairman Michael Whatley will do in his pursuit for the United States Senate seat against Roy Cooper?
Well, what you're seeing is, especially with Roy Cooper, he is a failed politician who's taken credit for a lot of the Republican success here in the state, where you've seen time and time again the Republican legislature has brought down taxes, they brought down regulation, and made North Carolina the greatest place to do business. You continue to see North Carolina ranked at the top, and Roy Cooper taking credit for that. But you saw how it booked in his administration as governor, whether it was the failed response to hurricanes in 2016, 2017, and then especially his failed leadership with Helene, and how people were left on their own to pick up the pieces. And so we're going to continue to take that message to the voters of North Carolina. Roy Cooper is bad. He will be nothing more than a failed politician and a rubber stamp for Schumer or AOC.
With all the storms that hit, especially Western North Carolina with Asheville, I think was a huge surprise to so many. Do you want more of a local focus to happen there rather than FEMA, or kind of a mix of the two?
Well, you're always going to have a mix. I mean, the national politics drives a lot of people's decision-making, the economy, but then it's those local issue sets, and especially whether it's Western NC and making sure that the people of Western NC continue to get the support that they need from President Trump, and especially coming out of Washington, those hurricane dollars that were approved by the Congress to get into those pockets of the people who need it the most to make sure that their recovery is fulfilled.
Now that we're into 11 months of this administration, what's on the top of the minds of North Carolinians? And also, what do you anticipate tonight? We have back there lower prices, bigger paychecks. It seems as if the president really focused on the domestic economy.
Very much so. Again, what you've seen with President Trump is delivering on those campaign promises. Real wages up, cost of products and services going down, and making sure that the people of America, and especially North Carolina, feel those successes in their pocketbooks. And I think we'll especially see it as we go into next year, where you have those real tax cuts that will take impact when people are filing their taxes next year.
And we had such an amazing organization of Trump Force 47 to the North Carolina Republican Party that was working together to make sure this state went for President Trump. And again, not on the ballot. So how can people watching tonight, perhaps those even moving to North Carolina because of the job opportunities, really get involved with the local Republican Party?
Well, if they go to nc.gop, get involved, and more importantly, register to vote. With what we've seen, especially this year alone, Republican registration continues to go sky high. Democrat registration is hemorrhaging, where by the end of the year or into early next year, Republicans will overtake Democrats on voter registration.
Wow, that's an incredible thing to see. So many people coming to really the southeast corner of the United States, North Carolina being one of the most beautiful. Chairman Jason Simmons, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to see you, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to everybody.
And as we continue our coverage here today, we are very grateful for Kalshi.com/RSBN. So trade and bet on literally anything, and I mean anything, in the American experiment. That could be the national championship coming up. Tonight, they're about to kick off in roughly an hour from now. Alabama and Oklahoma in the first round of what's an exciting championship that will culminate down in Miami, Florida, for the national championship for college football on January 19th. So will it be those Alabama Crimson Tide? Although they lost 3 games, but they beat the Georgia Bulldogs back during the regular season, falling short during the SEC championship. Will the Cinderella story of Indiana and the Hoosiers, they're the crossroads of America, and we might remember that great film with starring Gene Hackman, but they were once a basketball school. Seems like now they're a football school. Will they upset Ohio State once again in a rematch of the Big Ten Championship? You can make those bets and trades now. AI, how will that continue to grow? How will Elon Musk be involved in the midterms as he's pledged to donate countless dollars to Republican candidates? Those questions and more all over at Kalshi.com. Now, you might be thinking of a great stocking stuffer at the last minute, especially for the kids in school, and perhaps nothing better than free Trump book, because President Trump has said he wants kids to love America. We see the Gen Zers out west right now in Phoenix, Arizona for the America Fest and Turning Point USA. They're the future, and they need to know, kids, how incredible this America is. And granted, many of them here tonight, we got to interview young people who love this country and the incredible changes that President Trump has brought about as the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief. From booming jobs to stronger borders, his leadership is shaping their world and their future and their dreams in this American golden era. Now, as 45, President Trump delivered on the promises like lowering taxes, a secure border wall, peace deals, and the Abraham Accords. As 47, he's tackling inflation and waste. Tonight, again, the theme is lower prices, bigger paychecks for the American people. So speaking of all of that, what's a good way to help share with the kids about President Trump and his legacy? Check out the free kids guide to President Trump. This massively popular book is packed with President Trump's first-term agenda items, all of his accomplishments, and what he's done now in 11 months since taking the oath of office. His mission to make America great again. Our mission here to cover everything happening in the United States of America. It's fun. It's truthful. It's a great read for kids, free from the liberal spin that they get in school and online. Grab your copy today. FreeTrumpBook.com. FreeTrumpBook.com, totally free. I got them for the young ones in my family, and they love the book. So highly recommended, because they are quite the opinionated youngsters. So FreeTrumpBook.com for your viewing and reading pleasure. As today, Elise Stefanik suspending her campaign in a surprise for New York governor. She was seen as a definite frontrunner in that. To quote her from earlier, "I have made the decision to suspend my campaign for governor and will not seek re-election to Congress. I did not come to this decision lightly. And while many of you know me as a congresswoman, my most important title is mom. I believe that being a parent is life's greatest joy, and greatest gift and greatest responsibility. And I have thought deeply about this, and I know that as a mother, I will feel profoundly regretful if I don't further focus on my young son's safety, growth, and happiness, particularly at his tender age. You can absolutely respect a decision like that, as we are parents first, as we are sons and daughters first, and focused on the family first and foremost as we seek to continue to serve this great American republic. There's some history around here in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. We are about an hour 10 outside of Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, which is growing extensively as we're talking to Chairman Jason Simmons of the Republican Party. People are moving here. It's a glorious state. You still get 4 seasons. It's got a little bit cold tonight when the sun went down. At the same time, you don't get those snowstorms necessarily unless you're up in the mountains. So you have all of that happening. You drive to the sea. You can go up for a hike. It's a glorious place to live. Jim Thorpe is from here. He was an Indian athlete, star of the 1912 Olympics, and made his professional baseball debut with the Rocky Mount Railroaders in 1909. That ballpark was just about a quarter mile away from here. Thelonious Monk, also a jazz pianist, composer, and architect of bebop, wrote Round Midnight in 1944. Born 1 mile south of this very location where I'm standing today. And this building, rather new, as they continue with that event space. We talked to those young students earlier who are here for a wrestling competition tomorrow, and that's what this will turn into tomorrow. Back to the wrestling competition as it holds host to a playground that's an indoor one just outside these doors to my left, and also an event space and venue for chamber events, Rotary, Lions Club, Kiwanis, to countless other businesses that are coming here to Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Miss Anna Easter Brown was a founding member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Society and Sorority right here in Rocky Mount. She lived in this residence that was actually a landmark right outside of this building, and was an educator at a junior college, Booker T. Washington High School, in 1926 to 1952, and a historian of the Negro History exhibit attracting national attention, civic leadership, and was a charter member of the YWCA, and a founding member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, and incorporated the first sorority by an African-American college woman back in 1908. So some history right around here for you on this evening, as we're constantly getting updates from the White House on a number of different matters affecting you and yours, and want to keep you abreast of the schedule as we go into the Christmas holiday. And lots happening here tonight, whether it's the Jake Paul fight, which is amazing to think about. I was talking to a friend about this. I think you get into boxing because you are not of means. Well, Mr. Paul, an influencer, a big supporter of Donald Trump, clearly has done that himself, having made some wealth from a number of different businesses, but jumping into wanting to be a boxer now. So that's been interesting to watch. And also, in addition to that, as I mentioned, Alabama versus Oklahoma today. So we're watching that all very closely. But the prime time event tonight, right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, none other than President Donald Trump. And you've been hearing in a lot of the mainstream about affordability, about health insurance costs. Well, we talked to the people outside, and they're saying that those costs are coming down. From the gas pump to the grocery store to eggs, even there's Democrats outside who are supporting President Trump and his many efforts to help make America great again. So it's not so much, as we've mentioned, Republican versus Democrat, but more common sense and we the people. As we had some protesters out here this evening, and God bless them, they have that First Amendment right to do so, but it was very interesting to see the difference between those yelling and cursing and really attacking the crowd simply for wanting to see the President of the United States tonight. Always makes that extraordinarily interesting. Now, the White House, we know the theme today or this entire month is Home is Where the Heart Is for Christmas 2025, with the White House releasing volunteer performers and decorators share the excitement and memorable experiences over the course of this holiday season. First Lady Melania Trump and President Donald John Trump continue the cherished annual tradition of welcoming volunteer performers and decorators to the White House from across the country. For home is where the heart is. That is the theme of Christmas 2025 at the Executive Mansion. A select number of volunteer decorators and performers representing communities nationwide were invited to take part in this historic celebration. Over the Thanksgiving week, 150 volunteer decorators from 50 states and 2 territories traveled to our nation's capital to help transform the White House for the holiday season, ranging in age from 19 to 76 and representing a wide array of professions and backgrounds. These volunteers committed to countless hours and contributed their time, talent, and treasure, creativity, really in service to the people's house. In addition, over 25 volunteer performers and their groups from 22 states were selected to share their music throughout the season, including great Andrea Bocelli, who was on hand a couple of occasions, once at the White House, another time at the Kennedy Center, to sing lovely melodies for all to hear this Christmas season. Group sizes ranged from solo performers to ensembles of more than 30 members, featuring choirs, jazz bands, and instrumentalists whose performances reflected the diversity and richness of the American musical tradition. That's something we spoke on here off camera with some of my colleagues, the idea of jazz and how big that's been, not only through New Orleans and Memphis, Tennessee, all the way up to Chicago, Illinois, but right here in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Through their participation, these volunteers became a special part of White House history, sharing their ancestry, their artistry, and their services with visitors and helping create a Christmas experience, defining joy and creativity and community this holiday season. Now below is a brief summary of what many communities across America are saying about these events as they take them back home in a part of White House Christmas 25. Home is where the heart is, and if you have not been to Washington, D.C., you can go and see so many different monuments and shrines to our 50 states and our territories. So from Alabama, our home state for Right Side Broadcasting Network and the great Auburn University, WVTM, stating that Alabama decorator brings holiday cheer to the White House. CBS 42 talking about Tuscaloosa's florist chosen as a White House volunteer for the Christmas decorations. And also the Yellowhammer News in the Yellowhammer State. Alabama florist selected for prestigious White House Christmas decorating team. Up in Alaska, the Alaska Watchman. The Alaskans join faith-filled patriots to adorn the White House in traditional Christmas decor. Down to Arkansas at KAIT. Jonesboro, Florida, selected for decorations in the White House Christmas celebration. California, Bakersfield.com, a local woman helps decorate the White House for the holidays. Out to Colorado, KDVR. Colorado woman chosen to help decorate the White House for the holidays. Down to Florida and House.gov, Diaz Ballert, Congresswoman presents congressional record celebrating the Ave Maria Parish Choir. Wink, W-I-N-K, the Naples worship team to bring Christmas spirit to the White House back on December 2nd. And the Covenant Church of Naples on their Facebook page stating that the worship team performing at the White House Christmas event, a star-studded gathering of those who you might see in your neck of the woods any given Sunday or over the weekend or even during the week, lending their voices to this great American experiment. Idaho News 6 stating a Meridian woman shares a once-in-a-lifetime trip to decorate the White House for Christmas. My home state, the prairie state of Illinois. The Swinford Media Group, Market Street Music Conservatory Choir singing at the White House. Advantage News, local decorators bring Christmas to life at the White House. And over to Kansas, KWCH, Kansas woman selected to decorate the White House for the holidays. To KSN, a retired Kansas teacher picked to decorate White House for the Christmas season. In Kentucky, the Owensboro Times, the musicians selected there to perform for the White House Christmas party. And the News Journal stating that WIS teacher discusses the White House Volunteer Holiday Decorator. It's always nice when an educator is able to partake in something like that, whether it be just decorations at the White House or even giving their experience going to the executive mansion, because it is, after all, not only a workplace and a residence of the first family, but a museum for all to enjoy. It truly is the people's house, especially this time of year. In Maryland, the Bayonet, talking about Calvert County Youth Choir, selected to perform at the White House for their holiday celebration. And in Michigan, the Parkersburg News and Sentinel executive branches, Washington County woman thrilled to be among the 2025 White House Christmas tree decorators. In Mississippi, WAPT, talking about Brandon, shop owner, selected as White House volunteer decorator for the 2025 season. So as you can see, people coming from far and away to get involved in what were gorgeous decorations that will remain up through the remainder of the year. To Missouri, KSNF, another Missouri woman decorating the White House along with her fellow Americans. In Montana, we had the same thing happen from Great Falls, a gorgeous place to visit this time of year if you can withstand the temperatures and the cold, but great year-round. And from New Jersey right here to North Carolina, the Tar Heel State, the Victorian Carolers were singing at the White House. In the Buckeye State, home to Vice President J.D. Vance, your Ohio News, talking about the Northeast Ohio a cappella group performing Vocal Fusion and invited the White House to do so. And also Vocal Fusion sharing on Facebook how excited they were to be at the White House. Fox 23 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, a business owner chose to decorate the White House and close up shop for a little bit so that they can bring Yuletide cheer to the nation's capital. In Oregon, KOIN, a teacher helping decorate the White House for Christmas, as well as South Carolina, an upstate woman selected for that as well. So if you want to do this next year, feel free to go through the First Lady's office and apply to volunteer over at the White House. It's something that you will not soon regret. All the way to Texas, Utah, Virginia, and Wisconsin, where the Military Journal Sentinel, speaking of a military man helping decorate White House on Christmas. And we ran into some military tonight, speaking to these amazing people who give of themselves, willing to lay down their lives, their sacred honor, and everything in order to protect those in this country. There's no greater love than to lay down the life of a friend. And there's a veteran who's doing something very special here. He's 80 years old, and he's actually doing photography for fun and part of the press now, a Vietnam veteran. So us up here on the Media Riser, very thrilled to have him, his very first Trump rally. Something very special there. Thank you to all our veterans who are watching tonight. And thank you to the one, the only, All Family Pharmacy, doing a very special deal tonight for you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Each tablet of 6 milligram ivermectin going for $1 per tablet. $1 per tablet, and that's over at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. The holidays are here. It's time to celebrate family, faith, and the coming of our Savior, Lord Jesus Christ, and the freedoms we all cherish as Bible-believing Americans. But it is also the season when everyone is traveling and getting together and having that Yuletide cheer, which can turn into a nightmare if you get a cold or a flu. That is why I want to tell you about All Family Pharmacy, a great pharmacy that I use, right online, leading the way to making America healthy again, a company that helps you stay healthy and prepared. It's very simple. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, place your order online. A licensed physician reviews it, sends it right to your door, and once approved, your medication ships directly to you. Whether you need ivermectin, antibiotics, antivirals, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, emergency medical kits to over 300 essential life-saving medications, it's all there at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Every order handled privately, so no need to fear. The doctor is here. And no red tape, no bureaucracy. You don't even need insurance. Just a pharmaceutical note, and you have it right there for you at your door. Take care of yourself and your family this holiday season. RSBN10 is the code. RSBN10, 10% off. And once again, people can use this time of year. Stock up the medicine cabinet. Take these life-saving medications on the road with you. God forbid you need to use them. The promo for ivermectin's 6 milligram special tonight, $1 per capsule at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Stay healthy, stay strong. In America, we are going to do this all together as we seek to make America healthy and strong once again. Also, thank you to Monetary Gold for their sponsorship here on the right side of history. From wealth and security and preservation of what's most important to you, Wall Street veterans sounding the alarm that gold could go up over that $7,000 per ounce. Think about that climb in the last 11 months since President Trump took office. This isn't wild speculation, but what economists are talking about on a near daily basis. Government spending, the dollar losing its purchasing power. We are $38.4 trillion in debt. So what does that mean for you and the average American? That is out of the pocket roughly $180,000 per person in America. Again, $180,000 owed based on our debt, thanks to this inflation and the spending habits of past administrations. So what are you to do when that is harming the American people? They're trimming their exposure to U.S. treasuries and increasing their gold reserves. That's what the central banks are doing as we speak. But gold remaining stable and reliable throughout our history. That's why I love to rely on Monetary Gold. Scott Cheney, the senior portfolio manager way out there in Los Angeles, California, detailing how his team works directly.
Talk to the insurance companies and see if we can cut them way, way down. And if we can't, we just pay directly to the people. They buy their own health care. And I think very important today was the favored nations, because drug prices are going to be down 400, 500, 600%. If you look, we did something that nobody's been able to do. So have a good flight if you're joining me. Thank you. Thank you.
here to the Tar Heel state of North Carolina as we break down this very, very purple state. Of course, we had a Democrat governor elected last year. Simultaneously, President Trump reelected to office. And how will this United States Senate race go down in perhaps the most crucial event of 2026 for the upper chamber of the United States Congress between Michael Whatley, former chairman, co-chair of the Republican National Committee, and former Governor Roy Cooper, the Democrat. It's going to be a star-studded showdown. And how will the MAGA America First agenda come out in support when President Trump is not on the ballot? We've seen in the past where he really has a way of turning people out for crucial elections when his name is on the ballot. When it's not, you see some lower turnout. But these are also trends that happen outside of presidential years. We also saw recently in Miami, Florida, with the mayoral election. For the first time in nearly 3 decades, you have a Democrat winning that municipal office. So how does this gear up for a 220 to 213 split right now with 2 vacancies in the United States House of Representatives, ultimately to the United States Senate races next year? We have Governor Gavin Newsom of California, who has stated not with any undoubted terms that he wants Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House, that they want to block the Trump agenda, that they want to impeach President Trump. Again, over what? As we've seen fake impeachments happening to assassination attempts, this man keeps bringing his all, whether it's on the campaign trail last year to tonight. Most people kicking back and ready for Christmas, not President Trump, as he continues a barn burner, gearing up for the midterms in 2025. So where does that all lead for you, the American people, when you are looking at your finances to diversify, perhaps buying that first property or simply making generational wealth happen here for you and your family? Well, Monetary Gold, they've been in business for 25 years. You know, they have a AAA plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. And you know Scott Chenet, we interview him all the way out in Los Angeles, California, a senior portfolio manager. Him and his team will find that personalized special for you and yours so you can diversify that wealth, that income, the retirement and pensions you worked so hard to obtain. And ultimately for your family, what a great stocking stuffer if you're a grandma or grandpa out there and want to bestow those good grandkids. Maybe they deserve coal, but nothing wrong with a few ounces of gold. Now, they have earned a reputation of trust and expertise at Monetary Gold. They truly are the best in the business, and their specialists bring over an entire century of experience for you if you're looking into the market. It's no longer simply a luxury, but really a requirement as central banks buying up thousands of, if not millions, in worth of gold. Right now, it's over $7,000 an ounce in its value, skyrocketing in 11 months. This might be the moment you're waiting for, so don't wait another day to team up with my friends and Scott Chenet over at Monetary Gold. Don't sit on the sidelines as the dollar continues to weaken. Silver and gold skyrocketing, defending your purchasing power, my purchasing power, our collective purchasing power, especially for the middle class. 888-617-7994. That is 888-617-7994. Visit rsbnforthegold.com. That's rsbnforthegold.com for the next major move in the market. Go with my friends over at Monetary Gold. Thank you for sponsoring us here on the right side of history, as we have many veterans here tonight. We have also a gentleman I mentioned earlier, 80 years young, a Vietnam vet who is giving his hand in photography. He was over in the crowd a little bit earlier, but he is right here on the media press risers with us as many people are moving here to North Carolina. And in this Tar Heel state, they have a big election coming up between Michael Whatley and Roy Cooper. which could seal the fate of the United States Senate for the next several years. Each senator elected to 6-year terms, but they run in different classes in 3 different cycles. So either class 1, class 2, class 3, just specified by the exact year that you're running. Regardless, with a 53-seat majority right now, or 53 to 47, you have 45 Democrats, 2 independents who caucus with the Democrats, Angus King of Maine, and of course crazy Bernie Sanders out of Vermont, who has forced the Democrats to a much more far-left, big government socialist position, something that you perhaps could not even have imagined dating back to 1992 in the Bill Clinton campaign, when James Carville, his chief strategist and campaign manager, stating, "It's about the economy, stupid." Even James Carville still making his waves around, the raging Cajun from Louisiana, the great state of Louisiana, speaking about how stupid woke is. And I think we've come to that consensus as people both in this crowd tonight, Republican and Democrat, independent alike, speaking on the overarching message we were hearing out there, if you did not catch earlier, was affordability and the prices coming down, whether it be at the gas pump to groceries, especially things like eggs. So we are watching that success happening nearly 11 months. Tomorrow, December 20th, marks 11 months since President Trump has been in office. If you can remember back from earlier this year and that amazing inaugural experience walking down Pennsylvania Avenue, did you know we were the only news outlet to do that? And it was a cold day, but it was well worth showing you the parade route and what would have been if it was not moved inside, and perhaps for the best reasons, as I want to say the high that day was 7 degrees, if memory serves me correctly. So we have all of that going there. As I'm hearing from studio, Air Force One is taking off. We'll take you there now live to President Trump. President Trump en route aboard Air Force One right to here, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. We look forward to seeing him at the 9 o'clock hour with the pre-show that should start moments from now. So stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network and don't miss a minute of the action as we thank Neutronics, our latest sponsor here on the right side of history. What we're seeing right now is a testosterone crisis in men. We've seen those beta males out there, but we want to get to that alpha status. We know how to do that, but it's happening earlier than ever before because of the toxins out there, because of our different way of life, sometimes too convenient, and that's why Neutronics is helping men fight back exactly as they should. Legendary boxing champion Roy Jones Jr. knows what it takes to stay strong, stay sharp, and stay dangerous. Frank Stallone knows it too, the great brother of the legendary Sly Stallone. Real men don't fade away, they fight back. That's why they stand behind Man's Edge from Neutronics Labs, the only testosterone booster on the market, powered by the world's strongest and purest IGF-1, combined with clinically backed ingredients like fenugreek, shown to naturally increase testosterone levels up to 46% in studies. And this is not weak delivery. Men's Edge fuses a patented liposome delivery system along with NO2 designed for up to 98% absorption, so your body actually uses what you take. More strength, more drive, more activity, more confidence to be a man again. That's what it's about, making men men again in America. No excuses, no apologies, no backing down. If you're ready to reclaim your power, if you're ready to be all you can be, take your edge back with Man's Edge. Stay strong, stay sharp, stay ready with Man's Edge at neutronics.com/rumble. So I'll spell that out for you. It's NUTRONICS labs.com/rumble. neutronicslabs.com/rumble, and get the link in the description, and you'll be well on your way to bringing back those testosterone levels. Now, covepure.com/RSBN. It's all about making sure that your gut is healthy. From the fluoride, the pesticides, the agricultural runoff that's in our water stream, you can protect yourself from all of that. And especially around this time of year, I like to enjoy some tea in addition to my coffee, settle on later on in the evening. But I hate to have it steeping on the stove and have to wait for it to heat up. The great thing about this literal life-saving machine is that it can heat up the water, cool down the water, make it freezing, all in a matter of moments. If you're renting as well, you don't need the plumber to install a reverse osmosis system, because with their ClearWave technology, removing 99.9% of the poisons, the impurities, the lead water out of the tap, this is truly a life-saving remedy. Also, a great gift for those that are hard to purchase for this holiday season. It's covepure.com/RSBN, a holiday sale of $250. So it's a no-brainer and a great last-minute gift for those out there this Christmas season. Let's go through some highlights of the news this week as we prepare to hear from President Trump this week. Focused on, as you can see right here, I'll move away for a moment, lower prices, bigger paychecks for the United States of America. That is the mission. That is the goal. As we look towards some of the accomplishments and what has changed throughout this country. As the president ordering total and complete blockades off of the Venezuelan oil tankers back on Wednesday, as his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, breaking silence on the Vanity Fair interview, which was clearly a gotcha piece, and the administration coming to the aid and support of Susie Wiles and her work. Warner Brothers, in a potential sale to Netflix, the shareholders are allegedly rejecting Paramount's hostile takeover in that debate and future agreement. High winds have hit the Northwest, and this winter's been very, very cold for a number of us, even way down south. As today, a gorgeous day in North Carolina, but in the Tar Heel State, got a bit nippy out there as the sun went down this evening. The D.C. deployment will continue. On Wednesday, an appeals court ruled that President Trump's National Guard deployment in Washington, D.C. can ultimately contribute to continued legal challenges remaining in several states. This embargo happens in Venezuela. We'll be watching that very closely. As some anticipated from 2 nights ago, President Trump will make an announcement on that, although that speech very heavily centered and focused on the American economy. You might have seen the new White House plaque. Tell me what you think about that. Feedback at rsbn.tv. It gives very distinct perspective on some of the living predecessors of President Donald Trump and their making America weak again, as this president really was elected as a response, as the antithesis to names like Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Otto Penn, the former living presidents. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino has called it quits and will be leaving the Bureau after less than a year in the role. President Trump stating before getting on Air Force One the other day en route to Dover, Delaware for the honorable remains brought back from the Iowa National Guardsmen and the translator who lost their lives in the Syrian terrorist attacks, stating that he wants to go back to his show, Mr. Dan Bongino, which is one of the best podcasts that's out there. So we wish Deputy Director Dan Bongino very well, as we're sure to see him in the 2026 campaign trail. The president making that address to the Oval Office, or from the Oval Office to the American people just the other night in regards to affordability and bringing down the costs of health care and pharmaceutical goods, as we saw today, announcing that 14 companies joining him in that effort for high quality standards while making those pharmaceuticals right here in America. On Monday, the Senate voting to move forward the nearly $1 trillion National Defense Authorization Act for 2026. Jack Smith also testifying this week that his team allegedly found proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election. But we know the history of Jack Smith. We know what's been thrown out by other courts as the deep state continues its assault on the 47th president of the United States. A Taiwan arms deal has been approved. The United States giving a record $11 billion arms sale to Taiwan, sparking warnings from China that the move will, quote unquote, bring fire upon America. A big threat from the Chinese Communist Party. In addition to all of that news, with the Kennedy Center, which we've seen highlighted over the course of the last few weeks, and with the Kennedy Center Honors airing on Tuesday night with 4547 as their very own host, the board of the Kennedy Center in Washington voting to rename the venue to the Trump Kennedy Center, and sparking some controversy within the Kennedy family, but really seems as if there's only one person representing those values that were timeless to the late, great 35th President of the United States, his brother, our former Attorney General, United States Senator RFK Sr., as his son serving honorably as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Minnesota starts a program to prevent the state funding fraud that we saw take place with SNAP over these last several years. That story being made known in the last couple of weeks. We'll watch that closely as more images relating to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation in the House Oversight Committee released today. We also have some health care reform happening from the Unaffordable Care Act dating back to the Obama years with relating to gender-affirming care. Republicans making moves to end that for minors, that gender-affirming care, as they call it, in two different branches of the government. And truly, is it care or is it mutilation? I think we've seen a real travesty from those who would go along with those surgeries and to strike at the very biological science that would protect these children and the mental illness they're clearly going through when wanting those sex changes. There's a dispute over Robert E. Lee's removed statue from Statutory Hall on the Capitol, and a statue honoring Barbara Rose Johns replacing it, who protested segregation, a 12-year-old girl. And it's actually a very lovely statue, but should the General Robert E. Lee have been replaced? That is a question for you, the American people. Let us know what you think. Feedback at rsbn.tv. Feedback at rsbn.tv, as the Pentagon has ordered a review of the discharges of more than 8,700 troops who refused the vaccine during that mandate period. We know that President Trump running on that, wanting to bring back pay to those troops. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has been very vocal on that issue, as well as other members of the administration. Erica Kirk has endorsed Vice President J.D. Vance for president in the 2028 election at the Turning Point USA America Fest way out there in Phoenix, Arizona, as we speak from Rocky Mount, North Carolina tonight. There's some affordability happening here in America, and it's at the Olive Garden if you're a fan, featuring smaller portions at lower prices across all of its United States locations. So get ready for that in 2026, as we look forward to what's sure to be a great night here in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Getting ready for the pre-programming. In case you're just tuning in, I'm Robert McNeely with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are your go-to rally network and live desk as we gear up for the 2026 elections, which are sure to be a barn burner, especially in a state like the Tar Heel state here in North Carolina. Michael Watley on hand in the audience and speaking to voters out there in the crowd as he looks to take on former Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina in what's going to be a crucial test for President Trump's majority in the United States Senate and throughout Congress, because we know their plans. They want to impeach the president over nothing once again. There is a social media arrest lawsuit out in the stratosphere after spending 37 days in jail over a social media post about late great Charlie Kirk. An ex-cop is now suing the sheriff who arrested him. And this blends those lines and that question of what is free speech? Is hate speech protected? We all know under the First Amendment there are some broad rules with that, but can you threaten people online? And we've seen that change and become different over the course of a number of years now with our technology that's out there. And even we saw tonight with the protesters, how they were yelling and screaming and jeering, swearing at these MAGA supporters simply out in line having a lovely Friday evening before Christmas with their families. So we are definitely living in a very interesting world as the Coast Guard deleted policy language labeling swastikas potentially divisive, quote unquote, after that backlash. The Senate confirmed Admiral Kevin Lunday shortly after that discussion. And finally, Senators Michael Bennet and John Hickenlooper of Colorado blocked a new government funding bill because of proposed cuts to NCAR, a climate research center, with some making the prediction that climate change or that very issue really won't be much to divulge into as we go into 2026. But we'll see what the Democrats have in store, including Republicans, as we look forward to being there on the road with you and talking to the great voters and residents, citizens of this amazing country of ours. My last rally before Election Day was November 4th, that very first one, in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, just an hour or so west of here. And I told everyone there that this was my favorite swing state, as it really is. The hospitality of the Tar Heel state, second to none. And all 7 of those swing states going to President Trump. So it's lovely to perhaps close out the 2025 rally season of sorts. There weren't as many, of course. President Trump diligently at work over 11 months. But I think back on this entire year, from the trip on Air Force One to the 100 Days rally in Warren Township, Michigan, to Flag Day and the celebrations of our military in a star-studded parade, second to none, to now things like tonight, as we look at bigger paychecks and lowering prices for the American people. Really a shift towards domestic policy that in turn is a result of the tariffs and potentially $18 trillion coming into the United States thanks to those implementations by the Trump administration. With breaking news tonight that Elise Stefanik dropping out of the gubernatorial race in New York, New York. I have made this decision to suspend my campaign for governor and will not seek re-election to Congress either. I did not come to this decision lightly for our family. The Congresswoman Elise Stefanik continued. While many of you know me as a congresswoman, my most important title is mom. I believe that being a parent is life's greatest gift and greatest responsibility. I have thought deeply about this and know that as a mother, I will feel profound regret if I don't further focus on my young son's safety, growth, and happiness, particularly at this tender age. And we wish Elise Stefanik very well as she finishes out her term in the United States House of Representatives. And as we get ready for the pre-programming tonight, and tune that to you moments from now, lots of history throughout Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Mr. Director and I were able to peruse the town today after our preset and learn some more about this lovely area just outside of Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina. Jim Thorpe is from here. He's an Indian athlete and a star of the 1912 Olympics, having his professional baseball debut with the Rocky Mount Railroaders in 1909. That ballpark was a quarter mile away from where we're standing right now. It's a very new facility that's out there right here in North Carolina. Thelonious Monk, you might know, the jazz pianist and composer and architect of bebop. He wrote Round Midnight right here in 1944 and born 1 mile south from this very location. We also have Miss Anna Easter Brown, a founding member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Society. She lived in a residence that was right next to this very building between the years 1926 to 1957, an educator at a junior college in Booker T. Washington High School. She was part of the Historian Annual Negro History Exhibit, attracting national attention. Also a civil leader and a civic leader, a charter member of the YWCA right here in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, and a founding member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, incorporating that as the first sorority by an African-American college woman back all the way in 1906. So lots of history in and around this lovely neck of the woods. And do that this Christmas or going into the new year. Look around your town. I'm sure you can find some history out there. As you know me at this point, quite a history buff, and I enjoy talking about what has made America great. It's our story. It's also the police officers in here. Thank you to them. Thank you to Secret Service. Thank you to the local and state that are in the house. I'm looking around just making eye contact with the good people that keep us safe. And things are getting more and more unique. Even today, as we were going live, we had to move many different times because there are constant threats on the president's life. There are constant threats in the direction of elected officials. There are constant threats on these people who wear the uniform and the badge, and stop them and say thank you. Even the airport yesterday off Hartsfield-Jackson, I can't tell you the amount of young people, easily between the ages of 18 and 22, and not necessarily students, but those in the military. They love this country, and they're willing to lay down their lives for us. And there's no greater love than that, than a friend laying down his life for one another. As we welcome the reason for this season, Jesus Christ, and his mission ultimately was to do just that with his sacrifice on the cross. I'm looking over here right behind us. We have the national media on the front riser to many local news outlets and wonderful people here in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. One of the newest members of the media is 80 years young. He's a Vietnam veteran. He's taking photos tonight and is just tickled pink to be part of this experience. And that's what it's all about. Regardless of where you're at in life, or if it's a second career or third career, or you're retired and you want to have some fun, give media a try. It's always great access. And just moments from now, as I step off slightly here, you're going to see the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief, the Merry Christmas emblem right there. And my kudos to the amazing decorators tonight. It's almost as if First Lady Melania Trump snuck in to welcome the president, as North Carolina, the Tar Heel State, welcomes President Donald John Trump. They voted for him last year, and they are very committed to this MAGA America First agenda, as we're seeing especially the tech world coming into this great state. And it looks as if we might be underway with the pre-programming, just moments away as the gentlemen seek to go up there to the podium, where you will see your 45th and 47th President of the United States. And we will go now live to the pre-show with lower prices and bigger paychecks in the forefront on this Friday, December 19th.
Jacob Burke Sr.
Thank you. Good evening. What an honor to be here tonight to celebrate freedom, to celebrate the goodness of God, and to pray for this event and for our great nation. Let's bow our heads and pray. Father God, in Jesus' name, we thank you for this night, Lord, this event. We thank you, Lord, for our president, Donald J. Trump, his family, God, what they stand for as relates to faith, family, freedom. And we just give you the glory for it all right now in Jesus' name. We also, God, obey your word where you said in 1 Timothy 2 that first of all our prayers, our supplications, our giving of thanks be made for all men and for kings and for all that are in authority, that we might live a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. For this is good in the sight of God our Savior, who would have all men to be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth. We also pray, God, for the family of our president, amen. First Lady Melania, amen, the entire family. We pray for those who serve around him, especially tonight, God, and wherever he goes, for your protection to be around him in Jesus' name. We also pray that you will surround him with men and women who give him good and solid counsel in every decision he's pondering to make. We thank you for that as well. We thank you, Lord, for the success you've blessed this nation with in securing our borders, Lord, ending wars, standing fast and strong with national Israel, and being an advocate for peace around this whole world. We thank you for President Trump. And also, Lord, we thank you, Lord, for all the other areas of government, Lord. Maybe not the president, but those who serve to the betterment of this great nation, Lord. We pray for our Senate, our Congress, our judiciary, God. We pray that you would give them wisdom, God. We pray for the president's Secret Service and all those that surround him and protect him, our military for the great work they do as well. And also, Lord, we thank you for having your hand of grace on him and in this country during this particular stage in history. And so, God, we just give you the glory for it. And also, Father, keeping in mind that the midterms are coming up very quickly, and the elections, amen, in this first district as well. We pray, God, that you raise up strong, godly men and women, God, to take the banner to serve, to represent you as they serve the people in this great state, North Carolina, as well. God, for it all, we give you the praise, the thanks, and all the glory in the precious name of Jesus, our Lord. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and welcome Campbell University Student Body President Cutler Bryant in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
Join me, remove your caps, and let's recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing and welcome country music artist Nicholas Vernon in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage local firefighter Jason Davis.
Good evening, North Carolina. It's great to be here in Rocky Mount. Thank you, President Trump, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jason Davis. I have been a full-time firefighter for the past 17 years. I'm a full-time firefighter in the 4th largest career fire department in North Carolina. Like many firefighters across this country, I work a non-standard schedule that is built around long shifts, overtime, and a constant readiness to respond when the public needs us the most. The elimination of federal income tax on overtime pay is not a handout to firefighters. It is a recognition of how our profession actually functions and how public safety is delivered. Firefighters routinely work well beyond 40 hours a week. Our standard work schedule is 56 hours. Like many other places, we work a 24-hour shift, and overtime is not optional. It is driven by staffing shortages, vacancies, training requirements, and emergency call volume. When someone calls out sick, when a major accident occurs, or when hurricanes, winter storms, or civil emergencies hit, firefighters stay to cover those shifts. We do not get to say no. Taxing overtime at the same base pay penalizes firefighters for doing exactly what the job requires, sacrificing time with our families to keep our communities safe. Eliminating taxes on overtime would immediately put more of our earned income back into our pockets without increasing the city's payroll costs and creating administrative burdens. This policy has a real measurable impact. For firefighters, overtime pay often makes the difference between paying rent or falling behind. Covering childcare during extended shifts, or absorbing rising costs for fuel, groceries, and housing. No tax on overtime means financially stable, No tax on overtime means financial stability for the very people being asked to work more hours, take on greater risks, and respond faster with fewer resources. Fire departments across North Carolina are struggling to hire and keep experienced firefighters. Even when overtime is unavoidable, this initiative will allow firefighters to keep more of what they have earned, which makes the profession more sustainable. Retaining trained firefighters saves cities money by reducing turnover, training costs, and burnout-related injuries. Most importantly, this policy strengthens public safety. Firefighters who are not financially stressed are more focused, healthier, and better prepared to serve. No tax on overtime does not reward laziness. It rewards availability, reliability, and a commitment to the mission. Firefighters are not asking for special treatment. We're asking for fair treatment that reflects the reality of our work. No tax on overtime recognizes that when firefighters stay late, work holidays, and miss family milestones, they are doing it for their communities, and they should not be taxed extra for answering that call. I want to thank, again, President Trump for allowing me to be on this grand stage tonight. And I also want to thank President Trump for signing the Fallen Heroes Act and updating the National Defense Authorization Act. By doing this, you have honored our fallen heroes. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Marla Delane.
Good evening, Mr. President and Rocky Mount. My name is Marla, and I'm a conservative Christian. So a little bit about myself. I'm a wife of 25 years to a wonderful husband and a mother to 4 amazing children. Blessed is an understatement. I've had the privilege of working as a hairstylist for almost 27 years. And when someone is in my chair, we talk politics, we talk real life, we share stories, and we share struggles. And I really enjoy being a part of my clients' lives. Working hard for something we love is called passion. I have a passion for making Rocky Mount prettier, a passion for making the people prettier, and fortunately, I get paid to do that. Our city is full of hairstylists such as myself, restaurant workers, and blue-collar workers that will greatly benefit from the no tax on tips and overtime policy being passed. Every dollar counts, and every dollar helps. For a family size like my husband's and mine, this affords the opportunity for us not to struggle paying bills and allows us to enjoy entertainment that we've not been able to afford in the last 4 years. My city is home, a place that is very special to me, and as a lifelong resident, I want to see it thrive again as it once was. Thanks to President Trump, the American dream is alive once again in Rocky Mount and North Carolina. No tax on tips and overtime will make Rocky Mount great again. So thank you, Rocky Mount. And thank you, President Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage local entrepreneurs Lori and Martin Aragona.
Merry Christmas, Rocky Mount. For 50-something years, I've managed to avoid public speaking. And now here I am, speaking in front of thousands of people before President Trump takes the stage. But what an honor this is. Martin, my husband, and I grew up in Onslow County, home of Camp Lejeune.
Yeah.
We've been small business owners and builders since 1997. Nothing affects a construction company more than interest rates and inflation. President Trump had interest rates at 3% during his first term. They went up to 9% under President Biden. But President Trump is working hard to bring them back down again. And we all know that he will. In Onslow County, we have a lot of young first-time home buyers, many of whom are young military families. The Biden interest rates completely priced them out of the market, taking away the American dream of owning a home.
But let me mention the good news we received yesterday. The inflation rate is much lower than expected. Does anybody know what it came in at? 2.7%. Yep. Under Biden, the inflation rate reached 9.1%. That's more than 3 times the 2.7 rate. What a difference 10 months makes. And what a difference a new president makes. Here's how inflation affects the cost of a home. Under President Trump's first term, a piece of OSB plywood was $8 a board. Do you know how much it rose to under President Biden? $60 a board. That increase cost, on average, $15,000 more for a home just on the plywood alone. This affects affordability and puts the American dream further out of reach.
In closing, we would also like to thank President Trump for his tariff policies. As builders, we want to build American homes. We want to use American-made products, and we want to buy American lumber. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you. We look forward to a great and prosperous 2026 with lower inflation and lower interest rates. God bless America, and God bless President Trump.
You did great.
and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage President of the North Carolina State Senate, State Senator Phil Berger.
Wow. Hello, Rocky Mount. I'm Phil Berger. I'm the Republican Senate leader right here in North Carolina. Isn't it great to have President Trump back? Oh, we can do better than that. Isn't it great to have him back? You know, President Trump is working overtime to deliver for the hard-working Americans who suffered under Biden inflation and the other failed far-left policies. You know, 11 months ago, President Trump returned to the Oval Office and immediately started cleaning up the messes that Joe Biden had created. First, he closed the southern border, cleaning up a mess. And when mayors and governors and some sheriffs, you know which ones, refuse to hold criminal illegal aliens accountable for the chaos and crime they commit, President Trump showed true leadership by cleaning up streets in many of America's cities. You know, and he also deserves recognition for helping us right here in North Carolina with the illegal immigration crisis. And now, President Trump is taking the right steps to supercharge the economy to overcome Biden inflation that's made everyday Americans' lives more expensive and more difficult. Y'all remember those day one executive orders? Oh, you remember them? We've implemented here in North Carolina many of them at the state level, including defining the two sexes, male and female. In North Carolina state law, defining them based on biology, not ideology. Now, get this, just to understand how far off the Democrats are. North Carolina Democrats in the state Senate were so afraid of reality, so afraid of biology, so afraid of common sense, and so afraid of defining the two sexes that they actually offered to pay a fine rather than take a vote. There, bigger boo than that. And you know who's not afraid to define the two sexes? Donald Trump. North Carolina Republicans also passed major energy reform that followed President Trump's drill, baby, drill energy goals and drill, baby, drill, and provided an avenue to kickstart nuclear energy production in the United States. Just like President Trump, Republicans in North Carolina, Republicans in the North Carolina legislature are fighting for you and fighting for your families. Again, I'm Phil Berger. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you for supporting a return of American greatness. God bless you. God bless North Carolina. God bless America. And God bless President Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former chairman of the RNC, Michael Whatley.
And is it appropriate to say Merry Christmas? I think it is. I think it is. You know, it is so good to have President Trump back here in North Carolina, the only battleground state that he carried in 2016 and 2020 and 2024. I was talking with the president not too long ago. I said, you know, 10 years ago, almost to the day, I got a call from Trump Tower asking me to run North Carolina for his campaign. And I remember the reaction that I got from everybody in my family and everybody in my workplace and my employees and my staff and everybody else when they said, "You're going to do what?" You know, you remember at the time, Donald Trump was 15th out of 15 in the Republican primary, and he had 1% in the polls. And you know why I said yes? Because that man came down the escalator and said he was going to make America great. And it wasn't just a platform. It wasn't just a platitude or a campaign speech. It was a plan. He's going to rebuild our economy. He's going to restore our borders. He's going to make sure that America is respected again. And when we shocked the world and beat Hillary Clinton in 2016, that's exactly what he did. And I never imagined that that call would lead me to getting another call to be the chair of the North Carolina Republican Party in the 2020 election cycle. And another call where he asked me to be the RNC chair and help run his campaign last year. And what a campaign he ran last year. And right now, what we are all living through and we're all witness to is the most transformational national presidential term in our lifetime. Because Donald Trump has gone right back to the basics. He is rebuilding our economy right now. He has restored our borders. 6 months in a row, not one single illegal alien has been caught and released into the United States. And America is absolutely respected again around the world. Now, I was not expecting to get a call a few weeks ago, but I did. When the president called, he said, you know, Michael, Tom Tillis is not going to be running for re-elect. So here's the deal. You're going to run, and you're going to win, and you're going to do great. So congratulations. And I called my wife, and I told her about that call. She said, you need to stop taking this guy's calls. But I am so excited to be running for Senate here in North Carolina because you need a conservative champion and Donald Trump needs an ally in the Senate. Now, I've got a lot of friends in this room, and I got some folks I haven't met yet. So let me tell you about me. I grew up in Blowing Rock, North Carolina. A tiny little town on the Blue Ridge Parkway, 534 people. I'm a son of the middle class. My dad was an accountant. My mom was the town librarian. I went to church. I played sports, and I worked. I had a paper route. I mowed lawns. I got my first full-time job when I was 14. I paid my way through college. I paid my way through graduate school. I paid my way through law school. North Carolina and America gave me an opportunity to live the American dream, to be a son of the middle class, to be able to have a career, to be able to marry the woman that I love and raise a family with 3 amazing kids. And it also gave me the opportunity to work with the greatest president of our lifetime, Donald J. Trump. Now, I'm running for Senate because I want to fight. I want to fight every single day for you. I want to fight for every family and for every community in this state. We need economic policies that are going to create jobs, raise wages, lower prices. We need to keep our kids and our communities safe. And we need to make sure that our men and women in uniform have what they need to protect our interests at home, overseas, and the interests of our allies. Now, we have an opponent in this race, former Governor Roy Cooper. Now, Roy Cooper has been the governor of this great state. He's been elected for 38 years. This is a man who, over the course of his career, has fought harder for criminals than he did victims. People remember back in 2020, the violent riots with Antifa and BLM burning down our cities, and Roy Cooper out there marching with the protesters. Y'all remember that picture? Yeah, you're going to see it a lot over the next year, let me tell you that. But people don't necessarily remember that he went at that time and signed an executive order to reimagine law enforcement in North Carolina. We don't need to reimagine law enforcement. We need to back the blue, and we need to enforce the law. Roy Cooper created cashless bail in North Carolina. He created pretrial release. He created a revolving door that put criminals on the street again and again and again. Everybody remembers Irina Zarotska, beautiful young lady, escapes Ukraine and moves to Charlotte. She's working at a pizzeria, gets off at 11:30, gets on the wrong light rail car, sits in the wrong seat, and DeCarlos Brown Jr. slit her throat. If you haven't seen that video, do not go watch it. Terrific. DeCarlos Brown should have never been on that light rail car. He should have never been on the streets. He had been arrested and released 14 different times and was out without bail. We do not need Roy Cooper's soft on crime policies in North Carolina. Roy Cooper, who vetoed legislation that would tell sheriffs that they have to honor ICE detainers and move violent criminal illegal aliens out of North Carolina. Roy Cooper, who vetoed legislation to keep boys out of girls' sports and men out of women's locker rooms and woke out of our schools. Roy Cooper, who will fight harder for criminals. He will fight harder for illegal aliens and men who want to play in women's sports than he will for the people of North Carolina. We can do better. Now, I got to tell you, when we talk about Donald Trump and we talk about the economy, let's take a look at what he ran on. He ran on a policy that is going to help our farmers, going to help our manufacturers, going to help our small businesses. He's going to create jobs. He's going to raise wages. He's going to have tax policies and trade policies and regulatory policies that are going to help our farmers, like our tobacco farmers here in Rocky Mount in eastern North Carolina. And we're seeing that positive impact already. 700,000 jobs have been created in the private sector since Donald Trump was first put into office, sworn in on the 20th. Wages are up. Real wages are up 4.5% over year. And we are seeing inflation already coming down. 9% in 2022 and 2023, 30% while Joe Biden was president. It cost twice as much to buy a house in 2024 as it did in 2020 for the same exact house. Donald Trump is fighting every day for you. That's why he's here tonight. And we need to make sure that we are going to welcome him here with open arms. Are we going to be able to do that? So we have an opportunity in America. We have an opportunity in America because of you. Because you stood up and delivered for Donald Trump in 2016. Because you stood up and supported him and delivered North Carolina for him in 2020. You delivered for him in that historic win last year in 2024. And now we need you one more time. Because if the Democrats win the House, if the Democrats win the Senate, we are going to go right back to investigations and hoaxes and impeachments. You see, the Senate race is ultimately about a vote. It's about a vote in the Senate. It's about a vote that Roy Cooper would cast every single time with Chuck Schumer, with Jasmine Crockett, with AOC, with Bernie Sanders, with a woke mob that he is a card-carrying member of. I'm going to cast a vote for the America First agenda. I'm going to cast a vote for you. I'm going to cast a vote for North Carolina. I am running for Senate because I believe that you need a conservative champion and Donald Trump needs an ally in Washington, and I cannot do it without you, and I need your support. So let me start where we finished. It is absolutely fantastic to have the President of the United States, not just the 45th, the 47th President of the United States, right back here in Rocky Mount. And I really hope that all of you and all of North Carolina have a very Merry Christmas. Thank you, North Carolina.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve.
He's got the red, white, blue, flying high on the farm. Semper Fi tattooed on his left arm. Spent a little more in the store for a tag, and the back it says USA. He won't buy nothing that he can't fix. With WD-40 and a Craftsman wrench, he ain't prejudiced. He's just
America.
Good evening. What a great speech. You've heard so many great speeches tonight, and I couldn't be more honored to be here right before the president here in Rocky Mount. And thank you, Michael. You did an outstanding job leading our party to victory last November, and I'm confident you will make North Carolina proud as the next senator. You know, as we close out the first year of fighting to put American workers first, it's fitting that we're here in the heart of America's advanced manufacturing revival. President Trump has been laser focused on building the golden age of the American industry. For too long, Washington politicians let critical sectors of our economy, the building blocks of our great nation, get ripped apart by cheap foreign labor. But not anymore. Not under the president of the American worker. As your Secretary of Labor, I'm working with President Trump to make sure American jobs go to American workers first. And we've already made significant progress in 2025. In a complete reversal from Biden, when job growth was padded by foreign and federal government workers, all net growth under President Trump has been in the private sector, and they've gone to American-born workers. Hardworking men and women across this country can rest assured knowing we have a strong America First leader in the White House who has their backs. That's why I'm confident when I say, thanks to President Trump and the common sense policies of this administration, the golden age of America is on the horizon. Under Biden, workers lost nearly $3,000 in purchasing power as inflation rose faster than wages. But under Trump, inflation just hit its lowest, 2.7% since the spring of 2021, and real wages have increased by over $1,000 in his first full year back in office. That's a $4,000 delta the president had to make up for the nonsense of the Biden administration. And as a mom of twin girls and a new grandmother, I know just how important those dollars are to the working families of this country. Trump's deregulatory efforts are saving $2,100 for a family of four. And under my direction, at the Labor Department, we have rescinded the discriminatory DEI requirements that will lower compliance costs of up to $1 billion a year. That is what we are saving American employers in this country. And let's not forget the largest tax cut in American history, with no tax on tips, overtime, or Social Security. I served in Congress, and I can tell you this, that was the biggest piece of legislation that my colleagues would ever vote on probably in history, and it's for the American people. Thanks to the working family tax cut, a family of four in North Carolina will see about $7,000 to $10,000 back in their pockets and more in their take-home pay. You get to keep the money that you've earned and that you deserve, not give it to the federal government. We just heard from Jason and Marla about how much this will mean to them, and thank you for sharing your stories. And I also want to give a shout out to Jason, who spoke on behalf of the International Firefighters Association. The men and women and our law enforcement and all of our detail are here. Give them a round of applause, and for our veterans, because they protect this country. We are finally reversing Biden's cost of living disaster that have hurt so many working families. We are going to create more mortgage-paying jobs. President Trump is focused on making America dominant in the manufacturing space, again, to help our communities thrive. You know, I have worked under this president for the last year as the labor secretary with all the secretaries. He is a master negotiator. I can tell you that. You see him in the Oval Office. He's the most transparent president we've ever had. And every cabinet meeting is on TV for the American people to see. We're putting American interests first on the striking the new trade deals to restore the U.S. as the world's manufacturing superpower. More than $18 trillion in investments will bring hundreds of thousands of new jobs to this country. Made in America is back. U.S. exports are up, and our trade deficit shrank by more than 35% over this last year. This administration is finally leveling the playing field for the American workers, manufacturers, creating an economy that works for you, not against you. It is time for the federal government to be your ally, not your adversary. As we look ahead to 2026, the Labor Department will keep President Trump's promise to put American workers first. We are investing in skilled training and educational pathways to help American workers get a foot in the door without needing a costly four-year degree. You know that the future of this country won't be forged in the halls of these woke universities. It will be built by the hands of our skilled workers. That's why President Trump set a goal for me through an executive order, 1 million active apprentices across this country. And since January, we have registered more than 300,000 new apprentices and over 2,300 new apprenticeship programs. I'm also working closely with Secretary McMahon to dismantle the federal bureaucracy that has failed our students at every single turn. Do you know that nearly 70% of 4th and 8th graders aren't proficient in reading? The current top-down structure is no longer working, and we're returning the power back to where it belongs. We're going to empower parents, and we're going to empower the states to educate their kids so that they can go out and get the job that they want. By creating a streamlined federal education and workforce system, we are bridging the gap between post-secondary education and the labor market to address the shortages and fill those mortgage-paying jobs. You know, as I wrap up here, I want to first wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year with your families. It's truly an honor to fight for you and defend your shot at the American dream. No matter your background or industry, President Trump's Department of Labor has your back. I think about you all on this issue. He is, without a doubt, the greatest president in my lifetime, and I know that he's the greatest president in your lifetime. The American worker has no greater friend or ally than President Donald J. Trump. And as we head into 2026, I promise you this, we're going to keep up the momentum. We're going to make your lives affordable again. We will double down on the efforts to put American workers first and build the golden age of economic prosperity. Thank you all for welcoming me to your homes, and I wish you again Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. It's an honor to serve in this administration.
Decorates on the 4th of July, but says every day is Independence Day. She's golden rule, teaches school. Some folks say it isn't cool, but she.
And you heard from Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer, and that she's an interesting cabinet member, specifically given the fact that there was some pushback initially in the Republican Party because of her union associations as a moderate Republican, but clearly being someone who has been very effective, like many of our cabinet members, throughout the administration. If you're just tuning in, I'm Robert McNeely. It's a pleasure to be with you here in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, a gorgeous place just east of Raleigh-Durham, where we went throughout the entire Tar Heel state. Goodness gracious, last year was so much fun, from Asheville to Greenville to Charlotte, countless occasions, into the Coliseum. That structure is one of the largest reinforced concrete domes just outside of the Astrodome, leading the way there right here in the United States. Where we are tonight is a conference center that is much newer and not as storied history, with the exception of those structures that were once around it, as I mentioned earlier, and we can highlight some of those regarding a lot of jazz influence here, civil rights influence, and the speakers tonight heavily focus on including Michael Whatley, who is a candidate for the United States Senate. Very, very focused on the tech jobs and the industries coming back to this area. And that couple speaking on the fact that tariffs have helped around here. This state was once the leader in furniture. You think Ethan Allen, amongst other great American businesses. They are trying to reclaim that here in this state, and under the Trump policies, doing much better than the auto pen, needless to say. President Trump has said he wants kids to love America and their future on the line. And they need to know how incredible the changes are in both of his administrations, from 45 to 47. From booming jobs to stronger borders, his leadership is saving the future of this great nation and shaping their future in a big way. Think about the Trump accounts and the children born right now, all the way up to a decade-year-old right now, and the investments that they'll be experiencing with savings that could lead up to $600K plus by the time they reach college. Now, as 45, Trump delivered on promises like tax cuts to a secure border and peace around the world, like the amazing Abraham Accords. And we've seen that on steroids in a 2.0 version of it, with Middle Eastern countries and Arab-majority countries that have now gone either to the defense of Israel or tried to stop the influence of Iran, dating back to the 12 Days War, and President Trump ending that with B-2 bombers going in, followed by Tomahawks. We are a nation and a military so strong that we can go into another nation and they can't even detect the B-2 bombers for anti-aircraft missiles. It's extremely impressive. That's why Free Trump book is showcasing and highlighting this history that the children might not get in their very own schools. As 47, he's tackling inflation and waste. You see that focus tonight with lower prices and bigger paychecks from his leadership in shaping the world and their future as we know it. This golden age of prosperity has only just begun, and freedom from the mess left by past administrations, especially the living predecessors of Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and the auto pen. Now, speaking of which, your kids get to learn so much about American history as part of the Free Trump book. Check out the Free Kids Guide to President Trump. This massively popular book is packed with the president's first term wins, second term progress, and it's a fun, truthful reality for kids to dive into. Go to freetrumpbook.com, totally free. freetrumpbook.com for all of the action as the president continues to shape their legacy and future. Kalshi.com/RSBN, a great way to trade and bet on what's happening right now. Don't tell me the score of Alabama and Oklahoma. I'm going to watch it later, okay? We know that's going on right now. But you can trade and bet on that right there at that great website. How about the ultimate January 19th championship to settle the score with all these schools? With Indiana carry it all the way with Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman champion, and the Hoosiers really having a dream season, their first outright Big Ten championship since 1945 in football in the gridiron. You also have the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Georgia Bulldogs, both teams used to being at the big dance, especially in recent years. What will be the person of the year? We know AI is leading that way. Could it be President Trump? What about Greg Bavino doing an amazing job standing up to Evanston Mayor, Evanston, Illinois, just north of Chicago, home of Northwestern University, Daniel Bliss, who got into literally his face the other day. It was really an extraordinary exchange, and Mr. Bavino, the ICE commander, being respectful and a gentleman as always as he seeks to make America safe again. Is he the Time Person of the Year? What say you? Kalshi.com/RSBN. Will the Chicago Bears make it to the Super Bowl against the New England Patriots and repeat the Super Bowl shuffle of 40 years ago in Super Bowl 20? Of course, you can go to Kalshi.com/RSBN. Sports, culture, music, more, politics. That's what we're all here for. The right side of history. As you break down the day, the evening, it was a gorgeous day here in the Tar Heel State. We're just about an hour away from the Virginia border in the Commonwealth, and roughly a little bit over 2 hours from Wilmington, a beautiful coastal city. Now, as we look towards the future of this state and the future of the Southeast, and just so many people are moving here, and we heard that many different themes today, especially regarding not only people coming into this area, but also these ideas of affordability. We talked to Republicans outside. We talked to Democrats outside. We talked to independents and those who are really focused on supporting this president. Now, here's the big conundrum. Sometimes people don't come out to vote, at least in the same amount of volume or droves outside of the presidential year. And then on top of that, many of the MAGA voters have stayed at home when President Trump's name is not on the ballot. He's going to change that narrative tonight with this primetime speech, as he took to the Mount Pocono in Pennsylvania just last week, as he took to a primetime just 2 nights ago from the White House to showcase how the tariffs bringing roughly $18 trillion into the United States of America. Now, with this whole reorganization of the global trade system, it's truly a conquering of globalization and putting America in the driver's seat, on top of solving 8 wars over the period of these 11 months. Now, granted, the most difficult negotiation being Russia and Ukraine, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio closed out the calendar year today with his press conference by doing bilingual, going back and forth between English and Spanish, showcase the very questions. Does it matter to the United States? Does it advance our interest? Is it in regards to the safety of this country? Very basic common sense approaches to foreign policy, but at sometimes very difficult to execute, given that this is a broken world. And the biggest surprise, perhaps, for this administration right now is the Russia-Ukraine conflict ongoing, mostly a stalemate. So we'll watch that all very closely, as President Trump has been more than cordial to President Vladimir Putin, President Vladimir Zelensky. The only thing they really seem to have in common is the first name. But peace is within that pursuit. As we look here domestically, what will keep us going strong as a nation? Will that climate change argument be made by the left as part of their totality of throwing different ideas at the wall and seeing what sticks? The Democrats truly are a party without messaging. We saw Energy Secretary Chris Wright up at 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania. We know that as the nuclear disaster that took place some years ago, but now becoming back online. And it might have that somewhat grotesque green lime look in its control centers, but all of that state of the art as we look towards the future for energy here in this country. And it's nuclear, it's coal, it's natural gas. We're right by a train track, and as you saw, we were interviewing the great people outside, those freights coming by throughout the evening. And actually at one point, as people were chanting USA, USA, or Trump, 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 the protesters with the megaphone tonight were shut out by the noise and actually breaking trespassing laws. They were on the property of the railroad there, but they have that First Amendment right to free speech, which people were supporting them with today. But that was a fun moment to listen to the cheers of the MAGA supporters as the train went by the protesters with the megaphone. We're very grateful for our sponsors here on the right side of history, especially allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. They know the holidays are here. It's their favorite time of year. It's our favorite time of year. And to celebrate family, faith, freedoms, all of the good that God has blessed us with here in the United States of America in a golden era unlike any other. But it's also the season when everyone is traveling, gathering. The togetherness can get people sick. It happens on a countless number of occasions. That's why I want to tell you about allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN and their RSBN 10, that's RSBN 10 code off of their life-saving medication. It's very simple. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, place that order online, and a licensed doctor will get that sent out to your door in a matter of days. Once approved, your medication ships directly to your door. Whether you need ivermectin, antibiotics, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, to much, much more. 300 plus medications for you, including emergency medical kits. Every order handled quickly, safely, privately. Take care of yourself and your family this holiday season and save 10% with code RSBN. And another update with a special sale tonight. People can use it on any medication, including the ivermectin promo, but this promo is for ivermectin's 6 milligrams for $1 per capsule. Again, ivermectin's 6 milligram, $1 per capsule just tonight. We don't normally have that. And of course, RSBN 10, RSBN 10, the regular code for 10% off of allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. They want you strong and healthy for the holidays, and we want that for you as well. Now, Wall Street veterans are speaking calamities surrounding the dollar, dying. In over 2 decades, it's losing its purchasing power by 40%. That's why central banks buying up gold and silver across this great land of ours. But now with the climb,
Please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Oh, thank you very much. This was just a little a little quick stop that we made yesterday. Let's go to North Carolina. We want to go to North Carolina. And what a crowd. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. There'll never be anything like this. You know, you say, let's go to North Carolina. We get this great crowd. Outside you have people. It's crazy. We're having a great time. And you know, these ladies right here, they've been to, I think, over 200 rallies, but I'm not going to say it. And this time I made it easy because they come from North Carolina. They didn't have to travel. Today they traveled about a half an hour, right? Isn't that nice? Instead of traveling all over the country. They're unbelievable. And you look better than you've ever looked, and I'm not allowed to say that. You know, if you say a woman looks beautiful, which you do, it's the end of your political career. But I don't care. You look beautiful. Well, I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with so many proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. And let me begin by wishing each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas. Remember, they didn't want to say Merry Christmas when I first started. 2016, we don't want to say Merry Christmas. I said, no, we're going to bring back Christmas. And they don't say that anymore. They don't want to say it, but they don't talk about it anymore because they got shellacked. We're here tonight to celebrate 11 incredible months. It's been the most successful first year of any president in the history of our country. It's true. It has been, isn't that a big statement? But it's a statement that you read all over the place. I mean, who could have done better? I don't think anybody could have done better than us, not me, than us. We're in this together. Since my inauguration, we've created more than 53,000 North Carolina jobs, including 8,000 North Carolina construction jobs. More than 150,000 North Carolina residents have been lifted off of food stamps. They're very happy about that. And after your horrible hurricane, which produced more water damage than any hurricane in history, the Democrats let you down. They really did. Remember, they wouldn't do anything. Remember? They wouldn't go to your community. They wouldn't do anything. You had to wait till January 20th when I took office that we really knocked the hell out of it. Remember? As soon as I took office, I got in on January 20th, and first thing I did was made North Carolina phone calls, and we did a hell of a job. Did a hell of a job. You'd still be sitting in the mud if I didn't get elected. You would be. People were sitting in the mud. But I helped rebuild your state, and I didn't get any help from the Democrats, not your governor, not your man that's running, by the way, for Senate against Michael Whatley, who's phenomenal. Michael Whatley is incredible. Your previous governor was a disaster. He's also a radical left person, by the way. He's radical left. You don't want him. He doesn't represent you. And look at the crime. Look at what's going on with all the crime here. The slitting throats and stuff. I never saw that with you. Now all of a sudden that's what we see. You got to get Michael Whatley. It's going to be so important. He was so great. Don't forget, I took Michael and I put him as the head of the party because he did so great. We won the state all 3 times, and it was like a rock. He didn't allow cheating in the second time. I watched all these states, boom, boom, we're leading. People went to sleep, it was over. Then they dropped ballots, they cheated like hell. The only good thing is this is a far better term than it would have been had I done it the more traditional way. It really is. It's a more powerful term. It's a more powerful term. And the biggest news of all is yesterday, it was announced that inflation is far lower than anybody expected. I told you. Beating every one of the 61 forecasts from the so-called geniuses, the experts. We're the geniuses, not them. We now have the lowest core inflation since March of 2021, and we're just getting started. It's unbelievable. And that's despite taking in billions and billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. Remember they said, the tariffs will cause inflation. Just came out with the best inflation report we've had in years. And lots of cash, too. In fact, 1776, right? 1,000 $776 goes to our military. You know, it was $1,775. And that was the number, you know, that was just a lump. I said, you know, if we had $1, we got $1,776. Somebody said, that's genius. I said, well, I'm smart. I said, for $1, and I'll get these ladies who are loaded with money to pay for it from North Carolina. Their husbands can write a check in 2 seconds, take care of it. No, think of it, for $1 more. They said, I can't believe we didn't think of that. Only hours ago, I left a meeting at the White House where we cut the cost of prescription drugs by 300, 400, 500, and even 600%. And I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done before, standing up to the special interests and demanding lower prices for the American people. This is what we're doing. You know, it's called favored nations. And nations all over the world were screwing us. We would have prices that were 10 times higher than the prices they were charging in London and in Paris and all over the world. We had the highest prices for drugs because we had politicians that wouldn't. I did it in the beginning, at the first, but then we had a thing called, you know what happened, COVID? And it was sort of hard to go after France and Italy, say, listen, on top of all your COVID all over the place with everyone dying, we want you to pay a lot of money for drugs. You can't do it. But we did it, and nobody's ever even thought of doing it before. I've negotiated and really did it directly with 17 of the world's largest drug companies, as well as foreign nations that were taking advantage of your country for decades, many decades. For years, Americans have been paying the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by far, 10 times more sometimes, 15 times more, while other countries pay drastically less for the exact same drug made in the exact same plant, in the exact same country. But under my most favored nation, you know what that means? It's a legal term. Drug pricing executive order. I just signed a couple of months ago, and it's now being implemented. We have declared that the United States will now pay the same price as the lowest price of any country anywhere in the world. And we should honestly, this is the biggest thing to happen in medicine, I think, since the founding of our country. You know, I don't mind. They actually have a great location. You know, we've had people that look so good behind me that some of them went to Hollywood and actually did very well. You know? See, they may have a better location, but nobody's going to Hollywood. They can only see the back of your head. Look at all the television. Look at all those cameras. It's crazy. But we did something nobody's ever done before. Nobody's tried. Nobody thought they could do it. Don't forget, the drug companies turned out to really do the right thing. They really did. And they were there at the White House today. You saw them. Some of the biggest companies in the world were there. The rest of them are coming next week. But the big problem was foreign countries. They would have to take their drug and raise it from $10 to $20 to $30, maybe to $100, maybe 10 times more. But it really doesn't work that way because the world is a bigger place than the U.S. And so you're not going to have to raise it that much, but you have to raise it. And they always said for 50 years, they say, let the United States pay. And for 50 years, the United States got screwed because we're paying so much more. Drug that was selling for $10 in London sells for $130. That's 13 times more in New York. 13 times more, so $10 in London, $130 in New York. And now that drug will go up for the other country from $10 to only $20 or maybe $30, and it will come down from the United States of America to $20 from $130. Think of that. Think of that. That's the biggest price reduction. When you talk about cutting prices, cutting costs, and cutting prices, you talk about affordability. You know, the Democrats, they're the ones that got us into the mess. They're the ones that caused the high prices. And then they come out and they look And they look at those fake news people back there, they go, this election's about affordability. They go, let's talk about it. No, I'd rather not talk about it, because they can't. They're the ones that cause the highest inflation in the history of our country, which led to the highest prices in the history of our country. I inherited the mess. I got the prices down, and they're going down still further. Look at gasoline. A lot of areas now in our country, $1.99 a gallon. Right? It cost these ladies from these beautiful friends of mine from North Carolina, it cost them like 1/3 to get here than it would have cost under Sleepy Joe Biden. Right? If you drive, this time you can drive. It's the first time you didn't have to take an airplane. But we had 9 blockbuster agreements. We had 9 of them with the big drug companies just today. The rest are coming over the next couple of weeks. But the first dramatic drug discounts will be available to all Americans starting on January at a thing called TrumpRx.gov. TrumpRx.gov. But this is the biggest thing ever to happen on drug prices, pharmaceutical prices, and it will also tremendously it's going to reduce the cost of health care, because health care is probably 50% about drugs, right? Your drugs are coming down at levels that nobody ever thought was possible. This achievement alone should win us the midterms. You know, if we did nothing else, I said, you know, you're talking about like this massive reduction in drug prices that affects everybody. Older people, younger people, middle-aged people, sick people, well people. It's not just like patients, it's everybody. It can never happen. Nobody would ever have done this. It was very hard to do. I had countries laughing at me. I said, listen, you're going to have to double and triple your drug prices. They said, France, as an example, UK, European Union. They said, you must be kidding. They've had low prices for years. The drug companies would go, could you pay more? No, charge the United. They wanted the drug companies, in all fairness, to charge the United States of America. And they made up all sorts of crap. Well, research and development. I said, well, what about research and development? Why aren't they paying also for research? Well, it just never worked that way. They used to use, remember, research and development. That's why we pay more. I say 12 times more. Why? For research and development? It was all a con job. But I'd say to the head of France, as an example, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to double or triple your prices for drugs. No, we will not do that. Oh, yes, you will. I said, yes, you will. 100%. No. We will not do that. Of course we will not. I can't do that. I said, yes, you will. No, I won't. Yes, you will. And he said, why do you have such certainty? I said, because if you don't do it, I'm going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you sell into America. And I said, because that was really the sticking point. They just would do it. They told the drug companies for years, we're not doing it. We're keeping that pill at $10. We're not going to raise it. And the drug companies said, well, you know, it's unfair. I mean, they're paying 10 times more, sometimes 15 times more. That's okay. Let them pay more. We're not paying more than the prices were stuck for years. And no president did anything about it. Sleepy Joe Biden didn't know he was alive. The last thing he cared about was this. He didn't care about anything. Just wanted to make it through. But they cheated. Look, he was surrounded by radical left. Hey, did you see on Mar-a-Lago, did you see how corrupt that was now? It's all come out. Wow. It's all come out. Some life. It's all come out. They were totally corrupt, radical left lunatics. Not stupid people, by the way. He was, but the people that really ran the country and that really ran the auto pen, they were not stupid. But think about what we've done. Under the Trump administration, America will not be ripped off any longer. So can you imagine these countries? And when I told you the example before, from $10 to $20, you know, that doesn't sound like much, but it's a doubling of the price. You know, that's a doubling of the price. And if it went to 30 or 35 or 40, you know, that's still a doubling, tripling, or quadrupling of the price. But I said, at 25% tariff, it's much more money than what you're talking about. So they would say to me, all countries, you know, obviously they said no at the beginning, and they would have told a normal president no, and that would have been the end of the conversation. So they said no to me, and I said, no, you'll do it, 100%. And they said, what's wrong with this? 100%? I said, 100% that you're going to do it. The one asked me, why are you so certain? Why would you say that I would quadruple the price of drugs in France or someplace? I said, because if you don't, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff. That tariff is worth 5 times more money than you're talking about. And there was dead silence on the phone. And then when the gentleman, Emmanuel, is a wonderful guy, when he spoke, he said, you have a deal. Have a deal. He's a nice guy, too. But you can't blame him. You know, this has been 40, 50 years. You can't blame him. But it was the same conversation with everybody. No, we can't do that. No, I cannot double the price of my drugs. I said, no, maybe triple or quadruple. But it's still much lower than we were paying. You know, we were paying a number that was crazy, 13, 14 times more. As president, I'm also taking in the gigantic health insurance companies that have gotten rich on billions of dollars of government subsidies. And I want the money to go directly to the people. I want the money to be paid directly to the people so that they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower cost. By the way, what I told you about buying the drugs at this massive dollar discount, it's like from where it is, that's going to have a huge impact on the cost of health care. The current Unaffordable Care Act, commonly known as Barack Hussein Obamacare, was created to make insurance companies rich. It was bad health care at much too high a cost. And you see now that the steep increase in premiums, it's being demanded by the Democrats. It was never any good, Obamacare. It was done for the benefit of insurance companies, which totally control the Democrats. That's why you could have a strike on January 30th. You could have another shutdown because the Democrats are totally in the hands of, they're totally controlled by the insurance companies, big wealthy companies. Again, I want the money to go directly to the people so you can buy your own health care, and you'll get much better health care at a much lower price. And the only losers will be the insurance companies that have gotten rich. How about these companies? Some of them have gone up 1,400%, their stock prices. One, I think, went up 1,700%. How many people have ever bought a stock that went up 1,700%? And think of it. They've taken in billions and billions of dollars, and the Democrat Party is also just, look, I don't know what they're going to do, because I don't know how anybody beats us when we say that we want the money to go to the people so you can buy your own health care. How can it ever be better than that? I wanted to do that at the beginning in 2016, but the politicians told me, sir, don't worry. I was a little bit inexperienced. I've never done this before. Now I'm quite experienced. I've seen things that nobody would have thought possible. But I said, why do we have this crazy Obamacare, or as we call it, the unaffordable? Isn't that a great name, the Affordable Care Act? I call it the Unaffordable Care Act. I should get credit. That's a good one. What's better, that or fake news? That or Pocahontas? That? I can't use the names that I used on the Republicans to gain access to the election, but we had some good names, didn't we? But I think the Unaffordable Care Act is pretty good. The UCA, right? They keep talking about the ACA. Think of that. Instead of the ACA, we call it the UCA. The UCA They say, what is that? The Unaffordable Care Act? It is unaffordable. But it was always no good. But now it's really gone. And with time, it gets worse. Now it's going to be hit big. Remember, I didn't do this. This is Obamacare. This is Obamacare. This isn't Trump. But you don't need it because let the money not go to the insurance companies. The problem is the Democrats will shut down the government because they are totally beholden. I don't love that word, but they're beholden. They're beholden to the insurance companies. So I don't know what they can do about it, but they'll probably close down the government. It's so simple. The money should go to the people. The people should then take all of this money and buy the best health care there is. And there'll be a lot of money left over. Right? But they'll not be happy. But that's okay with me because you, the hardworking citizens, and finally you're going to have great health care at the right price, so you're going to have it. Although today I did suggest one thing, because when I was watching these big drug companies get up and talk about things, they were giving free medicine, and I mean, they couldn't have been nicer, they couldn't have been better, and they were, giving us a hard time a while ago, but it worked out good. I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call these insurance companies fat cats. They are fat cats. I'm going to call the insurance companies, and I'm going to set up a meeting with them, all of them, and maybe I'll have the same luck that we had with the health companies, with the pharmaceuticals and the drug companies that we had. So rather than just saying we're not going to deal, maybe they'll give us a deal, like cut the price by 50%, and maybe then it starts to make sense. So I'm going to meet with them. Who knows? Who knows? And I'll either meet in Florida. I'm going to Florida. I'll either meet in Florida because I work all the time. So I'll either meet in Florida or I'll meet in Washington the first week right after we all come back to going to our wonderful jobs. And I'll sit down with, it's like 12, 13 people. It's basically these big monster companies. 13, 14 if I want to be generous. Get 14 people in a room and let's see what happens. Maybe they'll surprise us, but maybe we'll ask them for a 50% cut, and maybe they'll give it. You never know. You saw what happened with the drug companies. They're giving free drugs. They've been unbelievable, but they do love our country. And I probably think the insurance company guys love our country. They just felt they were dealing with stupid people, so you can't really blame them. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in the history of our country. That's true. And there's never been anything like it. When I took office last January, I inherited a mess, and very simply, I am fixing it. Joe Biden gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. A lot of people say, the fake news says, it's not the worst in history. It's the worst in 48 years. Oh, okay, sorry. No, they do. They say 48 years is okay. But when I say history, they go crazy. That's when I let them win. I say, I'm sorry, apologize. I like that hat, 47. It's nice, actually. Beautiful, nice thread, gold thread. I watched that myself. I went gold thread, not mustard colored, No, they give you, a lot of times they sell you mustard color. It costs them a lot less. We don't accept those hats. When you have a mustard colored thread, don't accept it. But it caused the prices to be higher than ever before, making it really life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. Our border was open, and our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people. Many came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. You know the difference between a prison and a jail? A prison's more severe, right? You know the difference between a mental institution and an insane asylum? An insane asylum is more severe. They came from both. They were drug dealers, gang members, and over 13,000 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. Think of that. They killed more than one. A lot of them said, I didn't mean, but when you kill more than one, get them the hell out of our country. How How about that incident with that horrible monster that killed the young, beautiful girl from Ukraine, animal? And to think we'll have him in trials for years, and you'll get some nice liberal lawyer, and we'll say, oh, well, he had a bad day. Yeah, he had a bad day. He slit her throat. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels, the worst trade deals ever made. And our country was laughed at from all over the world, but they're not laughing anymore. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world because we finally have a president who puts America first. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our Treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices on everything at unprecedented levels. How about the new thing in Minnesota with the Somalians? They stole, now it came out, the great U.S. attorney up there, they came out, think of this, $9 billion, and they think that's just the beginning. They stole, think of it. In their country, they live on nothing. They have nothing. They come here and they steal $9 billion. Are we stupid? I mean, how do we allow that to happen? Ilhan Omar should be sent out of our country. She should not be allowed to be a congresswoman. She married her brother either to stay or to get him into the country. And yesterday she, I guess, made up a story. She said the police attacked her son. They stopped a car and the police said, we never attacked him. We never stopped him. It was a made-up story. She's a con person. She's full of con. She says, zero. She said, you ought to get her the hell out of our country. That's what you ought to do. She made up a story that the police stopped her son's car and they harassed the hell out of him. It turned out to be a fake story. There was no stoppage of his car, and there was no harassment. But think of that. In Minnesota, this beautiful place, once beautiful, I don't call it beautiful. You got a governor who's a stupid person and a corrupt. He's corrupt and stupid. But he allowed this to go on. He allowed this to go on. Everybody knew what was going on. But what nobody knew is over $9 billion. And the people of Minnesota are not happy. And you know who's running for governor? Mike Lindell. Do we like Mike Lindell? That man suffered. That man suffered. What he did, what he went through because he knew the election was rigged. And he did it. He just did it as a citizen. Mike Lindell, I'll tell you what, every time I introduced him, he got the biggest hand. I hope he does great. He deserves to do great. That man suffered. These people went after him. They went after his company. They did that with me, too, but at least I knew what I was getting into. He was just a guy that said, geez, this election was so crooked. It was so rigged. He fought like hell. That guy deserves to be governor of Minnesota, I'll tell you right now. He's a great guy, too. But I'm bringing the prices down, and I'm bringing them down fast. You know that? As I saw the other day, and as I showed to people the other day, I made a speech. It was very well received. You know, we had one problem. I put up these gorgeous charts, and it says chart. And I'm, sort of talking about the chart. You're reading into a piece of glass. I got no audience. I got just people, very hostile people waiting around. And I'm reading into a piece of glass for 22 minutes, and I talk about the chart. The networks didn't put up the charts. Only Fox put up the charts. Fox put them up, in all fairness. When we get angry at Fox, we have to remember that. They put up the charts, so you can start putting them up now if you want. But we put up these beautiful charts that were very... Look at that. But I very much like the chart from Butler, PA. I like that much better. That's my all-time favorite chart. You know, that's a great chart. They're all great charts, but I never like a chart like that chart I put up in Butler. Just take a look at the chart right here. That was a good chart. I love that chart so much. I sleep with that chart. But this is okay. There'll never be a great chart for me. It's only the one. Compared to Butler, all charts stink. But look at that chart. Look at the kind of Biden price increases and Trump price increases. Look at that. They're all Biden. We're bringing the prices down. Look at that chart. NBC and CBS and ABC fake news. They're fake news. Oops, that camera just went off. Sorry about that. Every time I mention that camera, you know, you see the red light back there, you see it go off. ABC fake news. I think ABC's the worst. Believe it or not, George Slopadopoulos, he paid me about $16 million. You have George Slopadopoulos. I heard Chris Christie lost his job. They fired Chris Christie. And they have a great young woman taking his place who happens to be Hispanic and happens to be phenomenal. She's going to do a great job. But they fired Chris Christie. And guess you know why? He wanted to eat all the time. No, they fired him. He was bad news. But I'd say ABC is the worst of the networks. I would then say NBC is horrible. I mean, just horrible. They had this guy on, this fake guy, the fake senator. I call him the fake senator from a place called Georgia, right? And he was talking about all the, you know, things. He says he's a church leader. You know, it's funny, if you go in as a church leader, they talk about church and state, right? He's allowed to talk about, he said, I'm going back to my church and I'm going to pray this morning. I'm going to talk about all these issues. If a Republican said that, they start screaming church and state. They don't scream. But NBC is really bad. And CBS, I mean, I love the new owners of CBS. Something happens to them, though. 60 Minutes has treated me worse under the new ownership than... They just keep treating me. They just keep hitting me. It's crazy. And then you have Marjorie Trader Brown, I call her, because green turns to brown under stress. So I call her Trader Brown, which I don't like doing because 2 words is too much. 2 out of 3. We're changing to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm going Marjorie Trader Brown, so I have to trade. And a lot of people don't understand 2 words is too much to change. I actually like Marjorie Taylor Brown better, but everyone says Marjorie Trader Greene is good, but they're all good. But what the hell happened to her? She must have been a stone cold liberal. She's on CNN now all the time. Can you believe it? And it was only because I couldn't call her back. You know, I have 19 it changes, but we have 200 and some odd congressmen and women. I have 53 senators. I have 212 countries. I've got a family. It's nice to talk to my family, too. You can't call a president every single day, and then when the president doesn't call you back, she goes around saying, he doesn't call me back. He doesn't. I said, Marjorie, I can't call you back. I got 2. I think, Marjorie, I just can't call you back. I'm sorry. And I wouldn't call her back. And she goes onto a rant. He won't call me back anymore. Sorry about that. You know, you can only go so far. Yeah, once a month, once every week or 2 weeks, but you can't, you know, highly neurotic. Her, not me, but I'm neurotic too. I think I'm probably very neurotic too. I always say controlled neuroses is good. Being neurotic, no good, but if it's controlled, that's okay. It gives you some energy. But what the hell happened to Marjorie Trader Greene? It's unbelievable, but she dropped out because I wasn't going to endorse her, and the person I would have endorsed was going to kill her in the polls. So she dropped out. And then they talk about how brave she is. No, brave would be to stay. And, you know, it's one of those things. But she dropped out. I can't believe it that people can change so much. But you can't go from being a strong conservative to a stone-cold liberal unless you were lying.
You know, you can't do that. I mean, you can stop liking somebody, or you can say, I don't know, she's fake. Look, front row Joe. What are you doing in the second row? What happened? Well, you're in the front row. That's good. It's front row Joe. I don't know who's been there, the front row Joes or you? It's pretty close, I think. Very different, hey, very different types. Would you stand up, please, in the front row? Just stand up. Look at these women. Look. How incredible they are. Right? Even front row Joes will admit they're very great, right? Look how beautiful they are. People like you built our country. You built our country. And that's why we love you. You built our country. The people in this room built our country. Under Sleepy Joe Biden, car prices, gasoline prices, hotel rates, airfare, and more went up 30 to 75%. Now they're all coming down. We're all coming down. Take a look at that. Isn't that beautiful to look? The same is true with groceries. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down by 33% compared to Sleepy Joe's high-priced era. Don't forget, when you have the highest inflation in history and or 48 years, do we think 40, and look, in terms of a speech, I think 48 years is the equivalent of history. Do we agree? Can we say? Because they had a piece on me today in one of these fake newspapers, which are all dying. They're all going bankrupt, thank God. But they're the worst. That I misrepresented by saying history. It's actually 48 years. And I said, you know, that's not a bad misrepresentation, I don't think. The price of eggs is down 82% since March. Do you remember? There the people are. Do you remember? Fake news. Do you remember when I just got elected? It was a big thing. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won by like 312 to 200 and something, and like low 200. And we won everything. We won districts, the word district. We won districts by 2,750 to 525. That's a slaughter. And that's the thing when you see everything's red except for two little lines on the left and the right, meaning New York and California. That's the one that really is incredible. 2,750 to 525. We won everything in a slaughter. We won everything. And what a great thing it was, right? When you can have an election that good. And they tried to rig it. Remember we had the thing? Too big to rig. Remember that statement? That was a big thing. They tried like hell. They gave up at about 9:02. It was too big. It was just a landslide. They couldn't do it. They cheated a lot. But we made it too big to rig, and I appreciate you getting I said, the polls had us up, pretty way up. And a lot of times when that happens, you'll say, let's go out and watch a movie, and we'll come back and watch the president win. No, I said, don't watch a movie. Go out and vote. But it was too big, so it came back. What an evening. That was, what was better, 2016 or 2024? Tell me. I don't know. 2016 was pretty monumental. What was better? I don't know. Beating Hillary was fun. Well, Hillary has a much higher IQ than Kamala. I would say, I think Hillary has probably 50 or 60 points higher. Now, Hillary was smart. She was nasty. Whew, I wouldn't want to go home to her. She was nasty. Remember, she was a nasty person. I was going to use a B word. I said, my wife would not be happy. My wife always says, please, please don't use foul language. You know who else does? Franklin Graham. He says, President. He says, I love your speaking ability, President. You're a great speaker, although nobody says it. You know, I get these big crowds, but did you ever see the press do a story that I'm a great speaker? They say, oh, he looked tired. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I get crowds, the biggest crowds in history of anything, not only of anything. They never say, he gave a great speech tonight. in front of 45,000 people. Look at the crowds that we get, are the biggest crowds ever. Before the election, we had 117,000 people show up in New Jersey. It was a great speech. You know what they said? He looked tired. I looked tired. You can't be tired in front of 117,000 people. It's not possible. You've got a lot of adrenaline. The adrenaline is pumping, right? But that's why they're fake news. That's why nobody listens to them anymore. But remember that we slashed the yearly cost of new mortgages by $3,000. Look at the mortgage chart. We slashed them. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, boy. Look at how much you made with me and lost with that sleepy guy. But everything now is falling, and the only things that are going up are your salaries, the stock market, and your 401ks. They're going up. Do you remember when I first won in 2024, and I was at my first conference? I'm 2 days in. You know, we're recovering from all the hoopla. 2 days in. In fact, I took a day off. They said, something's wrong with the president. I said, I just got here. There's nothing wrong with me. Something's wrong. You took a day off. What's wrong with the president, right? Every time. Do you remember when I had 28 news conferences in a row over 28 days? Sometimes I gave 2 or 3 in one day. And then I took my beautiful Kai, my beautiful granddaughter is a very good golfer. I took her to play golf one morning, and I was in the office very quickly. Something's wrong with the president. Do you remember the rumor was that I had passed away? Do you remember that? I went 28 days in a row. I took the kid to play golf. And we play very fast. She's good at, I'm a very good golfer. And we play very fast. We play in 2 hours. We're dinning. I mean, I said, baby, I got to get out of here. I'm sorry, honey. Enjoy your day. Go hit balls or something. I got to get out of here. I got to go to work. And I got a call. Friend of mine, oh, you're okay? And I said, yeah, what's wrong? I said, I'll be back in the Oval Office in 30 minutes. Oh, I said, what's wrong with this guy? Then I got another call. Oh, you're okay. They said that I had passed away. Do you remember that? First day in 28 days, these people are sick. That's why I've taken more physicals, because I think you have an obligation to, report. And I hate when they put out false reports. So they put out a report that Donald Trump. So I took a lot of physicals. And I did something no other president's ever done. I took cognitive tests. Because I know that, and by the way, not easy. You get to those last questions, those last 10, 15 questions, nobody on that stand could answer probably any of them. And I got him. I aced him. And no other president's taken a cognitive. Could you imagine Sleepy Joe taking a cognitive test? I don't think he'd get the first question is like, what is this? And they show a lion, a giraffe, a fish, and a hippopotamus, right? And they say, which is the giraffe? So that's the only question. But what happens is it then gets harder. I don't think Joe would have gotten the first question right. He would say hippo. I want the hippo. But anyway, I've taken now 3 cognitive tests. I've aced every single one of them. And these are, this is that big stuff. This is Walter Reed. I've got a whole team of doctors all over the place. If you get them wrong, I said, what do you think? Should I do it? They said, well, here's the good news. The good news, if you do well, that's great. Actually, if you do well, they won't report it. If you do badly, it's going to be the biggest story in history. They said, it's possible that if you do badly, the word will leak out and you look very bad. I said, this was on my first test. After that, I knew that I can do very well. Smart person. So what happens is first test, I said, how hard is it? He said, well, after the 10th or 12th question, it gets, very hard. And I said, well, what do you think? They said, look, if you're going to do well, but if you're not going to do well, it's probable that the word will get out. I said, well, let's do it anyway. And I did it. And it was actually good. For a year, they called me a very intelligent person, but then they forget. Then I did it again. I aced it again. They report it. And these are doctors that I don't even know. And they report it. And then I did it a third time a few months ago, and I reported. But it's very small reporting. But can you imagine if I did badly, right? Could you imagine that, front row Joe? Would I be in trouble? They'd say, there's something wrong. But I like to do it. But I had perfect health. And they reported his health is perfect. And they interpret that. And the fake news interprets when the doctor says he's got perfect health, they go, what does he mean by perfect? There's something wrong with the president. These people are sick. Now, there will be a time when perhaps it won't be 100% true with all of us, right? And when that time comes, I will let you know about it. In fact, you'll probably find out about it just by watching. But that time is not now, because I feel the same that I felt for 50 years. I really do. But we have I think we have an obligation to, at least report your health. But I will tell you, to me, because of what happened for 4 years, I really think having a cognitive test for presidents to take a cognitive test is very important. I think it's very important. I'm hearing that they say it's, not with Biden. They said it was not constitutional. That was the least of his problems. But I think it's very important that a president or people running for president and vice president take a cognitive test. I mean, I think it's a very important thing. I don't know. They say you shouldn't do that. It's unjust. It's not constitutional. They say all these things, but I really believe that under Trump, wages are rising much faster than inflation for the first time in many years. Think of that. Wages are rising faster than inflation. That's what it's all about, right? And we're delivering lower prices and bigger paychecks. And the wage chart that you see up there is incredible. That NBC didn't put up and the networks didn't put up. There are more people working today than at any time in American history. And very importantly, while tens of thousands of new jobs under Biden were government jobs, there were government jobs. I could do that right now. You saw today we had 4.5% inflation. That's because I'm letting go of tremendous numbers of government workers. We're replacing them. In fact, we've reduced the federal workforce by 270,000 jobs. That's not to be mean. That's to get them off. And they are getting jobs in the private sector, and we're helping them to get jobs. But if you have all government jobs, we're going to be, a country that we don't want to mention names because we don't want to insult, but we're going to be a country that cannot be great. 100% just came out. 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. The only way to make our country great. Think of that. Think of that. 100% of the jobs created are in the private sector. Now, if I want to make some good numbers, I'll add 300,000 jobs. I can do it with one phone call. Each agency hire 25,000 people today. They hire them immediately. They pour in, and the 4.5% would be down to 2.5% in a matter of moments. I could get it down to zero. Hire a couple of million workers, please. Oh, the country's booming. We're down at zero. But that's the destruction of a country. That's what Biden used to do. They used to hire 10 people for one job. They'd have 10 people, would look at a job and would say one person can do the job, but let's give it a break. Let's do two and they'd have 9 people for one job. And that's really tantamount to a failed country. In 4 years, the last administration secured less than $1 trillion in new investments in our country. Think of that. 4 years, less than one. 4 years, the whole term, less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, I have secured a record-breaking $18 trillion more. They gave us doom and gloom, and I'm building the Trump economic boom. It's a boom. It's a boom. These factories, auto plants, AI plants, We've never had anything like it. I ended the radical left's war on American energy, terminated the Green New scam, and signed an order to drill, baby, drill. We're drilling. You see where gasoline's coming from? Gasoline is now substantially lower than $2.50 a gallon, and many, many places now are under $2 a gallon for gasoline. And within the next 12 months, we will have opened 1,600 new electrical generating plants. That's a record all time. Because, we need tremendous amounts of electricity for AI and for all these plants. Electricity prices will fall very dramatically when these plants are open. To protect North Carolina workers, we imposed 25% tariffs on foreign automobiles, 50% tariffs on foreign steel, and I approved 25%, 30%, and 50% tariffs to save North Carolina's cherished furniture industry, which has been decimated by China. I used to come here a lot for one reason. I'd build hotels and I'd build different buildings and I'd come here to your furniture area. I used to love it. Those people were so talented. I'd buy so much furniture. And that was before politics. I did great. I was very good at real estate, I would tell you. But I used to come to North Carolina to buy furniture for lobbies or furniture for hotels. And I was here a lot. I mean, you've been decimated, but it's coming back now because I put tariffs on, big tariffs, actually. But I remember I'd say to a guy, I like that chair. You don't realize what I did. I would look at a chair. The arm of a chair was very important to me. I said, I like that chair, but this arm has to be a different shape. And you got to chisel that. I'm a very aesthetic person, believe me. Except with women. I don't care what a woman looks like. I used to say beautiful. Now I don't care. Since politics, I never mention looks anymore. The most beautiful woman can walk right across. I don't even look at her anymore. Because in politics, that's the sign of death. We don't look. But I do look at the arm of a chair. And I'd say to your artists, they were artists. They were artisans, I'd say, no, can you give a different curve? Can you do a little more carving at the end? They would, right in front of me, bing, 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 bing. They were like geniuses. You lost the business. It went to China and other places, but mostly to China, because they never put tariffs on, just like they didn't put them on chips, just like they didn't put them on cars. You lost 58% of your car industry. By the way, it's all coming back. Some of it's coming back here. It's all coming back. Because to bring a car into our country is costing 25 to 50% tariffs now, and they can't do it. They can't compete. Tariff is, and I won't say it because it gets me in trouble, my favorite word. My fifth favorite word. Do you remember when I said the word tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary? Remember that? And then the fake news got me. What about religion? What about God? What about your family? What about your wife? What about your children? I said, they got me in this one. So now tariff is my fifth favorite word. And now I'm okay. It's my fifth. 5. Now I'm okay. But starting in the new year, the people of North Carolina will also see the dramatic results of the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. No tax for our seniors. Tell me what? Let's do a poll. Because these pollsters charge you $1 million to ask a question, then they just write down an answer. They don't do polls. It's a total con job, some of these polls. One thing I don't like about Fox is their pollster. Total fake. Their pollster's the worst. They've been saying they're going to get rid of them for 10 years. The fake pollster, then you have the election, you win by numbers that are like through the roof. But Fox has been treating me good. They have great people there. Sean Hannity is great. Jesse is great. Laura is great. Greg is great. They're all great. We have great people. The morning is excellent. Who? What? Which corruption? Where? Oh, yeah. Well, we have to do that. We're going to take care of that. We're going to take care of corruption in our country. I mean, I was talking about Fox. I don't know. He's talking about corruption. No, it's okay because he's on our side, but he's just a little ahead of me. He's talking about corruption. I'm talking about Fox, how good the anchors are, right? But they are really great. They are very good. But the pollster's no good. You know, he's no good. The pollster's terrible. But we still get good numbers. But the numbers are actually much better than that. But we're joined tonight by Heather Whitley, a bartender and server in Nashville, North Carolina, who will save over $5,000 from no tips. Think of that. From no tax and tips. Heather, where are you, Heather? Are you here, Heather? Where are you? Where are you? You want to come up? You want to come up? Come on up. She's going to save over $5,000, no tax on tips, toward a down payment on her first home. So, Heather, congratulations. Look how amazing she is, right? Come on up. I don't know how you're going to get up that stair. Are you okay? Look at her. She has no problem. Somebody else would not be able to make it. Thank you, darling. Nice to see you. Want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, it's been a tremendous help. It's now allowed me to invest in my first home, and that is the American dream for all of us. I don't have much to say, so sir.
Good.
Thank you so much.
You said it perfectly. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Heather, you don't realize you said that so perfectly, because that's what it is. You're going to get a home and you're going to be happy as can be, and you are a great person. Thank you very much. You couldn't have been better. Thank you, darling. Also with us is Austin Harding, a police officer, highly respected, a loving father from Monroe. Austin and his wife are raising a son with autism. A beautiful son, beautiful person, and are passionate supporters of MAHA, and they love Robert F. Kennedy Jr., so do I. And with no, thank you, Austin, and with no tax on overtime, Austin will have thousands of dollars, many thousands of dollars more to help care for his wonderful son. Last but not least, we have Carolyn and Charles Thurston, who run a successful small business providing care to senior citizens. That's great. Not only did we make their small business tax deduction permanent, helping them to expand, but under no tax on overtime, their employees will have much higher take-home pay, and that makes their job a lot easier. So, Carolyn and Charles, please stand wherever you may be. Oh, that's great. Thank you. So it's going good? Going good? Good-looking couple. Thank you very much. Another key part of our tax cuts is known as Trump accounts. You hear about that? You put money in, and they are knocking them dead. It's great. It's Michael Dell Computer. He put up $6.25 billion. How do you like that? He started with no money, and now he puts $6 billion plus into the first accounts. I mean, think of that. $6 billion. It's, to be exact, $6.25 billion. Even the second part is a lot. And we've had a lot of great Wall Street titans and a lot of great real estate titans. They're all putting money in Trump accounts. It's for kids. They get a certain age and they're going to have money. It's going to double and triple. Hopefully, it'll do well. Under this new program, the federal government will be creating an investment savings account for every single newborn American child with $1,000 to be invested and grow over the course of their life. So they'll reach 21 years and, you know, it could be very good. They will consider themselves rich. I mean, it's a lot of money, actually. Friends, family, employers, and loved ones will be able to add thousands more each year, like a trust fund for every American child. It's something that people have wanted to do, but honestly, I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell can go out and buy a computer from Dell, because I'll tell you what, they love the country. Great people. Every single Democrat in Congress voted against these incredible benefits. Every single Democrat said no. including a guy named Don Davis right here from this district. He voted against it. That's why you got to vote against him. Don Davis voted against no tax on overtime. He voted against no tax on tips. And he voted for the largest tax increase in American history. He wanted the largest tax, and he's your congressman. So I don't know if you know him. And honestly, I'm good at politics. I never even heard of this guy, so he hasn't made a big impact. But he voted yes on every single Biden disaster, including massive inflation, open borders, sanctuary cities, and the Green New Scam. Don Davis betrayed North Carolina. Don Davis did nothing about the flood. He did nothing about the hurricane. I did it all with your congressman and with a couple of Republicans from your state that put their lives on the line to make sure this got done. And we had to wait till January 20th. They wouldn't do a damn thing. The waters didn't recede. They were living in areas that didn't have water, and now they were surrounded by water. And by the way, Elon Musk, with his incredible, you would call it, contraption of communication, incredible. I said, Elon, we need 500 of those. You couldn't get them because it's been very successful. He said, you'll have them tomorrow. You got to give him credit for that, you know. I have my little disagreements with him. I don't believe in the mandate where everybody has to have an electric vehicle within an hour. You know, I don't, but you got to give him credit. He really saved a lot of lives. Here tonight are some of the warriors who, unlike Don Davis, who's a disaster, vote against him, stood up for North Carolina, including Congressman Tim Moore and Brad Knott. Where are you guys? Hey, fellas, come up real fast. Come on up. Come on up. I'll tell you, these guys were, look at them, two handsome gentlemen, extremely different types. That's great. Say hello. Say a couple of words. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Well, everybody, I was with the president when he had his first trip once he took the oath. And where did he come? North Carolina. As we gear up for the midterm cycle, where's the first state that President Trump has come? North Carolina. He knows what you know. It's the people that make this country great. It's not the government. It's not regulations. It's people just like you. And let me just tell you this. The fight is long. It's hard. I'm new to this, and I have been amazed at how hard the president is fighting for you. So let me say this simply and with my whole heart. Stay with us. We hear you, and we're going to keep fighting for you. Thank you so much.
I guess I'll have to lower the mic, Mr. President. Let me just say, echo what Brad said. I cannot think of a better president in the history of the United States. Someone who loves this country, who does so much. Mr. President, I don't know how you do it all. You make the Energizer Bunny look slow. It's absolutely incredible. The leadership that this man shows, not only in our country, but on the world stage. We are finally respected around the world again, and that is not an accident. Mr. President, North Carolina loves you. The United States loves you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Great job. Thank you. Great job. Thank you. You're going to win great. Great job. That's a great job. Boy, oh boy. Well, they're going to win good, but you got to beat that other guy. Thanks also. I want to thank somebody very special. He's the Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRemer. Where's Laurie? Larry, thank you. What a job. What a job you've done. Our friend did me a big favor when he recommended you. I was recommended by a great guy, a great friend of mine, and a big fan of Laurie, and he said, I have somebody that would be great, and that was an understatement. You've been unbelievable. Thank you very much, Laurie. Appreciate it. And another one has been incredible, got a lot of energy. Director of Federal Housing Finance Agency. He's done a phenomenal job. Mr. Bill Pulte. Bill, thank you very much. Thank you, Bill. Also, State Senator Phil Berger. Phil, thank you. Great. And we have a lot of political people here. I would like to introduce them all. We'll be here. But one we have to introduce, fellas, is Michael Whatley. And he was the head of the Republican Party. Before that, he was the head of your party right here, the Republican Party, and we won 6 in a row, 3 primaries and landslides, and then we went on to win the election all 3 times. So we won 6 in a row. I've never had a loss with him. And when I won look, we did phenomenal. It turned out, we won 3 times in a row, just so you understand. I don't mean here. I mean all over. We won 3 in a row. They might have done us a favor, but we won 3 in a row. But when we got screwed in the second election, it didn't happen over here. He had 601 lawyers he hired. They had lawyers at every single ballot box. And other people were cheating in other states that we won by a lot, and they were cheating. You could see it go, here we are, pwah, pwah. And you remember they have ballots all of a sudden. We just found 75,000 ballots, a total rigged deal. And by the way, you have not heard the last of that, I can tell you. But in this state, that didn't happen because you had a guy named Michael Whatley, and he had every box secured. He had, I think, 2 or 3 lawyers at every station, but he had over 600 lawyers, I think 600. And I said, how many lawyers did you have? 601. I said, that's like genius. He was ahead of it. And you'd watch, people went to bed that night. Everyone said the election's over, Trump won. And then all of a sudden they woke up in the morning, and 3 o'clock in the morning, they found hundreds of thousands of votes in some of these states. It was a rigged election, but not here because of him. And I said, I don't know if I'm doing this again, but if I'm doing this again, I want Michael Whatley. I said, the guy from North Carolina, I want him to head the Republican National Committee, the RNC. And he did it beautifully. Come on up, Michael, come up. He did it so well, and we had the big election when he worked with Laura. Now, how good is Laura? Laura Trump, who was born here, loves this state so much. She could have done very well. By the way, I think Ted Budd is doing a very good job, too, I have to tell you. And I will say this, Tom Tillis fought with me for the Lumbee tribe, the Lumbee. I love the Lumbee. And he's really been very good. We had a little dispute, but these are, it's fine. He's been really good. Tom has been very, very good, and I appreciate it very much. And he's been very strong on the Lumbee tribe, and I think they're going to get out and they're going to vote. The Lumbees, you have some here. You have some of the leaders here. If you could, do you want to stand up if you're there? It's really great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let them know we appreciate it. We got to get every one of those 60,000 votes or whatever. We got to get them for this guy. But the Lumbees have been great. I've been with them from the beginning. We got them across the finish line. But I want to ask Michael to say a few words. He's just been an unbelievable warrior. And I said, if I do this again, I'm going to get that guy in North Carolina who wouldn't let that phony, they tried here too. They couldn't get away with it. They tried. He stopped it. He's a tough, strong guy. He's also a wonderful human being, he's just a great person. And I want to tell you, him and Laura Trump there's never been a better team. In fact, I said, before he did this, I said, if you had your choice for anybody to be your co-chair, who would you pick? He said,
I'd take Laura Trump again, right?
Yes, sir.
You did say that. But I'd like to have Michael say he's in a fight against a radical left governor who did a shitty job for you. And I really want you, either way, but either governor, because you have another governor that's a Democrat. You know, virtually, I think every state run by a Democrat is a failure. Think of it. And now your state with all these killings, I never heard of killings, but all of a sudden, and they came in through Biden with his open border craziness, and these are vicious people. But I want this man to say just a few words because it's so important that he wins. You don't want to have a radical left senator that basically wants to have open borders, transgender for everybody, men playing in women's sports. Michael, are you in favor of men in women's sports?
I am not.
Are you in favor of transgender for everybody?
I am not.
Are you in favor of open borders?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You know, in 2015, Donald Trump came down that golden escalator, said he was going to make America great again. And he was going to do it by rebuilding our economy, restoring our borders, and making America respected around the world again. And I said, I'm with that guy. And we won in 2016, and we won in 2020, and thank the Lord that we won in 2024, and Donald Trump right now is serving as the most transformational president in our lifetime. And President Trump, my pledge to you is this. When I win this seat, when I am the next senator from North Carolina, I am going to be a fighter every day for this great state. I am going to be a conservative champion for North Carolina, and I am going to be an ally to our great president, not just the 45th president, but the 47th president as well, Donald J. Trump.
What a great guy he is. So get out and work for him. I hope you can get your group of about 70 women to go out and do it. We can get all the front rows, and we got to win. He's a good man. And he represents your values, that I can tell you. But I also want to express my condolences to the people of this state and to the loved ones of NASCAR legend Greg Biffle, who perished yesterday in a tragic plane crash with his family in Statesville. I met him twice. He was just a great young man. And what a tragedy that is with his whole family. So I just want to pay our condolences, our love. Please. I'll tell you, North Carolina will never forget them. He was, and his family were incredible people. Together, we've achieved more in less than 1 year than most other administrations achieved in 8 years, which is true. Most of them didn't achieve much. Within a matter of weeks, we ended the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country. Think of that, 0. And that's made up by Democrats. A feat which everyone said was impossible. Biden and the radical left Democrats in Congress turned North Carolina into a dumping ground for tens of thousands of third world migrants, driving up your rent and your housing costs. According to a government report, over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants, paid for by the federal government, by the way. Paid for by the federal government, you, the taxpayer. Mass migration fueled mass inflation. But now we are fixing it, and we have record-setting deportations, and we're really focused on the bad people. We're really focused on the bad people. We have farmers who are great people. They know what they're doing. But we're focused on the bad ones. We're getting the murderers, the drug dealers. We're getting the ones from prisons. We're getting them the hell out of here. We're focused very strongly on that. For the first time in 50 years, we're seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home. We're saying, go back home, please. And we want the bad ones to go back home because those are the ones that caused the problem. And think of Washington, D.C. So, I mean, outside of the terrorism attack from 3 weeks ago, And by the way, that young, beautiful man is doing well. You know, we thought we lost both of them. And we lost one who's looking down on us right now. But it looks like he just stood up. Can you believe it? He stood up today for the first time. Two great people. Sarah's looking down on us, and from heaven, she was incredible, doing so well. But he's doing, they were both about the same. We thought we lost both of them. Hit in the same area, if you can believe it. He was hit hard. But he's, and his mother, Monica, I spoke to her the night of, sir, he'll be okay. Every doctor was saying he doesn't have much of a chance. And she said, sir, I'm telling you, I know my boy, he's going to be fine. I can't believe it. And literally, actually yesterday, he stood up. And he's talking a little bit. I mean, the whole thing is incredible. The mother, I've never seen anybody. I never saw anything like it. She was so positive. She said, I'm praying, and everybody's praying. The whole country's praying, and there's no way he's going to have any problem. He's going to be just fine. It's not even that he was going to make it. It was like, he's going to be fine. Incredible person. In the year before my election, all net job creation was going to foreign migrants. All of it, 100%. Since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American-born citizens. The migrant invasion also brought massive crime. What's happening with the killings in North Carolina is indescribable. I mean, for the first time, you're in national news all the time with the killings. That's because you're run by Democrats. 2 weeks ago, an illegal alien from Honduras who entered under Biden walked onto a train in Charlotte with a large knife and brutally stabbed a passenger multiple times in the chest. The same savage criminal alien had previously been arrested 2 months earlier, but he was released by authorities to pillage and kill, which he did. Also recently in this state, you saw this one. Nobody could watch it. Another monstrous criminal with 14 prior arrests plunged a knife into the throat of an innocent, young, beautiful girl, Ukraine. She was from Ukraine, who was sitting on a train. You could see she was scared to be there. You could see that, right? Everybody knows what I'm talking about. She walked onto the train. She was afraid to be there. What happened to North Carolina? You didn't have that condition. And then she was attacked from behind violently by this savage. No one can ever forget that look of shock and terror on the young woman's face. It happened so fast as her murderer walked down the train car, dripping with blood all over. Passengers are looking at him. They're saying, what is that? There's blood pouring out from every part of him, from the knife. For years, radical left politicians have been releasing bloodthirsty, violent offenders and criminal aliens back onto your streets under our leadership. We're finally getting illegal aliens and vicious felons off the streets and throwing them out of our country, or in some cases, putting them in the toughest jails in the world because, frankly, we don't want to let them into their country because we don't want to take a chance that these animals will come back. We're restoring law and order in America. We just made a record investment in our military and gave every service member a warrior dividend of $1,776, $17.76. And I'm also pleased to announce that just 2 hours ago, we hit the ISIS thugs in Syria who were trying to regroup after their decimation by the Trump administration 5 years ago. We hit them hard. I ordered a massive strike on the terrorists that killed our 3 great patriots last week. 2 soldiers, 1 interpreter, all great people. And it was very successful. It was precision. We hit every site flawlessly, and we are restoring peace through strength. We're all over the world. I settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, ended the war in Gaza, and got the release of hostages, both living and dead, and created peace in the Middle East. We have peace in the Middle East, first time in 3 years, peace in the Middle East. I cut federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity. And we completely banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you believe I'm standing here, 2025, talking about I banned the surgical mutilation of children? Could you imagine 15 years ago saying that? People would say, this guy's crazy. What the hell is he talking? The surgical mutilation of children. I banned it. And it's a wonderful thing I did. But can you imagine having to even say it? Or can you imagine having to say that we are keeping men out of women's sports? Frankly, that's less important if you want to know the truth, but it's very important. The surgical mutilation I had to ban, and I did, I banned it. But we're also keeping men out of women's sports. Have you seen some of these records? Have you seen the long distance race? One of these races go all day. They had champion women. They had some very good men, but not the champions. And one man won the race by 5 hours and 14 minutes and 12 seconds. 5 hours, 14 minutes. Think of that. Won the race by 5 hours. What do? Your parents go back home, go to sleep for a few hours, and come back and meet your daughter, and she's supposed to be thrilled? What kind of crap is that? Or the weightlifting records, where people that never lifted a weight before are going into the women who are fighting national championships, almost Olympic championships, and they're lifting 112 pounds more, and they've never done it before? Or the boxers that are getting decimated? You saw the Olympics where they had two people that they converted from men to women. They did a conversion, and the one young woman from Italy, a championship boxer, she got hit by a left jab. A left jab, for those that don't do it's just like a defensive punch. She got hit, and she walked to her corner. She said, I've never been hit like that. I quit. Then they said, no, go out. You can do it. And then he gave her another left jab. That was it. She said, nope, I can't do it. It's so demeaning to women. And they don't stop. I saw the other day on one of the shows, I think Meet the Fake Press. I'm pretty sure it was that stupid show. And they had a congressman that you all know, a Democrat, saying, no, we have to allow men to play in women's sports. Where do these people come from? Or how about open borders? They're fighting for open borders. If I didn't get elected, our country would be ruined. We would have not had a country. I'm telling you, I'm not bragging about myself. I'm saying we would not have had a country. And now we have the greatest country in the world. I'm telling you, hottest. We're the hottest. We're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in beautiful Alaska. That they took the name off and they named it something else. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Right? That was a good one. Well, I checked for my whole life. I don't know. I guess I didn't do it in my first term because I was the hunted. I had bigger problems. I had these animals trying to attack me at Mar-a-Lago. They went into my wife's closet. And I'll say this, number one is very bad, but it sounds a little strange. They looked at her drawers. You have drawer, and then you have drawer. They looked at both. And she's a very meticulous person, like these people. It's just like she'd fit into your group very well. She'd be very happy with her. But everything is perfect. Her undergarments, I want to use a nice, sometimes referred to as panties, are folded, perfect, wrapped. They're like so perfect. I said, that's beautiful. It's the part of the world she came from. Everything was perfect, no problem. Fold, fold, fold. I think that she steams them, make sure they're just sitting. We came home. I wasn't there when the raid took place. The raid of a popular president, a former president. She opened the drawers and it was not that way. They were a mess. It was all over the place. And she said, oh, what happened? That's so terrible. But it's terrible. They went into my young boy's room. These thugs are disgusting, and we cannot let them get away with this stuff. We have all the evidence now. We have all the evidence, and we have to do something about it. We have to do something about it. It's illegal, and it's disgusting. You know, I brought a lawsuit, and I'm winning the lawsuit. There's only one problem. I'm the one that has to settle it. In other words, I am suing, and I'm the one that's supposed to settle it. So maybe I'll give myself $1 billion and give it all to charity. Does that make sense? You know, I'll give it to charity. Do you have any nice charities? I have to settle the lawsuit. There's never been a case like this. Trump suit, I sued a long time ago, and it's doing fine. It's a suit, and now, you know, we found all this stuff. Did you see where the FBI didn't want to do it, but the Justice Department forced them to do it? The FBI guys didn't want to do it, but the thugs and the DOJ wanted to do it. So I sued them, and it's and they do say that, you know, it's never been a case like this. Donald Trump sues the United States of America. Donald Trump becomes president, and now Donald Trump has to settle the suit. I hereby give myself $1 billion. Actually, maybe I shouldn't give it to charity. Maybe I should keep the money. No, a lot of people say, do it. No, I don't want to do it. But whatever happens, it's all going to good charities. Is that okay? It's all going to good charities. But isn't that a strange position to be in? I've got to make a deal. I negotiate with myself. From the skyscrapers of Charlotte to the rolling hills of Asheville, from the sand dunes of Kitty Hawk to the streets of Chapel Hill, and from the factories of Hickory to the small towns and family farms across your beautiful countryside in North Carolina, we are bringing prosperity, opportunity, and pride surging back to your incredible home. Together, we're pairing all these people together. You're coming together. You know, it's coming together like nobody's ever seen, but we're fixing 4 years of disaster and decline. The whole world was laughing at us for 4 years. They were laughing, taking advantage of us, friend and foe. And the friend was worse than the foe in many cases. On trade, they were worse. And we're beginning the greatest years in the history of our country. It's called the Golden Age of America. That's what's happening. We were a dead country. Now we're talking about the Golden Age of America. Think of it in 10 months. Think of that. So in conclusion tonight, after just 11 months, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. And America is back. And every single day of this administration, we will keep on working for the hardworking citizens of America. We will fight, fight, fight. We will win, win, win. And with your help, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, North Carolina. God bless you all. And Merry Christmas.
There's no need to feel down. I say your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt so
Laying it out this evening with a big Merry Christmas message that America is back. I'm Robert McNeely with RSBN. Thank you for watching us today with unbridled access and coverage to the Tar Heel State, to North Carolina, where it became so crucial for this president and the 7 swing states to make America great again, laying out that inflation is been lowered to 2.7% or less, pending your neck of the woods. Gas prices going down, groceries going down. We heard it from the people out there in line today at the Rocky Mount Event Center, right here, just east of Raleigh-Durham, in a state that continues to grow. President Trump touching on the furniture industry and how that was sold out to China by his predecessors. And then someone he did not mention tonight, with all of those great congressmen, and Michael Whatley, the candidate for United States Senate against Roy Cooper, watching from afar was President Trump's friend, longtime advisor, Peter Navarro, really the architect of the populist movement, someone who was put in handcuffs and shackled himself, who had a full-on cavity search by the deep state. President Trump hearkening back to 2022 and that invasion of Mar-a-Lago by the feds. It's time for the investigators to become the investigated and to have ramifications for their crimes. Thank you to all the sponsors this evening to bring you, again, unbridled access to your 45th and 47th President of the United States. Neutronics Labs. What we're seeing right now is testosterone crisis in men. It's a terrible thing. It's happening earlier than ever before, and that's why this organization, Neutronics Labs, exists, to help men fight back naturally. Legendary boxing champion Roy Jones Jr. knows what it takes to stay strong, stay sharp, and to stay dangerous. Frank Stallone knows it too. Real men don't fade away. They fight back. They get back in the game, just like President Trump is doing on a daily basis, kicking this off for the 2026 midterms. That's why they stand behind Man's Edge from Neutronics Labs. It's the only testosterone booster on the market, powered by the world's strongest and purest IGF-1, combined with clinically backed ingredients like fenugreek, shown to naturally increase testosterone levels by 46%. And this is not the weak delivery. Man's Edge fuses a patent liposome delivery system along with an NO2 designed for up to 98% absorption within the body. More strength, more drive, more confidence, more performance. President Trump talking about cognitive tests and that certain politicians should have them. This is about making men great again and making them manly again. No excuses, no apologies, no backing down. Take your excuses back and get with Man's Edge. Stay strong, stay sharp, stay ready with Man's Edge from neutronicslabs.com/rumble. NUTRONICS labs.com/rumble. neutronicslabs.com/rumble right there for you. If you like what you see, we've become your live desk, but heck, we're doing it like we used to. The old school live rallies, as President Trump is going to turn this midterm really into the likes of our presidential campaign. The RNC will come together once again for now a biannual meeting. A great time for delegates and alternate delegates from around the country to come together and to help make this country great again as Democrats continue to allow crime to be rampant in their streets. We've heard about Irina Zarutska, the amazing Ukrainian woman, 23 years old, getting on that train in Charlotte, being stabbed to death. President Trump talking about that tonight. To Greg Biffle, the terrible accident that happened with him and his family. Our condolences to the entire state of North Carolina and to the Biffle family in that Cessna that caught fire hitting the runway not terribly far from here, about 2.5 hours. A beloved NASCAR driver and racer and someone who gave back to the community. There has been a lot of tragedy this year, but we reflect upon the many gifts we do have in our hearts and condolences, prayers for those who have suffered greatly and lost this year. But President Trump not forgetting them tonight, including Andrew Wolf and, of course, our beloved Sarah of the West Virginia National Guard, who lost her life protecting it last Thanksgiving and over the holiday season. So again, our thoughts and prayers with those, as President Trump announcing 2 hours ago the strike on the Syrian terrorists that took the lives of the Iowa National Guardsman and the interpreter with precision. It was stealth, it was fast, and it ended quickly. This president's amazing. The amount of energy he has, and his colleagues in Congress speaking on that tonight. If you like what you see, please feel free to donate. RSBN, text RSBN to 801-801 or rsbnetwork.com/donate, or you can send a check or money order to 1550-1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. It's the loveliest village in the Plains. Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 1550, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Thank you to all our sponsors tonight. FreeTrumpBook.com, FreeTrumpBook.com, a great stocking stuffer for the kids to learn more about 45 and 47 as he continues to make historic tax deals to no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, bringing up those tipped workers tonight. That lovely lady not far from here using that $5,000 of take-home pay to buy her first home. Also, the Abraham Accords, the peace with 8 warring nations, solving those conflicts with Russia and Ukraine right in sight. As difficult as it's been, this president working overtime to make the world safe again. We also do have allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN tonight only. RSBN 10% for your entire order, 10% off. You're used to that, but the promo for ivermectin, 6 milligrams for $1 per capsule, will be available tonight at the regular site, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Don't risk the getting togetherness in the sacred time to get that cold and flu season. It can happen at times. Also, Kalshi.com/RSBN. Trade and bet on the best questions here in America, sports, music, politics, and more. Who will win that national championship for college football on January 19th in Miami, Florida? Start making those trades and bets right now. And finally, Monetary Gold. Thank you so much to Scott Cheney out west in Los Angeles, his senior portfolio manager, who is leading his team for your wealth, prosperity, health, and overall diversification with gold and silver. You have to ask why the dollar going down in purchasing power by 40% in the last 2 decades. Central banks buying up gold and silver. Monetary Gold has more than 25 years of business, an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, and Consumer Affairs and Retirement Living giving it a top 5 ranking year after year after year. 888-617-7994. RSBN4thegold.com. RSBN4thegold.com. For all of my colleagues at Right Side Broadcasting Network, stick with us over Monday and Tuesday. We'll have some coverage for you there. But if you're just getting out to your holiday celebrations, I wish you a very Merry Christmas, a holy and healthy holiday. We remember the season and the reason for it. It's our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, being born into this world. As we gather together to reflect upon that, we're grateful for you and the many viewers here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Please like, share, and subscribe for all America First updates at rsbnetwork.com. For all of my wonderful colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, I'm Robert McNeely. Good night from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, and we'll see you again very soon.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.